What's up, guys? Welcome to Nexus Harry. We've got something special today. What if Harry had a 99% magic block that was keeping him from transforming into a literal god of magic? Don't forget to like and subscribe. Let's dive in. Chapter 1. The ceiling of the hospital wing had 47 cracks in it. Harry had counted them twice now, lying flat on his back with his glasses off, letting the world blur into soft smears of candlelight and shadow. Counting was easier than thinking. Counting didn't make his chest cave in. Counting didn't put Cedric's face behind his eyelids every time he blinked, that gray, slack expression, eyes open and seeing nothing, the awful weight of a body that had been a living, breathing person 3 seconds earlier. 47 cracks. He started on 48 but lost track when Madame Pomfrey bustled past again, her shoes clicking against the stone floor in that sharp, efficient rhythm that meant she was trying very hard not to hover. She was afraid of him. Not in any way she'd admit, she'd sooner eat her own wand, but Harry could tell. Something in the way she kept glancing at the windows. The ones that weren't there anymore. He'd done that. Blown them out. Every single window in the hospital wing, and he hadn't even meant to. One moment Dumbledore had been sitting beside his bed with that gentle, grandfatherly expression that Harry was starting to realize meant "I'm about to lie to you," and the next moment glass was everywhere and the May night was rushing in cold and sharp and Dumbledore was on his feet with his wand drawn like he expected an attack. But there was no attack. Just Harry, sitting up in bed with his hospital gown twisted around his torso, breathing hard, feeling something behind his ribs that he couldn't name. Something vast and hot and pressing, like his skin was a size too small for whatever was living underneath it. That had been 2 hours ago. Dumbledore had left. The windows had been repaired, then reinforced with charms that Harry could, and this was the part that made no sense, the part he kept circling back to between cracks in the ceiling, he could see. The reinforcement charms. They looked like threads of pale blue light stitched into the glass, pulsing faintly with each gust of wind outside, and when he turned his head he could see more of them. Layers and layers of magic draped over the hospital wing like spiderwebs. Diagnostic charms around each bed that glowed a soft amber. Warning wards threaded through the doorframe in tight spirals of silver. The Hogwarts wards themselves, massive and ancient and so dense with overlapping enchantments that they looked almost solid, a lattice of golden light that thrummed through the walls and floor and ceiling like the castle's heartbeat. He'd taken his glasses off because he thought maybe it was a vision problem. It wasn't. The magical overlay was just as vivid without them, painted across the blur of the physical world like a second layer of reality he'd never been able to see before. 47 cracks. Hundreds of spells. One dead boy he couldn't stop seeing. Harry put his glasses back on and stared at the ceiling and tried very hard to think about nothing at all. It didn't work. The graveyard kept coming back. Not in flashes, like people said trauma was supposed to work, but in long, unspooling sequences, almost leisurely, as if his memory wanted him to appreciate every detail. The portkeys hooked behind his navel. Landing hard on his shoulder in the dark. Cedric saying, "Did anyone tell you the cup was a portkey?" And Harry saying no, and then the headstones coming into focus around them, and the feeling, Harry remembered this clearly, more clearly than anything, the feeling that something was very, very wrong. Not a thought. A sensation. Like the air itself was telling him to run. He should have listened. He should have grabbed Cedric and the cup and gone back. He'd been too slow, too confused, too normal, and Cedric had died for it. Kill the spare. 2 words. Wormtail hadn't even hesitated. Green light, and Cedric was gone, and Harry had been tied to a headstone with Tom Riddle Sr.'s name on it while a sniveling rat-faced man carved into his arm and bled him into a cauldron and gave Lord Voldemort a body. Harry looked at the bandage on his forearm. The cut beneath it throbbed dully, almost in time with his pulse. They'd taken blood from him, his blood, specifically, the blood of the enemy, and used it to build Voldemort a new form. Which meant Voldemort was walking around right now in a body that was partly Harry's. The thought made his stomach lurch in a way that had nothing to do with nausea. Then the duel. If you could call it that, Voldemort toying with him, the Death Eaters laughing behind their masks, and Harry just trying to stay alive for 3 more seconds, 2 more seconds, 1 more. The Cruciatus Curse, like every nerve in his body catching fire simultaneously. The Imperius like drowning in honey. And then the Killing Curse. Harry frowned at the ceiling. That was where things got strange. Stranger than seeing magic, stranger than blowing out windows without trying. Because he remembered the Killing Curse coming at him, that rushing green light, faster than he could dodge, and he remembered thinking, this is it, this is where I die, with a clarity that felt almost peaceful. And then it had hit him. Not his wand. Not a shield. Him. It struck him square in the chest, and something happened. Something he didn't have language for. It was like being hit by a train and catching it at the same time. The curse slammed into him and met something, some barrier, some wall, something inside him that he'd never known was there, and the wall cracked. He'd felt it. An actual, physical sensation of fracture, like ice splitting on a frozen lake. A sound that wasn't a sound, more like a vibration in a frequency that only his bones could hear. And then Priori Incantatem had kicked in, and the ghost echoes of Voldemort's victims had poured out, and everything had been chaos, and Harry had grabbed Cedric's body and the cup and come back. But the crack. The fracture. Whatever had broken inside him when that curse hit, it was still broken. And something was leaking through. He held up his hand. Just his right hand, open-palmed, fingers spread. In the candlelight it looked perfectly ordinary. Skinny 15-year-old fingers, a smear of dirt under his thumbnail that Madame Pomfrey's cleaning charms had missed, the faint white lines of old scars from Aunt Petunia's rose bushes. But underneath, behind the skin, somehow, he could feel it. A current. A hum. Like holding his hand over a beehive the size of a planet. Every cell in his body was vibrating at a frequency that he was only now able to perceive, and the vibration was getting stronger. Had been getting stronger since the graveyard, hour by hour, so gradually that he kept second-guessing whether it was real. He closed his hand into a fist and shoved it under the blanket. "You should be sleeping," Madame Pomfrey said from across the room, not looking up from the potion she was decanting. "Can't. The dreamless sleep is right there on your bedside table." "I know." She looked up then, and her expression softened into something that made Harry's throat tight. Pity. He hated pity, but hers was the gentle kind, the kind that came from decades of patching up broken children and knowing that some breaks couldn't be mended with Skeelgrow, Mr. Potter. "Harry. What you went through tonight, no one should have to endure that. Least of all a 14-year-old boy. If you won't take the potion, at least try to rest your eyes." "I'm 15 now, actually," Harry said. "Birthday's not for 2 months, but I figure surviving Voldemort again ought to count for something." She flinched at the name. Everyone always flinched at the name. "Rest," she said firmly. "I'll be in my office if you need anything." She left, and the hospital wing was quiet again except for the soft snoring of a second-year 3 beds down who'd fallen off a moving staircase that afternoon. A lifetime ago. A different world, where the worst thing that could happen to you was a broken collarbone. Harry stared at the ceiling and counted the cracks again and lost count at 31 because he heard footsteps. 2 sets. Coming down the corridor outside the hospital wing, fast and hushed. He knew one of them by the sound alone, that long, slightly uneven stride that covered twice the ground of a normal walk. Dumbledore. The other was shorter-stepped, sharper, almost percussive. Snape. They stopped just outside the door. Harry closed his eyes and lay very still and listened. "Can't be certain, Albus." Snape's voice, barely above a whisper, but in the silent wing it carried like a shout. The diagnostic could be wrong. Magical cores fluctuate after trauma, you know this. They fluctuate, Severus. They do not quintuple. A pause. Harry kept his breathing slow and even. His core reading this evening was 712, Dumbledore said, and his voice had a quality Harry had never heard in it before. Something thin and stretched, like a wire about to snap. When the protections were put in place, his baseline was 8. A normal infant. The block was calibrated for 8. And you're saying the block is failing. The word came out clipped, almost bitten off. It's failing, Severus. 15 years, and it's failing. Harry's eyes were open now. He wasn't pretending to sleep anymore. He was staring at the dark ceiling and his heart was beating so hard he could feel it in his teeth. Block. The killing curse, Snape said slowly. When it struck him, yes. The impact, it shouldn't have been possible. The block was designed to absorb and redistribute excess magical energy. It should have handled the curse easily. But something about the combination, his blood in the Dark Lord's veins, the twin cores, the curse itself, it found a fault line. And now? Now what, Albus? Speak plainly for once in your interminable life. Another pause. Longer this time. When Dumbledore spoke again, his voice was so quiet that Harry had to strain to hear it, and he caught himself leaning toward the door without realizing he'd moved. Now approximately 4% of his true magical capacity is accessible, and the percentage is climbing. When I checked him an hour ago, the fracture in the block had widened measurably. At this rate, within a month, perhaps sooner, how much of his capacity? Severus. Dumbledore's voice cracked. Actually cracked, the way a human voice does when the person behind it is barely holding themselves together. I bound 99% of his magic when he was 15 months old. I did it because the prophecy, the full prophecy, the parts one have never shared, demanded it. What that boy is, what he has the potential to become, he is not simply a powerful wizard. He is something that has not existed in over 3,000 years, and there is a reason it has not existed, and I, Albus. I may have doomed us all by trying to save us. Silence. Harry was sitting up in bed now, blankets pooled around his waist, and the current under his skin was no longer a hum. It was a roar. A low, subsonic roar that was building in his chest like a wave gathering height before it broke. 99%. The words didn't make sense and made perfect sense at the same time. Every struggle, every spell that took him twice the effort it took anyone else, every time he'd felt magic straining against something invisible, like trying to sprint through waist-deep water, like trying to scream through a gag, he'd thought that was just how magic felt. He'd thought everyone felt that resistance, that friction, and he was simply worse at pushing through it than Hermione or Dumbledore or anyone else. But it wasn't friction. It was a wall. A wall that someone had built inside him when he was a baby, and that someone was standing 15 feet away, whispering about it to Severus Snape like it was a structural engineering problem. Harry threw the blankets off and swung his legs over the side of the bed. His bare feet hit the cold stone floor and the shock of it grounded him for half a second before the roaring surged again. The candles in the hospital wing flared. Not dramatically, they just grew an inch taller, burned a shade brighter. But every single one of them did it simultaneously, and Harry watched it happen with a detached awareness that yes, that was him, and no, he hadn't done it on purpose. He crossed the hospital wing in his bare feet and hospital pajamas, and the door swung open before he reached it. Not because he'd cast a spell. Because the castle let him through. He felt that too, felt Hogwarts like a living thing, ancient and vast and suddenly attentive, the way a sleeping dog lifts its head when it hears its name. Dumbledore and Snape were in the corridor. They turned as one when the door opened, and Harry saw two very different expressions arrange themselves on two very different faces. Snape went blank, that cold, practiced emptiness he wore like armor. Dumbledore went pale. Genuinely, visibly pale, and in the torchlight of the corridor his age showed in a way it usually didn't. He looked old. He looked frightened. Good, Harry thought, and was surprised by how clearly he thought it. 99%, Harry said. Dumbledore closed his eyes. Harry, 99% of my magic. You blocked 99% of my magic. When I was a baby. Harry, if you will allow me to explain, I've been fighting Voldemort with 1% of what I actually have. His voice was steady. He noted that with surprise, a distant, clinical surprise, as though he were observing himself from the outside. He'd expected to be shouting. He wasn't. The anger was there, vast and deep and very real, but it was running beneath something else. Something cold and clear and focused, like a river under ice. First year. The Philosopher's Stone. Second year, the Basilisk. Third year, 100 Dementors. The tournament. The graveyard. I've been doing all of that with 1%. It was necessary. Cedric is dead. The words came out flat. No drama, no accusation. Just a fact. Cedric Diggory was dead, and Harry had been fighting with a fraction of what he was, and maybe that wouldn't have changed anything and maybe it would have changed everything, but he'd never been given the choice to find out. If I'd had even a fraction more, you would have drawn the attention of every magical entity on this planet before your second birthday. Dumbledore's eyes were open now, and they were bright, and Harry realized with a start that the old man was crying. Not sobbing, not breaking down, just crying, the way old people sometimes do, as though the tears have their own schedule independent of the face they're falling from. Harry, you must understand. When the prophecy was made, the full prophecy, not the fragment that Tom Riddle heard, it spoke of a being of such magical magnitude that its very existence would reshape the fabric of magic itself. Not a powerful wizard. Not even a wizard at all, in any sense that the term has historically meant. Something else. Something that predates wizardry, predates wands, predates the very framework through which we understand magic. So you crippled me. I protected you. I protected the world. You don't get to make that choice for me. You were 15 months old. And I'm 15 years old now and you were still making it for me. You were standing outside this door talking about it like a levee that sprung a leak, like a bloody plumbing problem, and you were never going to tell me, were you? If I hadn't heard you just now, you'd have, what? Found a way to reinforce the block. Patched it up and sent me off to fight Voldemort with one hand tied behind my back for the rest of my life. The silence that followed told Harry everything he needed to know. You were, he said softly. That's exactly what you were going to do. Dumbledore's jaw worked. He looked at Snape, who was standing very still against the far wall with an expression that Harry couldn't read and wasn't sure he wanted to. Potter, Snape said, and his voice was strange, stripped of its usual contempt, almost careful. Regardless of your feelings about the headmaster's methods, the block exists for a reason. What you are becoming, what am I becoming? Snape looked at Dumbledore. Dumbledore looked at the floor. Tell me, Harry said. Someone tell me what I am, right now, or I swear, you are a Magus Day, Dumbledore whispered. The words hung in the corridor like smoke. Harry had never heard the term before, but something deep in his chest responded to it, a resonance, like a tuning fork struck against the frequency of his own bones. The roaring beneath his skin surged, and for a moment the torches along the entire corridor blazed white and the stone floor hummed and he felt, not power, exactly. Or not just power. He felt connection. To the castle, to the magic threaded through its walls, to the earth beneath the foundations, to something vast and borderless and impossibly deep that existed behind everything, under everything, through everything, and it was pulling at him like a tide. Then the moment passed, and the torches returned to normal, and Harry was just a skinny teenager in pajamas standing barefoot in a cold corridor with wet eyes and shaking hands. Translate, he said hoarsely. God of magic, Dumbledore said. The literal, inadequate, terrifying translation is God of magic. Harry stared at him. The last known Magus Day existed over 3,000 years ago, Dumbledore continued, and now the words were coming faster, tumbling out as though a dam had broken, as though, having started telling the truth, he couldn't stop. Very little is known with certainty. The magical histories that survive from that era are fragmentary and largely mythologized. But what is consistent across every source, Babylonian, Egyptian, Proto-Celtic, Chinese, is that a Magus Day is not merely a witch or wizard of extraordinary power. They are a nexus point. A living conduit through which the fundamental force of magic itself flows. They do not use magic. They are magic. In a very literal, very real sense, they are the closest thing this world produces to a divine being. And you put a cork in it, Harry said. I did what I thought was right. You did what you thought was safe. For everyone except me. Dumbledore flinched. It was small, barely visible, but Harry saw it, and he tucked the observation away in a part of himself that was growing colder and harder by the minute. The block is failing, Harry said. It wasn't a question. Yes. Can you stop it? I don't know. Possibly. If I were to reconstruct the binding with, I didn't ask if you could rebuild it. I asked if you could stop the failing. Because those are different things, Professor. Stopping the failure means fixing your wall. And I'm asking you, I'm standing here asking you, for once in my life being given the option, whether you can stop what's happening to me. He watched Dumbledore carefully. The old man's face went through a series of micro-expressions that Harry wouldn't have caught a day ago but now read like a book: calculation, grief, guilt, fear, hope, and underneath all of it, a deep and abiding weariness. No, Dumbledore said finally. Not without rebuilding the block entirely, which would require your cooperation and a ritual of considerable, then don't. Snape made a sound. Not quite a word, not quite a breath, something strangled and involuntary. Potter, you cannot possibly, I said don't. Harry looked at Snape, and something in his gaze must have been different, because Snape stopped talking mid-sentence. Just stopped, like a recording that had been paused. I've spent my entire life, wondering why everything was so hard. Why a simple summoning charm took me weeks when Hermione got it in an afternoon. Why I had to throw everything I had at a Patronus while other people I thought I was mediocre. I thought I survived all that stuff through luck and other people's help and sheer bloody stubbornness, and maybe I did, but now I find out that I was doing it all with 1%, and you want to put the block back. His voice had risen. Not to a shout, to something worse. Something quiet and intense and edged with a vibration that made the stones in the walls sing faintly in sympathy. Voldemort is out there right now, Harry said. He's got a body, he's got followers, and he's got my blood in his veins. Cedric is dead. More people are going to die. And you want to take the only advantage I might actually have and lock it away again because you're afraid of what I might become? Harry. Dumbledore's voice was barely audible. The last Magus Day destroyed an entire civilization. I'm not the last Magus Day. I'm Harry Potter. And I'm telling you, not asking you, telling you, the block comes off. All of it. Whatever I am, I'd rather face it with my eyes open than have it blow up in my face because you tried to keep the lid on a pot that's already boiling over. Another silence. This one stretched long enough that Harry became aware of the castle around them again, the breathing dark of the corridors, the distant creak of moving staircases, and underneath it all, that vast golden lattice of wards that pulsed like a heartbeat. His heartbeat, he realized. The castle's magic was sinking to his pulse. Or his pulse was sinking to the castle's magic. He wasn't sure there was a difference. I cannot, in good conscience, help you dismantle it, Dumbledore said at last. But I do not think I could stop it now even if I tried. The fracture is self-propagating. The more magic leaks through, the faster the block degrades. It is, as you said, a pot boiling over. My concern is not whether the block will fail, it will. My concern is what happens when it does. That's my problem. It is everyone's problem, Potter, Snape cut in, and his voice had recovered some of its old edge, though it was tempered now with something almost like respect. Almost. You are talking about becoming the most powerful magical entity on the planet. Perhaps the most powerful in 3 millennia. The Dark Lord will feel it. The Ministry will respond. Every magical government, every dark creature, everything that feeds on magical power will be drawn to you like moths to a flame. This is not a matter of personal choice. This is survival, Harry finished. Yeah. I know what survival looks like, Professor. I've been doing it since I was 1 year old. He turned away from both of them and walked back through the hospital wing doors. His feet were freezing against the stone. He barely felt it. The hospital wing was the same as he'd left it, candles burning low, the second year snoring softly, the reinforced windows letting in thin strips of moonlight. Harry walked past his bed, past the bedside table with its untouched file of dreamless sleep, to the far end of the wing where a door led out to a small balcony overlooking the grounds. The door was locked. It opened for him anyway. The night air hit him like cold water and he gasped, bracing his hands on the stone railing. Below, the Hogwarts grounds stretched out in silver and shadow, the lake a sheet of dark glass, the forbidden forest a wall of black, the distant mountains jagged against a sky thick with stars. Beautiful. He'd always thought so. But tonight it was more than beautiful. Tonight he could see the magic. It was everywhere. The lake glowed with it, a deep, slow pulse of blue-green light that came from whatever ancient enchantments kept the giant squid alive and the merpeople hidden. The forest was a riot of color, threads and clouds and bursts of magic in every shade he could name and several he couldn't, tangled together in a living tapestry that shifted and breathed with the movement of the creatures inside. The Whomping Willow was a knot of angry red energy, tight and coiled and defensive even in sleep. Hagrid's cabin had a warm amber glow, not magic exactly, but love, or something so close to love that Harry couldn't tell the difference. And above it all, threading through everything like the bloodstream of the world itself, was the raw force. Not a color. Not a light. Something deeper than light, something that existed before light did, a fundamental presence that Harry was only now able to perceive because the wall inside him had cracked and he could finally see through the gap. Magic. Not spells, not charms, not hexes or curses or enchantments. Magic. The thing itself. The source code. The operating system of reality. And it was looking back at him. That was the only way to describe the sensation. The magic, the raw, ambient, world-permeating force of magic, was aware of him. Not intelligently, not like a person or a creature. More like the way a river is aware of a stone, or the way a fire is aware of oxygen. He was something it responded to. Something it wanted to flow through. Harry held out his right hand, palm up, and watched. It started as a flicker. A tiny spark of white gold light, no bigger than a firefly, that materialized an inch above his palm. He hadn't summoned it. He hadn't cast a spell or spoken a word or even consciously directed his will. The magic just came. Like water flowing downhill. Like air rushing into a vacuum. The spark grew. It coiled and expanded, spinning lazily above his palm, and as Harry watched, it began to take shape, not any shape he was directing, but a form that seemed to emerge organically from the energy itself. A spiral. A double helix. A fractal pattern of recursive, self-similar complexity that was simultaneously the most beautiful and the most terrifying thing he had ever seen. He could feel it, not just in his hand, but in his whole body. The connection. The block inside him had cracked, and through that crack, the full force of his magical nature was beginning to seep in, and it was vast. Incomprehensibly vast. What he was feeling now, this current, this hum, this roaring, was 4%. 4% of what he actually was, and it was already more raw power than he'd ever felt from anyone or anything, including Dumbledore, including Voldemort. What would 100% feel like? The thought should have been frightening. It wasn't. It was clarifying. Like putting on glasses for the first time, except instead of the physical world coming into focus, it was himself. His own nature. His own potential. The thing he'd been feeling at the edges of his consciousness for as long as he could remember, that frustrated, restless sense that he was more than what he appeared to be, that there was something just out of reach if he could only stretch far enough to grab it. It wasn't anxiety. It wasn't adolescent angst. It was a god trying to wake up inside a boy. The spiral of light above his palm pulsed once, twice, and then dissolved into a shower of sparks that drifted down like snow and vanished before they touched the stone. Harry lowered his hand. Behind him, a throat cleared. He didn't jump. A day ago he would have. But something had shifted in his awareness, some expansion of his sensory range that he hadn't consciously activated, and he'd known she was there before she made a sound. "Hermione," he said, without turning around. "How did you, never mind." "Harry, I heard about, Mrs. Weasley sent an owl, and Ron's mum talked to Dumbledore, and, Harry, I'm so sorry about Cedric." He turned then. She was in her dressing gown with her hair in a wild halo around her face and her eyes red-rimmed, and she looked like she'd been crying and then stopped crying and then run all the way from Gryffindor Tower. Which, knowing Hermione, was probably exactly what had happened. "How'd you get into the hospital wing?" he asked. "I told Madame Pomfrey I was having a panic attack and needed a calming draft. She let me in and went to brew one. I have about 4 minutes." Despite everything, the graveyard, the block, the impossible light show he just conducted with his bare hand, Harry felt something warm loosen in his chest. This was Hermione. She lied to authority figures for him. She always had. "Harry, what happened? And I don't mean the tournament Mrs. Weasley told us about V. Voldemort coming back, and Cedric, and the graveyard. I mean what happened just now. I was in the common room and I felt, everyone felt it. This pulse. Like the castle shivered. Neville's plant exploded. Seamus's eyebrows caught fire again, but he wasn't even doing magic. And the paintings, Harry, the paintings all turned to look in the same direction. Toward the hospital wing. Harry stared at her. "That was you, wasn't it?" she said. It wasn't a question. "Yeah," he said. "I think so. What's happening to you?" He looked at her, really looked at her, his best friend, the person who had believed him about the Philosopher's Stone when no one else did, who had brewed an illegal potion in a bathroom at age 12, who had punched Draco Malfoy in the face, and made a decision. "Come here," he said, and nodded toward the balcony railing. "This is going to take a minute and you're going to want to be sitting down, except there's nowhere to sit, so just, hold on to the railing." She came. She held the railing. And Harry told her. All of it. The killing curse hitting him and the crack he'd felt. The magic he could see now, layered over everything. Dumbledore and Snape in the corridor. 99%. Magus Day. He told her in a rush, not organized, not chronological, just the way it came out, fragments and details and feelings all tumbled together. Hermione listened without interrupting, which was how Harry knew she was truly frightened, because Hermione always interrupted. When he finished, the silence on the balcony was thick enough to touch. 99%, Hermione whispered. "Yeah. Harry, that's, the mathematics of that alone. If your magical core at 1% was strong enough to produce a corporeal Patronus at age 13, then at full capacity you'd be." She stopped. Her mouth worked silently for a moment, and Harry could almost see the calculations happening behind her eyes. "That's not possible. A Patronus requires a minimum core strength of about 40 on the Chadwick scale. You produced one at age 13 with a core that was reading at most, 8 or 9, given normal growth from the baseline Dumbledore mentioned. Which means your effective core, the 1%, was already 5 times the minimum. Which means your actual core is 500 times the minimum. Harry, that's not a number that exists on any scale I've ever read about. The strongest wizard ever recorded was Merlin, at 312. You'd be, more. By orders of magnitude. Her voice was faint. Harry. You'd be more than any wizard who has ever lived. Not a wizard, he said quietly. That's what Dumbledore said. Not a wizard at all. A Magus Dei. A god of magic. Hermione's grip on the railing tightened until her knuckles went white. She was staring at him with an expression he'd never seen on her face before, not fear, not awe, but something in between. Something complicated and fierce and deeply, fundamentally Hermione. Right, she said. Right. Okay. I need the library. A laugh burst out of Harry, raw and unexpected and slightly hysterical. Hermione. It's 2 a.m. The restricted section will be empty, which is actually ideal because I'll need access to, Hermione. The Premerlinic texts, there's a whole shelf of Babylonian magical theory that nobody ever touches, and if there's any documentation of a previous Magus Dei then, Hermione. She stopped. Looked at him. And he saw the moment her composure cracked, just a little, just enough to let through the scared girl underneath the brilliant, relentless mind. You're still you, right? She asked, and her voice was small in a way it almost never was. Under all of this. You're still Harry. He reached out and took her hand. It was cold. His was warm, warmer than usual, actually, as though the magic leaking through the crack was running hot. I'm still me, he said. I'm just, more me. More me than I've ever been allowed to be. She squeezed his hand hard and nodded once, sharply, the way she did when she'd made a decision. Then I need the library, she said again, and you need to rest, and tomorrow, today, technically, we need to find Ron and tell him before he hears it from someone else and has a fit. And Harry? Yeah. If Dumbledore put this block on you, if he's known about this your whole life and never told you, then we can't trust him. Not completely. Not anymore. I'm sorry. I know you, I know, Harry said. I already know. She looked at him for a long moment, then pulled her hand free and straightened her dressing gown with the air of a general preparing for battle. Madame Pomfrey's going to come back with that calming draft any moment. I'll take it and make my excuses and go to the restricted section. You go back to bed and pretend to sleep even if you can't actually sleep. Don't blow out any more windows. And Harry, she paused at the balcony door. The thing you did. With the light. Over your hand. I saw it through the window on my way in. It was. Terrifying. Beautiful, she said. Terrifying, yes. But beautiful first. She disappeared back into the hospital wing, and Harry heard her intercepting Madame Pomfrey with a flawless performance of post-panic attack gratitude that would have made any actress jealous. He turned back to the railing. The grounds of Hogwarts spread out before him, silver and shadow and alive with magic he could finally see. The lake pulsed. The forest breathed. The castle hummed around him like a living heart. And somewhere out there, connected to him by blood and prophecy and a scar that had been burning steadily for hours, Voldemort was alive and whole and building his army. Planning his war. Savoring his return. Believing, with the absolute confidence of a man who had never encountered anything he couldn't dominate, that Harry Potter was a moderately talented teenager who'd gotten lucky too many times. Harry closed his eyes. Opened them. Held out his hand. The magic came. Not a trickle, not a spark, a flood. It poured into his open palm like liquid light, spiraling up his arm, racing through his veins, and for one blazing moment he felt the full shape of the block inside him, felt it like a dam across a river, cracked and groaning and straining against a pressure that was building and building and building with no intention of stopping. 4% now. Maybe 5 by morning. The crack was widening on its own, the dam was failing, and behind it was an ocean. Harry closed his hand. The light went out. He stood on the balcony in the dark and the cold and breathed. Okay, he said to no one. To himself. To the magic that was listening. Okay. He went back inside. He lay down on the hospital bed. He did not take the dreamless sleep. He stared at the ceiling and counted the cracks. 47 in the plaster. One in himself. And through that one crack, a new world was pouring in. By morning, the crack had become a fissure, and 4% had become 6. Harry woke to sunlight streaming through the repaired windows and a feeling in his body like standing in a warm current, not unpleasant, but impossible to ignore. He lay still for a moment, taking stock. The magical overlay was still there, the glowing web of enchantments layered over the hospital wing, the golden pulse of the castle wards, the tiny sparks of ambient magic that drifted through the air like dust motes. If anything, it was more vivid than last night. More detailed. He could see individual spell components now, could distinguish between the charms that kept the beds clean and the ones that monitored patient vital signs and the subtle, almost invisible ward that prevented anyone from operating in or out. He sat up, and every candle in the wing flared to life. Madame Pomfrey, who had been dozing at her desk across the room, jerked awake with a startled oath and nearly fell out of her chair. "Sorry," Harry said. "Mr. Potter, how?" She stared at the candles, then at him, then at the candles again. Those were extinguished. They can only be relit with the specific incantation, I know. Sorry. I didn't mean to. She looked at him with an expression that was trying very hard to be professional and not quite managing it. The headmaster left instructions that you're to be released this morning. Your friends are waiting outside. Harry swung his legs over the bed and reached for his clothes. As he dressed, the t-shirt and jeans he'd been wearing under his tournament robes, laundered by the house elves overnight, he felt the magic in the fabric. There wasn't much, just trace enchantments from the washing process, but he could feel it the way you feel the texture of cloth against skin. A new sense. A sixth sense that was rapidly becoming as natural as sight or hearing. He pushed through the hospital wing doors and found Ron and Hermione waiting in the corridor. Ron looked terrible. Pale, with dark circles under his eyes and the pinched expression he got when he was scared and trying to pretend he wasn't. Hermione looked exhausted but wired, the way she always looked after an all-night study session, and she was carrying 3 books so heavy they were warping her bag. "Mate," Ron said, and his voice cracked, and then he was hugging Harry, tight, fierce, wordless, and Harry hugged him back and for a few seconds the roaring beneath his skin quieted to something almost gentle. "Hermione told me," Ron said into Harry's shoulder. "All of it. And mate, I don't even know what to, a god of magic. Apparently." Ron pulled back and looked at him, really looked, searching his face for something. Whatever he found seemed to satisfy him, because he nodded once and his jaw set in a way that reminded Harry powerfully of Mrs. Weasley preparing for a fight. "Right," Ron said. "Okay. So. What do we need to do?" Harry blinked. He'd been bracing himself, not for rejection, Ron was past that after last year, but for fear. For the careful distance that people put between themselves and things they didn't understand. Instead, Ron was standing there with his fists clenched and his chin up, looking for all the world like someone who'd just been given a mission briefing and was ready to deploy. "That's it?" Harry said. "No questions?" "No, are you sure, or maybe we should let Dumbledore handle it?" "Dumbledore's been handling it for 14 years and you nearly died in a graveyard last night, so no, I don't think we should let Dumbledore handle it." "What do we need to do?" Harry looked at Hermione. She gave him a tiny smile that said told you so. "Breakfast," Harry said. "I'm starving." And then Hermione's going to tell us what she found in the library, because I know she went to the library. "I went to the library," Hermione confirmed. "Harry, you're not going to believe what I found." They walked to the Great Hall together. Harry was aware, as they moved through the corridors, that the castle was responding to him. Not dramatically, the walls weren't bowing, the suits of armor weren't saluting, but subtly. Doors that should have been locked were slightly ajar. Staircases that should have been mid-swing were stationary, aligned perfectly with their route. The torches burned a little brighter as he passed and dimmed again behind him, as though the castle's attention was a spotlight tracking his movement. Ron noticed. Harry saw him clock it, the doors, the stairs, the torches, and watched the realization settle across his best friend's face. "That's new," Ron said carefully. "Yeah. Is the castle following you around?" "More like, making room for me. I think." "Hermione, there's a whole chapter on the relationship between Magi Day and magical structures in Pre-Merlinic foundations of magical architecture," Hermione said, already reaching for her bag. "Apparently, highly magical buildings develop a form of semi-sentience over centuries, and in the presence of a sufficiently powerful magical being, I'll explain over breakfast. The short version is yes, Hogwarts is aware of you, and it's been waiting for someone like you for a very long time." They reached the Great Hall. The doors swung open without being touched, and this time, Harry felt it happen. Felt the castle's magic flex like a muscle, the ancient enchantments on the doors recognizing him not as a student but as something else, something older and more fundamental than the Four Houses and a headmaster system that had governed this place for 1,000 years. The hall was half full. Students eating breakfast, talking, existing in the ordinary morning chaos of a magical school. Several of them looked up when Harry walked in. He wasn't sure what they saw. He wasn't doing anything. He was just walking, in his jeans and t-shirt, with his two best friends flanking him. But conversation stuttered. Forks paused. The enchanted ceiling, which had been showing a pleasant May morning, actually rippled, like the surface of a pond when something large moves beneath it. Harry ignored all of it. He sat down at the Gryffindor table, reached for the toast, and looked at Hermione. "Talk to me." She pulled the first book from her bag, a massive, leather-bound tome that smelled of dust and age and magic so old it had faded to a whisper. "The term Magus Day appears in 7 separate Pre-Merlinic sources," she said, keeping her voice low enough that only Harry and Ron could hear. "The earliest is a Sumerian tablet from approximately 3100 BCE, which describes an entity called, I'm paraphrasing from the Akkadian, the one through whom the river of power flows without end. The next is an Egyptian papyrus from the Middle Kingdom period that references a child born of mortal flesh who carries the seed of Heka itself. Heka being the Egyptian concept of magical force as a fundamental aspect of creation, not just a tool." "Hermione," Ron said gently. "Less history, more, what does this mean for Harry right now?" She took a breath. "Right. Okay. Here's what matters. Every source agrees on 3 things. First, a Magus Day is born, not made. It's not a skill you learn or a power you acquire. It's a fundamental aspect of what you are, written into your magical DNA, or whatever the magical equivalent of DNA is, from conception. Second, a Magus Day doesn't just use magic. They exist as a living conduit for the force of magic itself. They are, in a very real sense, the point where magic and humanity intersect. Third," she hesitated. Looked at Harry. Something in her expression shifted. "Third, a Magus Day's power has no theoretical upper limit. Every other magical being, witches, wizards, Vila, dragons, phoenixes, they all have a ceiling. A maximum amount of magical energy they can channel. A Magus Day doesn't. The more the block comes off, Harry, the more power you'll have access to. And there's no top. There's no point where it levels off. It just keeps going." Ron had stopped chewing his toast. "No upper limit," he repeated. "As in, infinite? As in the sources don't have a word for what comes after, immeasurable, so they just used divine." The 3 of them sat in silence for a moment. Around them, the great hall buzzed with ordinary noise, clinking cutlery, laughter, the flutter of owls arriving with the morning post. Normal life. Harry watched it all and felt the distance growing, not between himself and his friends, but between himself and the assumption of normality that the whole world was built on. He wasn't normal. He had never been normal. And now, for the first time, he understood that not normal didn't mean broken, or cursed, or unlucky. It meant something else entirely. Something that didn't have a word because the last person it applied to had lived 3,000 years before the English language existed. "There's one more thing," Hermione said, and her voice was very quiet now. "The last documented Magus Day. The Sumerian one." The tablets describe his awakening in terms that are, honestly, they read like a natural disaster. Earthquakes. Rivers changing course. The sky turning colors. And then, she paused. Swallowed. And then he apparently destroyed the city of Eridu and everyone in it. Dumbledore mentioned that, Harry said flatly. The tablets say he went mad. That the power consumed him. But Harry, she leaned forward, and her eyes were bright with that particular fire that meant she'd found something everyone else had missed. I don't think that's what happened. The tablets are written by his enemies. Of course they said he went mad. That's what people always say about power they can't control or understand. I found a different account, fragmentary, barely legible, written by someone who was apparently with the Magus Day. And it tells a very different story. What story? That he didn't destroy Eridu because he went mad. He destroyed it because the city's ruling council tried to bind him. They were afraid of what he was, so they attempted a ritual to control him, to put him in a cage made of magic. And when they did, she gestured vaguely, encompassing the concept of an entire city being wiped from existence. He didn't lose control. He made a choice. A terrible one, but a sane one. They tried to cage a god and the god said no. Harry set down his toast. His appetite was gone, replaced by something complicated, a mixture of recognition and dread that sat in his stomach like a stone. They tried to cage him, he said slowly. And he destroyed them. Yes. And Dumbledore put a cage on me when I was 15 months old. The implication hung between them like a blade. I'm not going to destroy Hogwarts, Harry said, and he said it firmly, not because he needed to convince Ron and Hermione but because he needed to hear himself say it. I'm not going to destroy anything. I'm going to find Voldemort, and I'm going to end this, and I'm going to do it without turning into the thing Dumbledore is afraid of. That's the plan. Works for me, Ron said, and took another bite of toast. Harry looked at his best friend, the casual courage of him, the absolute refusal to treat Harry like a bomb that might go off, and felt something fierce and grateful in his chest. Okay, Harry said. So the block is at, I think maybe 94% now. I can feel it degrading. By the time we come back in September, you'll be substantially more powerful than any living wizard, Hermione said matter-of-factly. Right. Harry picked up his toast again. Took a bite. Chewed. Swallowed. Well. Better make sure I pass my OWLS then. Wouldn't want to be a god with bad marks. Ron choked on his pumpkin juice. Hermione pressed her lips together in a way that meant she was trying very, very hard not to laugh. And underneath the table, out of sight, the fingers of Harry's right hand glowed faintly gold for just a moment before he closed his fist and the light went out. The Morning Post arrived with a storm of wings and scattered feathers. A copy of the Daily Prophet landed in front of Hermione, and she unfolded it to find the headline Harry had been expecting since he woke up. Boy who lived claims Dark Lord returns, Ministry denies. He read it upside down and felt nothing. Not anger, not frustration, not the helpless fury he'd always felt when the Prophet printed lies about him. Just, clarity. The Ministry was going to deny Voldemort's return. Fudge was going to call him a liar. The machine was going to grind on in its predictable, cowardly way, because that's what machines did. And none of it mattered. Not anymore. Not because Harry was above it, he wasn't, but because the game had changed so fundamentally that the Ministry's opinion was about as relevant as a weather vane in a hurricane. They'll come for you, Hermione said, reading the article rapidly. Fudge will try to discredit you. There's already language in here about attention-seeking behavior and unverified claims. They'll use the Prophet, they'll use the Wisengamot, they'll, let them, Harry said. Something in his voice made both Ron and Hermione look up. Let them try, he said, and smiled, and it was not the smile of a boy who was scared of what was coming. It was the smile of someone who had just realized, for the first time in his life, that the things he'd been afraid of were afraid of him. He stood up from the table. The great hall was full now, every seat taken, hundreds of students eating and talking and living their ordinary lives. Harry looked out over all of them, Gryffindor, Hufflepuff, Ravenclaw, Slytherin, and felt the weight of what he was settling onto his shoulders like a mantle. Not a burden. A responsibility. I'm going for a walk, he said. Meet me by the lake in an hour. Harry, Hermione started. I need to think. And I need to test something. Just an hour. I'll be fine. He left the great hall, and behind him, the enchanted ceiling rippled again, and for just a moment, so brief that only a few people noticed, and none of them could agree afterward on what they'd seen, the painted sky blazed with light. Harry walked through the castle and out onto the grounds. The morning was bright and clean, the kind of May morning that felt like a promise, and the magic in the air was so vivid and alive that he could practically taste it, ozone and honey and something else, something green and growing and impossibly old. He walked down to the lake. Stood at the edge. Looked out over the dark water and felt the magic within it, the ancient enchantments humming in the deep. Then he held out his hand, both hands this time, palms up, arms spread, and he reached. Not outward. Inward. Toward the block. Toward the crack. Toward the ocean of power that was pressing against the dam inside him with a force that was patient and relentless and utterly, terrifyingly his own. He touched the crack. Felt its edges. Felt the magic pouring through it, a torrent now, not a trickle, more every hour, more every minute. He could feel the block around it, Dumbledore's work, intricate and powerful and built with genuine skill and genuine love and genuine terror. 15 years of containment. 15 years of diminishment. Harry pressed his will against the crack, and pushed. The block shuddered. The crack widened. And the magic came flooding in. The surface of the lake erupted. Not violently, beautifully. A column of water rose 30 feet into the air and hung there, spinning slowly, catching the sunlight in 1,000 prismatic refractions. The grass around Harry's feet grew 6 inches in a second, lush and impossibly green. The air filled with sparks, not fire, not light, but magic, visible and tangible and warm, swirling around him in a vortex that lifted his hair and pressed his clothes against his body and made the very atoms of the world around him sing. Harry stood in the center of it all with his arms spread and his eyes closed and his head tilted back, and he laughed. Not because it was funny. Because it was him. This was what he was. This was what he'd always been, hidden behind a wall he didn't build and couldn't see, and now the wall was cracking and the truth was pouring in, and it was terrifying and glorious and right. The column of water dissolved into mist. The sparks faded. The grass settled. Harry lowered his arms and opened his eyes and found that his hands were shaking. 7%. Maybe 8. The crack was bigger now, and it wasn't going to stop. He looked down at his reflection in the lake. Same face. Same scar. Same green eyes behind round glasses. Same Harry. But not the same. Never the same again. Okay, he said softly, to the lake and the sky and the magic that permeated everything. Let's see what we can do. And somewhere far away, in a cold and darkened room, Lord Voldemort sat bolt upright and pressed his hand to his scarless forehead and felt, for the first time since his resurrection, something that he did not recognize because he had never felt it before. It was fear. Chapter 2, Unbound. The Hogwarts Express pulled into King's Cross on a grey Tuesday afternoon, and Harry stepped onto platform 9 3/4 feeling like a man walking back into a cage he'd already outgrown. The last 3 days at Hogwarts had been strange. After his display at the lake, which half the school had seen from various windows and which the other half had heard about within the hour, people had started watching him. Not the usual watching, the "oh look it's Harry Potter" watching he'd endured since he was 11. This was different. This was the way people watch a storm front building on the horizon. Fascination braided with unease. He didn't care. That was the revelation of those 3 days. He simply, genuinely did not care what people thought about what they'd seen. The energy he used to spend worrying about rumors and whispers and sideways glances, that energy had been freed up, redirected, absorbed into the growing flood of magic that was reshaping him from the inside out. 9% now. He could feel it climbing. The Dursleys were waiting on the other side of the barrier. Uncle Vernon stood with his meaty arms crossed and his face already the shade of raw beef that meant he'd been kept waiting. Aunt Petunia stood beside him, thin-lipped and rigid, her eyes darting around the station with the trapped animal expression she always wore in the vicinity of anything magical. Dudley was absent, probably in the car, too absorbed in whatever electronic device he'd bullied Vernon into buying to bother with the pickup. Harry walked toward them, trunk rolling behind him, Hedwig's cage balanced on top. Ron and Hermione had said goodbye on the train. Ron had hugged him again, twice in 1 week, practically a record, and Hermione had pressed a folded piece of parchment into his hand containing a reading list of 17 books she wanted him to request from the Hogwarts library by owl. "Keep your head down," she'd said on the platform, and then immediately caught herself. "Actually, no. Don't. I don't know why I said that. Do whatever you need to do." "That's more like it," Ron had said. Now Harry stood in front of the Dursleys, and Vernon was already talking. "Took your bloody time. Car's in a loading zone, and if I get a ticket because of your nonsense, we need to talk when we get to the house," Harry said. Something in his voice, or something in his presence, he wasn't sure which, made Vernon stop mid-sentence. The big man's mouth stayed open for a beat, then closed with a click of teeth. He looked at Harry, and Harry watched confusion flicker across his uncle's face, the dim recognition that something was different about his nephew without the framework to understand what. "Get in the car," Vernon said, but it came out uncertain instead of commanding. Harry got in the car. Dudley was indeed in the back seat, face lit by a handheld game, and he looked up when Harry slid in beside him and flinched. Actually flinched, pressing himself against the far door. "What's wrong with you?" Dudley said. His voice was wary rather than hostile. "An improvement, technically." "Nothing's wrong with me," Harry said. For the first time, actually. The drive to Little Whinging took 45 minutes. Harry spent it staring out the window, but he wasn't seeing the motorway. He was seeing the magic. London was alive with it. Not the dense, layered enchantments of Hogwarts, this was wilder, thinner, scattered. Ley lines running beneath the road like buried rivers of light. Pockets of old magic clinging to churches and bridges and ancient trees. The faint shimmer of concealment charms over what had to be magical businesses and homes, invisible to Muggles, visible to Harry as bubbles of warped light tucked between ordinary buildings. He saw the leaky cauldron as they passed through central London, or rather, he saw its magical signature, a warm amber glow wedged between a bookshop and a record store, pulsing gently like a heartbeat. And beneath it all, running through everything, the raw current. The source. Magic itself, the fundamental force, flowing through the world like blood through a body. He could feel it responding to him even through the car's metal frame, a subtle gravitational pull, as though the magic of London was leaning toward him the way sunflowers lean toward the sun. They reached Privet Drive. The car pulled into the driveway of number 4. Harry got out, retrieved his trunk and Hedwig's cage from the boot, and stood on the pavement for a long moment, looking at the house he'd grown up in. He could see the blood wards. They were beautiful, in a terrible way. A dome of deep red gold light that covered the entire property, house, garden, driveway, the strip of lawn Uncle Vernon mowed with religious precision every Saturday. The light was dense at the base and thinner at the apex, and it pulsed with a slow rhythm that Harry recognized after a moment as his own heartbeat. His blood. His mother's sacrifice. Dumbledore had taken that sacrifice and woven it into a protective shell that had kept Harry safe from magical attack for 14 years. Except Harry could see now, could feel now, that the wards weren't just protecting him. They were feeding on him. Drawing a tiny but constant stream of magical energy from his core to sustain themselves, siphoning off what little power leaked through the block to maintain the barrier. He'd always felt drained at Privet Drive, always felt more tired and flat and gray here than anywhere else. He'd assumed it was depression. It was parasitism. Inside, Vernon grunted. Now. Harry walked through the front door. Set his trunk in the hallway. Placed Hedwig's cage on the stairs. Then he turned and faced the three Dursleys, who were clustered in the entrance hall with the vaguely cornered expressions of people who sensed that the dynamic had shifted but couldn't articulate how. "I'm not staying," Harry said. Vernon's face began its journey toward purple. "Now you listen here, the wards on this house, the protections that keep me safe from Voldemort, I can see them now. I can see exactly how they work. I can also see that they're draining my magic to sustain themselves, which isn't something Dumbledore mentioned when he left me on your doorstep, but that's a conversation for another time." He kept his voice even, almost conversational. "I'm going to fix the wards. Make them self-sustaining instead of parasitic. Then I'm going to leave. You'll do no such, Uncle Vernon." Harry didn't raise his voice. He didn't need to. The air in the hallway shifted, a change in pressure, a thickening of atmosphere, as though something very large had drawn a breath and was holding it. The light bulb in the ceiling fixture flared bright, then brighter, then settled into a steady glow that was twice its normal wattage. Dudley pressed himself against the wall. Petunia went white. Vernon, to his credit, held his ground, though his hands were shaking. "I have been sleeping in a cupboard and then a bedroom with bars on the window and then a bedroom with a cat flap in the door in this house since I was 15 months old, Harry said. "You have starved me and locked me up and told me I was worthless and let your son use me as a punching bag. I am not going to hurt you. I am not going to threaten you. I am going to fix the protections on this house so that they work without me being here, and then I am going to walk out that door and you will never have to see me again. That is the best possible outcome for everyone in this hallway. Do we understand each other?" Nobody spoke. Dudley's game made a tiny electronic death sound in the silence. "Good," Harry said. He walked past them, through the kitchen, and out the back door into the garden. The blood wards were even more vivid out here, the dome of red gold light arching overhead against the gray sky. Harry stood in the center of the lawn and looked at them, really looked, the way Hermione looked at a complex arithmancy equation, tracing the logic, understanding the structure. It took him about 30 seconds. The wards were elegant but inefficient. Dumbledore had built them in a hurry, probably, a desperate, grieving man standing on a doorstep in the middle of the night with a baby and a letter and the knowledge that the most dangerous dark wizard in history wanted that baby dead. He'd anchored the wards to Harry's blood, to the shared blood between Harry and Petunia, and he'd set them to draw power from Harry's core because at the time Harry's core was bound and a tiny bleed-through was all that was available. It was a brilliant piece of work given the constraints. It was also, Harry now realized, completely unnecessary. The blood connection was the key. The love sacrifice was the engine. But neither of those things required Harry to be here. The sacrifice existed in Petunia's blood regardless of Harry's physical location. The wards just needed a better power source. Harry reached out, not with his hands but with his will, with the magic that was surging through him at 9% and climbing, and touched the ward structure. It responded immediately, the red gold light flaring at the point of contact, recognizing him the way the Hogwarts doors had recognized him. He was the source. The wards were extensions of his magic. Of course they knew him. He unpicked the power draw connections first. Gentle, careful, like removing stitches from a wound. The constant drain on his core ceased, and he felt the difference immediately, a lightness, a clarity, as though someone had been standing on his chest for 14 years and had just stepped off. Then he rewove the power structure. Instead of drawing from Harry's core, he anchored the wards to the ley line he could see running beneath Privet Drive, a modest one, nothing like the rivers of power under Hogwarts, but more than sufficient to sustain a set of household protections. He threaded the connection through the blood bond, keyed it to Petunia's DNA signature, and set the wards to self-repair and self-sustain indefinitely. It took him 30 seconds. Maybe less. The dome of red gold light pulsed once, brighter than before, steadier, and settled into a calm, even glow that no longer matched Harry's heartbeat. It had its own rhythm now. Independent. Self-sufficient. Better. Harry looked at his work and felt a distant amazement that had nothing to do with ego. 3 days ago he couldn't have done this. 3 days ago he couldn't have seen this. The block was crumbling, and every percentage point that fell away didn't just add power, it added understanding. He wasn't learning magic. He was remembering it, the way you remember a language you spoke fluently as a child and forgot. The knowledge was already there, written into whatever he was. It just needed the cage to come off before it could surface. He went back inside. The Dursleys hadn't moved from the entrance hall. All three of them stared at him as he walked through the kitchen and picked up his trunk and Hedwig's cage. "The wards are fixed," he said. "You're protected. Voldemort or any of his followers come near this house, they'll bounce off like flies off a windshield. You don't need me here for it to work anymore." "Where will you go?" Petunia asked. Harry stopped. Looked at his aunt. She was asking because she was afraid, not for him. He wasn't naive enough to think that, but afraid that his departure would trigger some consequence she couldn't foresee. But underneath the fear, buried so deep she probably didn't know it was there, was something else. Relief. She wanted him gone. She'd always wanted him gone. And now he was giving her exactly what she wanted, and she couldn't even enjoy it because she was too scared to trust it. "Somewhere safe," he said. "You won't see me again unless I choose it. Goodbye, Aunt Petunia." He walked out the front door and down the garden path and through the gate, and he did not look back. Privet Drive stretched before him in both directions, identical houses, identical lawns, identical lives lived behind identical curtains. Harry stood on the pavement with his trunk and his owl and considered his options. The night bus was the obvious choice. But something in him resisted the idea of squeezing himself into a rattling purple triple-decker and being bounced around London like a pinball. He had 9% of a divine magical core and access to instincts he was only beginning to understand. There had to be a better way to travel. He closed his eyes. Reached inward. Found the block, smaller now, more fractured, the ocean behind it pressing harder every moment, and asked it a question that wasn't made of words. "How do I get where I need to go?" The answer came instantly. Not as knowledge, not as a spell incantation or a technique. As instinct. Like knowing how to breathe, or blink, or make your heart beat. He simply knew. Harry picked up his trunk, held Hedwig's cage firmly, and stepped. Not forward. Not sideways. Through. The world folded. That was the only way to describe it. Reality creased like a piece of paper, and the distance between Privet Drive and Grimmauld Place, which should have been 100 miles of motorway and London traffic, became a single step across a fold in space. He felt the magic do it, felt it reshape the geometry of the world around him for the fraction of a second it took to move, and then he was standing on a grimy London street in front of a row of terraced houses, and the space between numbers 11 and 13 was shimmering faintly with the Fidelius charm. He'd never been told the secret. Dumbledore hadn't given him the address. But he could see the charm, a delicate silver lattice woven through the fabric of reality itself, and more than that, he could see through it. Number 12 Grimmauld Place was right there, wedged between its neighbors, cloaked in the most powerful concealment charm known to wizardry, and Harry could see it the way you see something through a lace curtain. The secret wasn't secret to him. The concealment didn't conceal. He existed on a level of magical reality where concepts like hidden and unplottable simply didn't apply. He walked up the steps and opened the front door. The hallway of number 12 Grimmauld Place was just as dark and depressing as the one time he'd glimpsed it in a photograph Sirius had sent. Peeling wallpaper, gas lamps, a moth-eaten carpet runner. The mounted house elf heads on the wall were the worst part, small, shriveled, horrible. Harry set down his trunk, hung Hedwig's cage on a coat hook, and felt the house's magic press against him like a suspicious animal. Old magic. Dark magic, some of it. The Black family had lived here for generations, and their particular brand of pureblood fanaticism had soaked into the walls like smoke damage. He could feel curses layered into the woodwork, hexes woven into the wallpaper, a particularly nasty compulsion charm on the doormat that was designed to make Muggle visitors feel sudden, overwhelming dread. He dismissed them. Not dispelled, dismissed. The way you'd wave away a cobweb. A casual flexing of will, and the curses unraveled, the hexes dissolved, the compulsion charm evaporated. The hallway felt lighter immediately. Cleaner. As though someone had opened a window in a room that had been shut for decades. A portrait at the end of the hall stirred. Curtains twitched, revealing the painted face of a woman who looked like she'd been sucking on lemons for approximately 2 centuries. "Who dares enter the noble house of quiet?" Harry said. The portrait stopped. Mid-word. Mid-breath. The painted woman's mouth hung open, her eyes wide with an expression of absolute shock, as though the concept of being silenced had never once occurred to her in life or in paint. Harry looked at her. She looked at him. The magic that animated the portrait, the complex enchantment that gave painted figures the semblance of life and personality, was clearly visible to him, a web of silver and grey threads connecting the canvas to the ambient magic of the house. He could feel the portrait's simulated consciousness straining against the command he'd given, trying to resume its screaming, and failing. "You're Mrs. Black," Harry said. "Walburga. Sirius's mother." The painted mouth worked silently. "I'm going to be living here for a while. We can do this the easy way or the hard way. The easy way is you stay quiet and don't scream every time someone walks past. The hard way is I take apart the enchantment that's keeping you conscious and you go back to being paint." He hadn't planned to say that. The words had come naturally, matter-of-factly, the way you'd explain house rules to a difficult roommate. No cruelty in it. Just clarity. The portrait of Walburga Black stared at him for a long, trembling moment. Then, with visible effort, she pressed her painted lips together and gave a single, stiff nod. "Thank you," Harry said, and meant it, and walked down the hallway to the kitchen. He was halfway through making himself a cup of tea. The kitchen was filthy but the kettle worked, when the front door burst open and the hallway filled with the sound of multiple people arriving at speed. Harry leaned against the kitchen counter and waited. They came in fast. Moody first, magical eyes spinning wildly, wand drawn, his wooden leg hammering against the floor. Tonks second, pink-haired and wide-eyed, nearly tripping over the umbrella stand. Lupin third, looking haggard and alarmed in equal measure. Kingsley Shacklebolt fourth, moving with the calm efficiency of a man who'd been in too many emergencies to panic. And behind them all, moving fast despite his age, Dumbledore. They poured into the kitchen and found Harry drinking tea. "Hey," Harry said. Moody's magical eye fixed on him and stopped spinning. Both the magical and the normal eye focused on Harry with an intensity that would have been unsettling a week ago. "How did you get here, boy?" Moody growled. "Walked. Don't be cute. The Fidelius, I can see through it." "Sorry. I know that's not supposed to be possible." Nobody took him up on the offer. They were all staring at him, all except Dumbledore, who had stopped in the kitchen doorway and was looking not at Harry but at the hallway behind him. At the absence of curses. At the silent portrait. At the clean, clear feel of a house that had been dehexed in the time it took to boil a kettle. Harry, Lupin said carefully. He was doing that thing adults did when they were trying to sound calm and reasonable while being neither. You left the Dursleys. The blood wards are fine. I fixed them. They're self-sustaining now, anchored to a ley line instead of my core. Petunia's blood keeps the key active. I don't need to be physically present. Lupin blinked. You fixed the blood wards. They were draining my magic. Had been for 14 years. That's done now. That's not, Harry, those wards were constructed by Albus Dumbledore. They're among the most complex protective enchantments in modern wizardry, sure. I can see how they work, Remus. I can see how everything works. It's all just patterns. Logic. Once you can see the structure, changing it is the easy part. Silence. Tonks had lowered her wand and was staring at Harry with an expression of fascinated disbelief. Kingsley's face was carefully neutral in the way that meant he was reassessing everything he thought he knew. Moody was still watching with both eyes, and his scarred face had settled into something that looked almost, like respect. And Dumbledore was standing in the doorway, saying nothing. Professor, Harry said, meeting the old man's eyes. I told you. The block is coming off. I'm not going to fight it and I'm not going to hide from it. Now, you can help me, or you can stay out of my way, but either way I'm going to need a place to stay for the summer and this house belongs to my godfather, so here I am. The Order uses this house as headquarters, Dumbledore said quietly. There are meetings. Sensitive information. Plans. Good. Then I'll know what's going on for once. Harry, I'm done being kept in the dark. I'm done being managed. You managed me into a graveyard and a dead classmate and a resurrected Dark Lord, Professor. With respect, and I mean that, I'm not trying to be cruel, your management has not produced great results. The words landed like stones in still water. Ripples spread across every face in the room. Tonks looked at the floor. Lupin closed his eyes. Moody made a sound that might have been a grunt of agreement. Dumbledore aged 10 years in the space of a breath. His shoulders dropped. The light in his eyes, that characteristic twinkle that Harry had once found comforting and now recognized as a performance, went out. You are right, Dumbledore said. You are entirely right, and I am sorry, and I will not insult you by offering excuses. It was, Harry realized, the most honest thing Dumbledore had ever said to him. Thank you, Harry said. Now. Someone tell me what the Order is doing about Voldemort, because I guarantee whatever it is, we can do better. They sat around the kitchen table, the scarred, ancient, too large table that had hosted black family dinners for generations, and they talked. Or rather, they talked and Harry listened, and what he heard confirmed every suspicion he developed over the past year about how the fight against Voldemort was being conducted. Badly. The answer was badly. The Order of the Phoenix was a guerrilla resistance movement operating on a shoestring budget with no institutional support, no legal authority, and no coherent strategy beyond gather intelligence and react to whatever Voldemort does next. They had people inside the Ministry, Kingsley, Tonks, people monitoring known Death Eater locations, Mundungus Fletcher, who was apparently as reliable as a chocolate teapot, and people trying to recruit allies among the magical creatures, Lupin with the werewolves, Hagrid with the giants. But there was no offensive plan. No proactive strategy. No endgame beyond hope Dumbledore figures something out. It was, Harry thought, listening to Moody outline their surveillance operations, the strategy of people who had already lost once and were terrified of losing again. They were playing defense against an opponent who only played offense, and they were going to get slaughtered. What about Voldemort's inner circle? Harry asked when Moody finished. Malfoy, Lestrange, Nott, Crabbe, Goyle, we know who they are. We've always known who they are. Why aren't we going after them? We don't have the legal authority, Kingsley began. Legal authority. Fudge is pretending Voldemort doesn't exist. The Ministry is actively covering up his return. You're waiting for legal authority from people who've decided the threat isn't real. It's not that simple, Harry, Lupin said gently. It is, though. It's exactly that simple. Voldemort has a body. He has followers. He has money and safe houses, and he's recruiting right now, today, while we sit here talking about surveillance rosters and intelligence gathering. Every day we don't act is a day he gets stronger. And what would you have us do? Dumbledore asked. Not challenging, genuinely asking. Harry looked at him. The question was real. The old man was, for perhaps the first time in Harry's experience, treating him as an equal participant in the conversation rather than a child to be protected and directed. I'd have us stop playing their game, Harry said. Voldemort expects resistance. He expects Dumbledore to marshal forces and fight a war. He's planned for that, that's exactly the war he wants, because he knows he can win it. He's got more resources, more ruthlessness, and the Ministry's willful blindness working in his favor. So we don't play that game. What game do we play instead? Tonks asked, leaning forward. We don't play a game at all. We solve the problem. Voldemort isn't immortal because he's powerful. He's immortal because of the Horcruxes. Dead silence. Harry watched the word land. Watched it hit Dumbledore like a physical blow. The old man's face went through shock, recognition, and a kind of exhausted vindication in rapid succession. Watched it confuse everyone else. How do you know about the Horcruxes? Dumbledore whispered. I can feel them. Harry's voice was calm. Through the connection. The scar. It's not just a link to Voldemort, it's a link to his magic, and his magic is fragmented. Broken into pieces. I've been feeling the fractures since the graveyard, but I didn't know what they were until last night. I was lying in bed and I just felt them. Like cracks in glass. His soul is shattered, and the pieces are out there, anchored to objects, keeping him tethered to life. Harry. Dumbledore's voice was shaking. I have spent 14 years trying to confirm the existence of Voldemort's Horcruxes. I have theories, suspicions, fragments of evidence. Are you telling me you can sense them? I can feel their locations. Not precisely, not like a map. More like a direction. A pull. There are 6 of them. No, 5, the diary was 1, and I destroyed that in second year. So 5 remaining, plus the piece that's still in Voldemort. 6 fragments total. The kitchen had gone very still. Moody's magical eye had stopped moving entirely, fixed on Harry with an unblinking intensity. Lupin had gone pale. Tonks was gripping the edge of the table so hard her knuckles were white. Kingsley looked like a man who was rapidly rewriting his understanding of the entire war. You destroyed one when you were 12, Moody said slowly. The diary. Yeah. Basilisk fawned through the cover. Didn't know what it was at the time. And you can feel the others. Like a toothache. Persistent. Directional. Moody looked at Dumbledore. Something passed between them, a long, complicated look that contained an entire argument conducted in silence. Well, Moody said. That changes things. It did. Harry watched the shift happen in real time, watched the energy in the room change from defensive to offensive, from reactive to purposeful. For the first time, the people around this table had something they'd never had before, a way to actually end Voldemort. Not fight him, not contain him, not survive him. End him. We'll need to plan, Dumbledore said, and his voice was stronger now, some of the old steel returning. The Horcruxes will be protected. Hidden. Possibly guarded by, we'll plan, Harry agreed. But not the way you'd plan it. Not as a military campaign that takes months and costs lives. I can feel these things. I can find them. And with the block coming off, with what I'm becoming, I can destroy them. You cannot do this alone, Harry. I'm not alone. I've got Ron and Hermione. I've got Sirius, if you'd let him out of this house. I've got everyone at this table, if they're willing. He looked around the room, meeting each set of eyes in turn. But I'm also not going to pretend that my vote counts the same as everyone else's. It doesn't. Not because I'm more important, because I'm the weapon. I'm the thing Voldemort can't plan for, can't counter, can't comprehend. The block is failing. In a month, maybe less, I'll have access to more magical power than any living being on this planet. That's not arrogance. That's math. The boy's right, Moody said gruffly. Hate to say it, Albus, but he's right. We've been fighting this war like it's 1980. It's not. The game's changed. Dumbledore looked at Harry for a long time. The kitchen clock ticked. Somewhere upstairs, a pipe groaned. Very well, Dumbledore said at last. But I have a condition. Let's hear it. You let me teach you. Not magic, I suspect you're rapidly moving beyond anything I could teach you about magic. But control. Discipline. The difference between power and wisdom. You are becoming something unprecedented, Harry. The raw force of what you are is not in question. What concerns me is the judgment with which you wield it. Harry considered this. It was, he recognized, a reasonable request. Possibly the first entirely reasonable thing Dumbledore had said to him in years. Deal, he said. But it goes both ways. You teach me what you know. I teach you what I'm learning. And no more secrets. Not one. Not ever. Agreed. They shook hands across the table. Harry felt Dumbledore's magic when they touched, powerful, warm, controlled, the product of a century and a half of study and practice. A river compared to Harry's ocean, but a magnificent river nonetheless. And underneath the power, woven through it like a thread of gold through tapestry, something Harry hadn't expected, genuine love. For Harry. For the boy he'd placed in a cupboard and watched from a distance and crippled with a binding and failed in a dozen ways. The love was real. It didn't excuse anything. But it was real. Harry let go of the old man's hand and nodded once. Okay, he said. Now. Let me tell you about the Horcruxes. The meeting lasted 3 hours. By the end of it, they had the beginnings of a strategy, a list of suspected Horcrux locations based on Harry's directional sense cross-referenced with Dumbledore's years of research, and a tentative plan for the summer that did not involve Harry sitting in a suburban bedroom doing nothing while the world burned. After the others left, Moody stumping off to check perimeter wards, Tonks and Kingsley back to the Ministry, Lupin to make contact with a werewolf pack in Wales, Harry was alone in the kitchen with a cold cup of tea and the lingering sense of a world rearranging itself around him. He spent the rest of the evening exploring the house. Grimmauld Place was huge, dark, and saturated with the kind of magic that came from generations of obsessive pureblood wizards layering enchantment upon enchantment on top of curse upon curse. Harry moved through it methodically, room by room, floor by floor, cleaning as he went. Not with spells. With will. He walked into a drawing room on the second floor and felt the dark magic coiled in the corners, a boggart in a writing desk, a cursed locket in a glass cabinet, a set of enchanted daggers that screamed when touched. He dismissed the boggart with a thought. It didn't transform, didn't try to scare him, it simply ceased to exist, its magical matrix unraveling in the face of a force so far beyond its own that resistance was conceptually impossible. The daggers he stripped of their enchantments and left as ordinary, if ornate, cutlery. The locket, Harry stopped. The locket was in the glass cabinet, nestled among other Black family heirlooms, and it was wrong. Not just cursed, wrong in a fundamental way, a way that made the air around it taste like copper and ash. It was heavy with dark magic, yes, but underneath the darkness was something else. Something familiar. A fracture. A crack in a soul. Harry opened the cabinet and picked up the locket. The gold was cold against his palm, and the ornate S on the front, Slytherin's mark, seemed to writhe faintly as his fingers closed around it. He could feel it. The fragment of soul inside. A tiny, screaming piece of Tom Riddle, trapped in gold and malice, and it was terrified of him. He could feel it trying to reach into his mind, the way the diary had reached into Ginny's, and failing utterly, its tendrils of influence bouncing off Harry's consciousness like rain off a window. "Found you," Harry murmured. The locket shuddered in his hand. The fragment inside gibbered wordlessly, and Harry felt a cold satisfaction settle into his chest. One of the 5 remaining Horcruxes. Just sitting in a glass cabinet in his godfather's house. The universe, apparently, had a sense of humor. He could destroy it right now. He knew that with bone-deep certainty, he could pour magic into the locket and unmake the soul fragment and it would be done, one more anchor severed, Voldemort one step closer to mortality. The urge was strong. The magic in his veins surged eagerly, ready, wanting to be used. But he stopped. Thought. Considered. Dumbledore had spent 14 years researching Horcruxes. He had theories, suspicions, but limited hard evidence. This locket was evidence. More than that, it was a specimen. If Harry destroyed it now, in a kitchen in London, they'd lose the opportunity to study it, to understand exactly how Voldemort had torn his soul apart and what it would take to ensure every piece was destroyed. Strategy. Dumbledore had asked him to learn the difference between power and wisdom. This felt like a test case. Harry set the locket on the kitchen table and pulled a piece of parchment from his trunk. He wrote 2 letters, one to Dumbledore, one to Hermione, explaining what he'd found. Then he wrapped the locket in a tea towel, sealed it with a containment ward that he wove instinctively from pure magic, no wand, no words, just will, and placed it in the center of the table where no one could miss it. Then he went upstairs, found a bedroom that wasn't actively cursed, cleaned it with a wave of his hand, and fell asleep the instant his head hit the pillow. He dreamed of an ocean with no bottom and no shore. He was floating in it, and it was warm, and it was him, and he was it, and the boundaries between his body and the water were dissolving and it wasn't frightening at all. It was like coming home. When he woke, the block was at 12% gone. The next 2 weeks were the most productive of Harry's life. Dumbledore came every evening at 6. They sat in the library. Harry had cleaned it, stripped the dark enchantments, and discovered an extraordinary collection of books that spanned 4 centuries of magical scholarship, and Dumbledore taught him. Not spells. Not techniques. Principles. Magic, Dumbledore said on the first evening, is not a tool. This is the fundamental error of modern magical education. We teach children to treat magic as a hammer, apply force in the correct pattern and achieve the desired result. But for you, Harry, that framework is not merely inadequate. It is actively misleading. So what is magic? Magic is a language. The language. The fundamental communication layer of reality. Every spell, every charm, every enchantment is a sentence in that language, a statement of intent that reality hears and responds to. A wizard speaks this language imperfectly, through the intermediary of a wand and an incantation and years of training. A Magus Day does not speak the language. What does a Magus Day do? Dumbledore looked at him with eyes that held something ancient and afraid and deeply, reluctantly awed. A Magus Day is the language. Harry thought about that for a long time. The practical applications revealed themselves gradually, organically, as the block continued its slow collapse. At 12%, he could reshape small objects with a touch, transforming a teacup into a bird, a chair into a dog, not through transfiguration as he'd been taught but through a direct manipulation of the object's magical structure that bypassed every known rule of transformation. At 15%, he could heal. Lupin came back from Wales with 3 broken ribs and a gash across his forehead, and Harry placed his hand on the man's chest and willed the bones to mend and the flesh to close, and they did, instantly, painlessly, with a golden glow that left Lupin staring at his own unbroken body with tears running down his face. Mooney, Harry said gently, using the name he'd heard serious use. You okay? You just, Harry, that healing would have taken Madame Pomfrey 3 days and 12 potions. You did it in seconds. Yeah, well. I'm motivated. Those ribs were making me uncomfortable. Lupin laughed, a real laugh, startled and wondering, and Harry felt something warm in his chest that had nothing to do with magic. At 18%, things got strange. He was sitting in the kitchen, reading one of Hermione's recommended texts, Pre-Merlinic Foundations of Magical Architecture, the one she'd cited on the morning after the graveyard, when the connection to Voldemort flared. Not pain. Not the usual ice-pick-through-the-scar sensation that had characterized the link for years. This was different. This was information. A flood of it, pouring through the bond like water through an open pipe, and Harry didn't fight it. He let it come. He saw Voldemort. Sitting in a high-backed chair in a room he recognized from dreams, the Riddle House, in Little Hangleton. The Dark Wizard was surrounded by Death Eaters, Lucius Malfoy, Bellatrix Lestrange, Peter Pettigrew, and half a dozen others Harry recognized from the graveyard. They were planning. Talking about the Ministry, about Fudge, about a weapon in the Department of Mysteries. But that wasn't what caught Harry's attention. What caught his attention was Voldemort's magic. He could see it now, through the bond, the way he could see the magic in everything else. And Voldemort's magic was broken. Magnificent, yes, vast and dark and powerful in a way that would terrify any normal wizard, but broken. Fractured along the same fault lines as his soul, cracked and uneven and held together by will and rage and the desperate, obsessive refusal to accept mortality. Voldemort was, Harry realized, a cathedral built on a shattered foundation. Impressive from the outside. Structurally unsound at the core. And as Harry watched through the bond, Voldemort suddenly stiffened. His red eyes went wide. His hands gripped the arms of his chair so hard the wood cracked. And Harry felt it, felt the moment Voldemort became aware of the connection, felt the Dark Wizard's consciousness brush against his own and recoil. Because Voldemort could feel it too. The change. The growth. The block falling away and the ocean rising. And what Tom Riddle felt on the other side of that bond was something so far beyond his experience, so fundamentally alien to everything he understood about magic and power and the world, that for 3 full seconds he lost the ability to speak. Harry didn't withdraw. Didn't flinch. Didn't try to close the connection. Instead, he sent a message. Not words, something deeper than words. A pulse of raw magical force that carried, embedded within it, a single, unmistakable meaning: I'm coming for you. The connection shattered. Harry opened his eyes, he hadn't realized he'd closed them, and found that every piece of metal in the kitchen was vibrating. Pots, pans, cutlery, the kettle, the pipes in the walls, all humming at a frequency that set his teeth on edge, and then, as he took a breath and settled himself, slowly falling silent. He looked down at his hands. They were glowing. Faintly, barely visible in the afternoon light, but there, a warm golden luminescence just beneath the skin, as though his veins were filled with liquid sunlight. 18%. The block was at 82% and falling. Harry went back to his book. 3 days later, the Ministry came. Harry was in the back garden. Grimmauld Place's garden was a disaster, but he'd been using it as a practice space, growing things and reshaping the landscape and testing the limits of his expanding abilities, when Tonks burst through the kitchen door with her hair cycling through colors the way it did when she was stressed. Harry. Ministry. Now. There's a delegation, Fudge sent them. They detected an unregistered magical anomaly at this location and they've got authorization to investigate, and I couldn't stop them. They're already past the Fidelius. The Fidelius blocks detection of the house. It doesn't block detection of magical energy output. And Harry, whatever you've been doing out here, the magical signature is apparently visible from 3 counties away. The Department of Magical Law Enforcement has been fielding reports for days. Harry sighed. How many? 12. 2 Aurors, 4 magical law enforcement officers, 6 bureaucrats including Dolores Umbridge from the minister's office. Umbridge. Harry searched his memory. The name was familiar, Hermione had mentioned her in a letter yesterday. Senior Undersecretary to the Minister for Magic. Architect of several anti-werewolf laws. A political creature of the worst kind. She's horrible, Harry. Like, genuinely horrible. Pink cardigans and kittens on her desk, and she pushed through legislation last year that makes it nearly impossible for werewolves to find employment. She's been lobbying Fudge to have you brought in for questioning about your claims regarding you-know-who. If she gets inside the house, she won't get inside the house. I'll go out. He walked through the kitchen, down the hallway, while Berga Black's portrait tracked him silently as he passed, and out the front door. They were on the street. 12 ministry officials in various states of official self-importance, arranged in a loose semicircle on the pavement outside number 11. They couldn't see number 12, of course, but they could clearly sense the magical output emanating from its location. The Aurors, a tall black man and a stocky woman with short gray hair, had their wands drawn. The magical law enforcement officers were carrying clipboards. And at the center of the group, shorter than everyone else and radiating a saccharine authority that Harry could practically taste, was a woman in a pink cardigan with a face like a toad. "Mr. Potter," she said, and her voice was high and girlish and completely, deliberately false. "How lovely. We've been looking for you." "Found me," Harry said. He was standing on the front step of a house they couldn't see, hands in the pockets of his jeans, looking at 12 armed ministry officials with the calm of someone observing mild weather. "What do you want?" "The Ministry of Magic has detected an unregistered magical anomaly at this location. Under Section 14 of the Decree for the Reasonable Restriction of Underage Sorcery, you are required to. I'm going to stop you there," Harry said pleasantly. Section 14 applies to underage wizards performing specific, identifiable acts of magic in the presence of muggles. I'm not performing specific acts of magic. The anomaly you're detecting is ambient magical output from my core, which is involuntary and therefore exempt under the Wiggins exception of 1847. And there are no muggles present, so the statute of secrecy isn't in play. Is there anything else? Umbridge's smile didn't waver. It was, Harry thought, less a smile than a weapon. The Wiggins exception applies to magical creatures experiencing involuntary magical discharge. You are not a magical creature, Mr. Potter. You are an underage wizard. Actually, Harry said, I'm not sure what I am. But I'm definitely not an underage wizard in the way the law means it. You're welcome to have the Wisengamot debate the point. In the meantime, you're standing on a public street staring at a spot between two houses, which is going to attract Muggle attention, which means you're in violation of the statute of secrecy. So maybe we should both go home. The two Aurors exchanged glances. The tall one, Harry caught the name Dawlish on his badge, tightened his grip on his wand. Mr. Potter, Umbridge said, and the sweetness in her voice had curdled into something harder. The Minister for Magic has concerns about your mental stability. Your claims about the return of he who must not be named are unsubstantiated and have caused significant public distress. We are here to what? Harry stepped down from the front step. One step. That was all. But the magic in the air shifted with him, the ambient temperature rose by 2 degrees, the light changed quality, and every wand in the semicircle trembled in its holder's hand. Not because Harry was threatening them. Because his presence was a force of nature now, and getting closer to it was like getting closer to a bonfire. You didn't need to be afraid of the fire to feel its heat. To do what, exactly? Harry continued, and his voice was still pleasant, still conversational, still the voice of a 15-year-old boy who happened to be standing in the middle of 12 armed adults without a trace of concern. Arrest me? On what charge? Mental instability isn't a crime. And you can't prosecute me for underage magic because I haven't cast a spell. This, what you're detecting, isn't spell work. It's me. It's just me. And I'd love to see the Wisengamot try to make existing illegal. We can compel you to submit to magical examination, Umbridge said. The Ministry has the authority, try it. The words were quiet. Not threatening. Not aggressive. But they carried a weight that had nothing to do with volume and everything to do with the 19% of a divine magical core that was now flowing freely through Harry's body. Umbridge looked at Dawlish. Dawlish looked at his partner. His partner looked at the spot where number 12 Grimmauld Place wasn't visible and then looked at Harry and then very carefully lowered her wand. "Ma'am," the female Auror said to Umbridge, "I'd recommend we return to the Ministry and consult with the Department of Mysteries before proceeding. The magical signature we're reading is, not standard. I don't think our instruments are calibrated for, nonsense. He's a 15-year-old boy." Dawlish, perform the standard diagnostic. Dawlish raised his wand. Harry felt the diagnostic spell before it was cast, felt it forming in the structure of Dawlish's magic, a routine assessment charm designed to measure core strength and identify active enchantments. Standard Ministry procedure. The spell hit Harry and broke. Not dramatically. Not with sparks or explosions. It simply stopped working. The way a thermometer breaks when you put it in a furnace. The diagnostic charm had an upper limit, every diagnostic charm had an upper limit, and Harry's magical output exceeded that limit so completely that the spell couldn't process the data. It hit him, tried to measure him, encountered a value that didn't fit in any category it was designed to handle, and dissolved. Dawlish stared at his wand as though it had betrayed him. The charm didn't, like I said, Harry told Umbridge. Your instruments aren't calibrated for me. Nobody's are. I'm something new, Madam Undersecretary. Now, I've been polite. I've answered your questions. I've even let your Auror take a shot at me with a diagnostic charm, which, by the way, I could have blocked and chose not to. So here's what's going to happen. You're going to go back to the Ministry. You're going to tell Fudge that Harry Potter is not a threat to public safety, that Voldemort, half of them flinched, is back in building an army, and that the Ministry's resources would be much better spent preparing for war than harassing teenagers. And if Fudge doesn't listen, which he won't, because Fudge has the survival instincts of a lemming, then when Voldemort makes his move and people start dying, I'll be ready. And the Ministry won't be. And history will remember who was on which side. Are we clear? Nobody spoke. The street was silent except for the distant hum of London traffic and the very faint, very deep vibration of magic in the air that was coming from Harry and was not going to stop. Lovely, Harry said. Have a nice afternoon. He turned his back on 12 Ministry officials and walked inside. The door closed behind him. He leaned against it, let out a long breath, and discovered that his hands were completely steady. Not even a tremor. A week ago, the idea of facing down 12 armed adults alone would have made his stomach churn. Now it felt like nothing. Not because he was arrogant. Not because he didn't respect the danger. But because the danger simply wasn't relevant anymore. Not to him. Not to what he was becoming. He heard them leave, the sharp crack of multiple apparitions, one after another, the semicircle dissolving as the Ministry delegation returned to wherever Ministry delegations go when they've been comprehensively outmaneuvered by a teenager. One set of footsteps remained. Lingered. Then, after a long pause, a single crack of apparition, and Umbridge was gone. Harry pushed off the door and walked back to the kitchen. He had a letter to write to Hermione, a Horcrux to study, and a block that was now at 20% dissolved. The summer stretched ahead of him, not the dreary, isolated exile of previous years, but a runway. A countdown. Every day the block crumbled further. Every day the ocean rose higher. And somewhere in the distance, at the end of the summer, Hogwarts waited. He was going back. Not as a student. Not really. He was going back because his friends were there, and because Dumbledore had things to teach him, and because a castle that had stood for 1,000 years had recognized him as something more than a boy who could do magic. He sat down at the kitchen table with a fresh cup of tea and a quill, and began to write. Dear Hermione, you're not going to believe what was sitting in the Black family's glass cabinet. Upstairs, Hedwig hooted softly. Outside, the summer evening settled over London like a warm blanket. And inside Harry Potter, the block continued to fracture, and the ocean continued to rise, and the thing he was becoming moved one step closer to the thing he had always been. 20%. Then 21. The dam was failing. The god was waking. And Harry Potter, fully himself for the first time in his life, drank his tea and wrote to his best friend and was not afraid. Chapter 3, The Weight of Divinity. Platform 9 3/4 was chaos on the 1st of September, same as it always was, families shouting over the hiss of the Hogwarts Express, owls screeching, trunks banging against shins, first years clinging to their parents with the wide-eyed terror of children about to be fed to a dragon. Harry had always found the chaos comforting. Today it parted around him like water around a stone. He didn't do it on purpose. He was just walking, jeans, t-shirt, trunk floating behind him because he'd stopped bothering to drag it weeks ago, but people moved. Not consciously. Not out of fear. They just shifted. The way a crowd shifts when someone important walks through, except Harry wasn't projecting authority or menace or anything at all. His magical presence had simply reached a point where human beings could feel it on an instinctual level, the way animals feel a change in air pressure before a storm. 31%. The block had shed nearly a third of its mass over the summer, and what had leaked through was enough to make Harry the most powerful magical being in Britain by a margin that wasn't even funny. He'd stopped counting when Dumbledore's diagnostic charms broke for the third time. The old man had eventually brought in an enchanted measuring device from the Department of Mysteries, classified, experimental, designed to measure the magical output of ley line nexus points, and it had registered Harry's ambient output at a level the device's manual described as geological. That's the word they use for ley lines, Dumbledore had said, staring at the readout with an expression of almost comical disbelief. It means your passive magical radiation, the energy you emit simply by existing, is equivalent to the output of a minor ley line. At 30%. What happens at 100? Dumbledore had not answered that question. Now Harry moved through the platform crowd and felt London's magical substrate ripple beneath his feet like a pond responding to a passing boat. Ron and Hermione were already at the train, he could feel them, their magical signatures as familiar and distinct as voices. Ron's was warm and steady, the deep amber of old oak. Hermione's was quicksilver, bright, fast, layered with complexity. He'd started sensing people like this about a week into July and had spent a panicked afternoon thinking he was losing his mind before Dumbledore explained that he was simply perceiving the magical world the way a Magus Day was designed to perceive it. You are not seeing things that aren't there, Dumbledore had assured him. You are seeing things that have always been there. The rest of us simply lack the eyes. Harry spotted Ron's red hair through the crowd and angled toward it. As he got closer, he became aware of another signature, unfamiliar, bright, and layered with something old and non-human. Like starlight filtered through silk. Fleur Delacour was standing next to the Weasleys. She looked different from the Triwizard Tournament, older, sharper, with her silver blonde hair cut shorter and her blue eyes carrying a weight they hadn't held a year ago. She was talking to Mrs. Weasley, who was nodding with the stiff politeness of a woman who hadn't quite figured out why a French part villa was at King's Cross to see off the Hogwarts Express. Harry knew why. He could feel it, the thread of awareness that connected Fleur's Vila nature to his own emerging divinity. Vila were magical creatures. Creatures of pure magical essence, older than wand magic, older than wizardry itself. And what Harry was becoming existed at the very source of that essence. To a Vila, his awakening would feel like, he searched for the right analogy, like standing near a star after a lifetime of candlelight. Fleur sensed him before he reached the group. Her head turned, mid-sentence, and her eyes locked onto his with an intensity that had nothing to do with attraction and everything to do with recognition. Harry Potter, she said, and there was something in her voice, a resonance, a harmonic, that the others couldn't hear but Harry felt in his bones. Fleur. You have changed. Bit, yeah. She stared at him. Her Vila allure, the passive magical emanation that made most men stupid and most women hostile, washed over him like a warm breeze. He felt it, appreciated it the way you appreciate a well-crafted spell, and was entirely unaffected by it. Not because he was resisting. Because the allure was, fundamentally, a projection of magical will, and his will existed on a scale that made hers decorative. Fleur noticed. Her eyes widened fractionally. Mon Dieu, she whispered. Then, in French, too fast and too quiet for anyone else to catch, what have you become? Working on figuring that out, Harry replied, and was mildly surprised to discover he'd answered in French. He didn't speak French. Except, apparently, he did now. The meaning had simply been there, the way the instinct to teleport had simply been there, the way the knowledge of ward construction had simply been there. Magic was a language, Dumbledore had said. And Harry was becoming fluent in all of them. Harry. Hermione broke away from the group and hugged him. She smelled like parchment and the particular vanilla scent of the protective charm she'd started applying to her research notes. How are you feeling? What percentage? Have you finished the Babylonian text I sent? Did Dumbledore, 31, yes, and yes. Hi, Ron. Ron grinned from behind Hermione. Mate. You look different. I look exactly the same. No, you don't. Ron studied him with the frank appraisal of a best friend who couldn't be bothered with tact. You look like you. But more. Like someone turned up the contrast. It was, Harry thought, a remarkably perceptive observation. The physical changes were subtle, his eyes were a shade brighter, his movements a fraction more fluid, his skin had a warmth to it that wasn't quite a glow but wasn't quite normal either. Nothing that would alarm a stranger. But Ron knew his face the way you know a map you've studied for years, and Ron noticed. I'll explain on the train, Harry said. There's a lot to catch up on. The locket? Hermione asked, dropping her voice. Dumbledore has it. He's been studying it all summer. We've confirmed it's a Horcrux, Slytherin's locket, actually. Voldemort used a murder to fracture his soul and sealed the fragment inside. Dumbledore thinks it was one of his earlier ones, maybe the third. We've identified two more, a ring that belonged to his grandfather, hidden in the Gaunt family's old house, and the cup of Helga Hufflepuff, which we think is in a Gringotts vault. Hermione's eyes went huge. You've been busy. Like I said. Lot to catch up on. Oi, Ron said, nodding toward Fleur, who was still watching Harry with that unsettling intensity. What's with the Vila? She can sense what I am. Vila are creatures of pure magic, they're attuned to magical energy the way sharks are attuned to blood in the water. She probably felt me awaken from across the channel. Is that why she's here? I'd guess so. Fleur, who had apparently been listening despite the distance, crossed the platform to them with the fluid grace of someone who didn't entirely obey the same physical laws as everyone else. I am here, she said, because 3 weeks ago I was sitting in my family's villa in Provence and I felt something that made me drop my coffee and walk to the window and look toward England. Something that every villa in Europe felt. My grandmère, who is a full villa and has lived for 200 years, fell to her knees and wept. She said she never thought she would feel it in her lifetime. Fleur looked at Harry, and for the first time he saw something raw and unguarded in her expression. She said the source has returned. The source of what? Ron asked. Of everything, Fleur said simply. Of magic itself. Mrs. Weasley was calling for them to board. The express whistled. Harry looked at Fleur, really looked, seeing the layers of her magic, the Vila essence braided through her human core like gold thread through linen, and made a decision. Come to Hogwarts, he said. She blinked. I have graduated. I have no reason, you've got a reason. You can sense things about what's happening to me that no one else can. And I could use someone in my corner who understands magical creatures, because I have a feeling the Veela aren't the only ones who felt me wake up. Fleur studied him for a moment. Then she smiled, not the dazzling, weaponized smile she'd used during the tournament, but something smaller and realer and edged with a fierce determination. I will speak to Dumbledore, she said. Perhaps as a position for a defense against the dark arts consultant. Don't bother with Dumbledore. I'll handle it. The confidence with which he said it, casual, absolute, as though arranging staff positions at Hogwarts was something he did between meals, made Ron raise an eyebrow and Hermione press her lips together in that way that meant she was filing something away for later discussion. Harry caught the look. What? Nothing, Hermione said. Just, you really have changed. Is that a problem? No. It's just going to take some getting used to. They boarded the train. The ride to Hogwarts was 6 hours of catching up, strategizing, and the particular brand of comfortable bickering that defined the Harry-Ron-Hermione dynamic. Hermione had spent the summer doing what Hermione did, researching obsessively, cataloging everything, building a framework of understanding that complemented Harry's intuitive knowledge with hard academic data. The Magus Day accounts are consistent on one thing, she said, her notes spread across the compartment seat beside her. The awakening isn't just about power. It's about perception. As the block comes off, you're not just getting stronger, you're seeing more of reality. More layers. More depth. The Sumerian texts describe the Magus Day as someone who sees, the weave beneath the weave, the fundamental structure of magical reality that underlies everything we experience. I know, Harry said. He was sitting by the window, watching the countryside roll past, and beneath it, the ley lines. They crisscrossed England like a nervous system, rivers of pure magical energy flowing through the earth, connecting nexus points and sacred sites and places of power. He could see them all. I can see the ley lines, Hermione. All of them. I can see the magical structure of the train, every enchantment, every ward, every charm that keeps it running. I can feel the ambient magic in the air and I can tell you the exact composition of the magical atmosphere for about 50 miles in any direction. Bloody hell, Ron said. And it's getting more detailed every day. Every time another % of the block falls away, the resolution gets higher. Last week I could sense the general direction of the Horcruxes. Now I can tell you the specific magical signature of each one, the murder that created it, the emotion behind the fracture, even something about the victim. Hermione's quill stopped moving. The victim? Each Horcrux is created through murder. The act of killing fractures the soul. And there's residue. An echo of the person who died. The locket, I could feel a woman. Young. Frightened. I think she was a muggle. The ring has an older presence, a man, angry and confused. The cup feels like grief. Profound, overwhelming grief. The compartment was quiet. Outside, the hills of northern England rolled past under a sky that was beginning to darken. Harry, Hermione said softly. Can you feel all of that through the block? Yes. Then what happens when the block is fully gone? What will you feel then? He looked at her. She was asking the question that everyone was afraid to ask, the question that Dumbledore danced around, that the Order whispered about, that even Ron skirted with careful, deliberate silence. Everything, Harry said. I'll feel everything. Hermione held his gaze for a long moment, and then she nodded once and went back to her notes, and the train carried them north. Hogwarts appeared at dusk. Harry saw it first through the train window, and the sight stopped his breath. Not the castle was the same as always, beautiful and imposing and lit from within by 1,000 candles. What stopped him was the magic. Hogwarts was a beacon. The castle's wards blazed with a golden light so intense and so complex that looking at them was like looking at a galaxy. Layer upon layer of enchantment, accumulated over 1,000 years, woven together into a structure of staggering intricacy, defensive wards, concealment charms, anti-apparition jinxes, muggle-repelling spells, and beneath them all, the foundational magic laid down by the four founders themselves, ancient and deep and thrumming with a power that Harry felt in his marrow. And the castle was reaching for him. He felt it as the train rounded the last bend, a pull, a resonance, a call. Hogwarts recognized him. Not as a student. Not as a wizard. As the source. The thing it had been built to channel. The force it had been designed to serve. Harry? Ron was looking at him with concern. You okay? You look, I'm fine. The castle is, welcoming me. Welcoming you how? I'll show you. The train pulled into Hogsmeade Station. Students poured out onto the platform in the usual chaos of robes and trunks and excited chatter. Harry stepped off the train, and the moment his feet touched the ground, the sky above Hogwarts flickered. Not lightning. Not aurora. Something else, a pulse of golden light that swept across the cloud cover like a ripple across a pond, centered directly on the castle. It lasted less than a second. Most people didn't notice. The ones who did looked up, confused, and then shrugged and went about their business. Ron noticed. Hermione noticed. And at the far end of the platform, stepping off the train with a grace that drew every eye, Fleur Delacour noticed. She caught Harry's gaze across the crowd and nodded once. She'd felt it too. The carriages were waiting. Harry climbed into one with Ron and Hermione and, for the first time, saw the Thestrals. Not just as the skeletal, leathery-winged horses they appeared to be, but as creatures of deep, ancient magic. Death-touched and alive, impossible and real, and when the one pulling their carriage turned its white, pupilless eye toward Harry, it bowed its head. Did that Thestral just bow to you? Ron said. I think it did, yeah. Cool. Weird, but cool. The carriage carried them up the winding road to the castle. Harry felt the wards part for him as they passed through, not grudgingly, the way they parted for students and staff, but eagerly. Willingly. The way a door opens for the person who built the house. They reached the entrance hall. The massive oak doors were already open, and through them Harry could see the great hall, candles floating in the air, the enchanted ceiling showing a velvet dark sky studded with stars, the four long tables beginning to fill with students. The Sorting Hat was perched on its stool at the front, waiting for the first years. Harry walked through the doors. Every candle in the great hall flared. Not subtly. Not the gentle brightening he'd caused in the hospital wing months ago. Every single floating candle, all 862 of them, blazed with a white gold light that turned the hall bright as noon for 3 full seconds before settling back to their normal warm glow. Conversations died. Heads turned. 800 students and 24 staff members stared at the entrance, where Harry Potter stood in his jeans and t-shirt with his 2 best friends flanking him, looking for all the world like he'd just walked in from a casual afternoon stroll. Oops, Harry said. You did that on purpose, Hermione whispered. I absolutely did not. Harry, you literally just said you could feel the castle reaching for you. You had to know walking in wood, I didn't think it'd be that dramatic. At the staff table, Dumbledore had risen to his feet. His expression was complex, something between pride and worry and the resigned acceptance of a man watching a river overflow the dam he'd spent 15 years building. Beside him, McGonagall had her hand pressed to her chest. Snape had gone very still. And at the far end of the staff table, in a chair that hadn't been there last year, sat a woman Harry had been expecting and dreading in equal measure. Dolores Umbridge. Pink cardigan. Toad face. That horrible, sugary smile. She was staring at Harry with an expression that mixed recognition, suspicion, and the particular brand of institutional hostility that characterized people who believed the world should operate according to their personal filing system. She'd met him on the street outside Grimmauld Place. She knew what he was, or rather, she knew that she couldn't measure what he was, which to a bureaucratic mind was far more threatening than any specific danger. Harry met her eyes across the great hall, held her gaze for exactly 2 seconds, and then dismissed her from his attention entirely. He walked to the Gryffindor table, sat down between Ron and Hermione, and helped himself to a bread roll. "Harry," Neville Longbottom said from across the table, and his voice had a strange quality to it, breathless, almost reverent. "Harry, what was that?" "The candles. I felt something. When you walked in. I felt it." Harry looked at Neville. Really looked, with the layered perception that had become second nature over the summer. And what he saw made him pause. Neville's magical core was changing. It was subtle, nothing like the earthquake happening inside Harry, but it was there. A brightening. A deepening. A gradual expansion of Neville's magical capacity that was happening slowly, steadily, and completely without Neville's conscious knowledge. "Neville," Harry said carefully. "Have you been feeling different lately? Magically, I mean. Stronger? Like things are easier than they used to be?" Neville blinked. Actually, yeah. This summer, my gran gave me my dad's old wand to practice with and it worked better than my own wand. And I've been doing really well with herbology, better than usual. The plants they respond to me now. Like they can hear me. Is that normal? It wasn't normal. But it made a terrible, beautiful kind of sense. The prophecy, the original prophecy, the full version that Dumbledore had never shared, spoke of one born as the 7th month dies. That was Harry. But it could also have been Neville. And if the prophecy was, on some level, about the awakening of a Magus Day, then Neville's proximity to that awakening, his status as the other boy, the one who was almost chosen, might be creating a sympathetic resonance. Harry's rising tide was lifting all boats, and Neville, who had always been closer to the current than anyone realized, was rising fastest. "We need to talk," Harry told Neville. "After the feast. Somewhere private." "Okay," Neville said, and he didn't ask why, which told Harry everything he needed to know about how much Neville had changed over the summer. The sorting happened. Harry barely paid attention, he was too busy feeling the castle, feeling the wards, feeling the thousands of tiny magical signatures that made up the Hogwarts population. Each student was a distinct note in a vast chord. Each staff member a different instrument. And underneath it all, the bass note, Hogwarts itself, ancient and aware and humming with a resonance that matched Harry's heartbeat. The sorting hat had been placed on its stool and had opened its brim to sing when it stopped. Froze. And physically turned on the stool, which it had never done in living memory, to look directly at Harry. The great hall went silent. The hat stared at Harry for 5 full seconds. Then it said, in a voice that carried to every corner of the room, "Welcome home." And it began its song as though nothing had happened, and the sorting proceeded, and Harry sat at the Gryffindor table with his bread roll and his best friends and pretended he couldn't feel every eye in the room on him. Dumbledore's start-of-term speech was brief, pointed, and notable for 2 things, the introduction of Dolores Umbridge as the new defense against the dark arts professor, by appointment of the Minister for Magic, Dumbledore said, with a tone so neutral it was practically a weapon, and the complete absence of any mention of Cedric Diggory or Voldemort's return. Harry understood why. Dumbledore was playing a political game with the Ministry that required him to appear cooperative while secretly marshalling his resources. It was the kind of strategic patience that the old man excelled at. It was also, Harry thought, exactly the wrong approach. But he said nothing. Not yet. There would be time. Umbridge stood after Dumbledore sat, and delivered a speech of her own, a long, saccharine monologue about progress for progress's sake and pruning practices that ought to be prohibited, that Hermione decoded in real time as a declaration of Ministry interference in Hogwarts. Harry listened with half an ear, more interested in the magical signature the woman was projecting. It was an ugly thing, tight, controlled, the color of overripe plums, and underneath the bureaucratic bluster was a will of surprising strength. Not magical strength. Psychological strength. The woman was a true believer in her own authority. That made her dangerous in a way that raw power didn't. The feast ended. Students filed out to their common rooms. Harry caught Neville by the arm and nodded toward a side corridor, and Neville followed without question. They ended up in an empty classroom on the second floor. Harry felt for the nearest space without magical surveillance, and the castle helpfully guided him to a room that was between monitoring wards, a blind spot in Hogwarts' security grid. Neville, I'm going to tell you something, and it's going to sound insane. Okay. You know the prophecy. The one about me and Voldemort. Neville nodded slowly. My Gran told me. This summer. She said the prophecy could have been about either of us. She was right. And the reason it could have been about either of us is because we're connected. Not through Voldemort, through magic itself. Through what I am. What I'm becoming. He told Neville. Not everything, not the block, not the specific percentages, not the conversations with Dumbledore, but the core of it. Magus Dei. A conduit for the force of magic. A living nexus point. And Neville, the other boy born as the seventh month died, was resonating with Harry's awakening. Neville listened. His round face went through fear, confusion, wonder, and a kind of dawning recognition that Harry found both touching and heartbreaking. That's why the plants respond to me, Neville said quietly. That's why my magic's been getting stronger. Yes. Because of you. Because of what's happening to me. My awakening is, it's like dropping a stone in a water. The ripples spread. And you're close to the point of impact, Neville. Closer than anyone except maybe Ron and Hermione. Neville was quiet for a long time. The classroom was dark except for the moonlight streaming through the windows, and in that light Neville looked older than his 15 years. More solid. More real. What do you need me to do? He asked. It was the same question Ron had asked at King's Cross in June. The same immediate, unquestioning leap from revelation to action. Harry was starting to wonder if he'd been underestimating the people around him his entire life, or if they'd simply been waiting for the right moment to show him who they really were. Be ready, Harry said. Your magic is going to keep growing. Work with it. Don't fight it. And Neville, if something happens to me, if the block comes off too fast or the power goes somewhere I can't follow, I need someone I trust to know what's happening. Someone besides Ron and Hermione. You think something might go wrong? I think I'm becoming something that hasn't existed in 3,000 years, and the last person it happened to flattened a city. So yeah. I think something might go wrong. I'm going to do everything I can to make sure it doesn't. But I need a safety net. Neville nodded. Slowly, solemnly, with a gravity that sat naturally on him in a way it never had before. I'm your man, he said. Harry believed him. The first week of term was a careful dance of the ordinary and the extraordinary. Harry went to classes. Sat through lectures. Took notes. The mundane rhythms of Hogwarts student life continued around him like a river flowing past a mountain, unchanged and slightly rerouted. He could have skipped every class from now until graduation and it wouldn't have mattered to his magical education. He was learning more from the block's degradation in a single night than Hogwarts could teach him in a year. But his friends were here, and normality was important, and there was something grounding about sitting in a classroom and being a student even when you could feel the Earth's magnetic field through the soles of your shoes. Defense against the dark arts with Umbridge was the exception. The classroom had been redecorated. Kitten plates on every wall. A desk covered in pink doilies. The atmosphere of a grandmother's tea room, if the grandmother in question was a fascist with an allergy to independent thought. One's away, Umbridge said on the first day, her voice dripping with sweetness. We will be following a ministry-approved, theory-based curriculum this year. There will be no need for practical application. Harry sat in the back row between Ron and Hermione and said nothing. He watched Umbridge with a clinical detachment that was becoming his default state, observing the way she controlled the room, the micro-expressions of sadistic pleasure that flickered across her toad face when students protested, the calculated deployment of sweetness as a weapon. She was good at what she did. Harry gave her that. The soft authoritarianism was expertly wielded, gentle enough to seem reasonable, firm enough to brook no dissent. She wasn't a blunt instrument like Fudge. She was a scalpel. Hermione's hand went up 17 minutes into the lesson. Yes, Miss Granger. The textbook says nothing about defensive spell work. How are we supposed to prepare for what, Miss Granger? The smile widened. There is nothing out there that requires you to perform defensive spells. As long as you study the theory thoroughly, you will be perfectly equipped to pass your ministry examination. But if we're attacked by whom? Do you expect to be attacked in my classroom, Miss Granger? What about outside your classroom? What about Voldemort? The name landed like a grenade. Half the class flinched. Umbridge's smile didn't waver, but her eyes went cold, a shift so subtle that only Harry, with his enhanced perception, caught the full depth of it. The Ministry of Magic guarantees that you are not in danger from any dark wizard, Umbridge said. The claims regarding the supposed return of you-know-who are unsubstantiated and, they're not claims, Harry said. The room went still. Every head turned. Harry was leaning back in his chair, arms crossed, looking at Umbridge with an expression of mild interest. I'm sorry, Mr. Potter. I said they're not claims. Voldemort is back. I was there. I watched him return. I fought him. Cedric Diggory is dead because of him. Those aren't claims. Those are facts. The Ministry can deny them, and you can refuse to teach defense, and everyone in this room can pretend that the world is safe and nothing bad is coming. But it won't make it true, and when Voldemort makes his move, which he will, because that's what Voldemort does, the students in this room are going to need to defend themselves. And you're not going to teach them how. So I will. The silence was absolute. Umbridge's smile had frozen. Behind it, Harry could see the machinery of her mind working, political calculation, risk assessment, the instinct to crush this challenge immediately warring with the memory of what had happened on the street outside Grimmauld Place. She remembered. She remembered the diagnostic charm breaking. She remembered the heat of his presence. She was, beneath the pink cardigan and the kitten plates, afraid of him. Detention, Mr. Potter, she said. Tonight. My office. 7 o'clock. No, Harry said. The word was so simple, so casual, so completely devoid of defiance or drama that it took Umbridge a full 3 seconds to process it. I beg your pardon. I said no. I'm not coming to your detention. You can assign it, you can write it in your book, you can report it to the minister, I don't care. I'm not going to sit in your office and write lines with a blood quill while you enjoy a cup of tea. Another silence. This one had a different texture, sharper, more brittle. Several students who had been looking at Harry turned to look at Umbridge with dawning horror. A blood quill? Hermione said, her voice tight. That's a Class B dark artifact. Using one on a student is, standard ministry-approved disciplinary equipment, Umbridge said, but the sweetness in her voice had curdled. Mr. Potter, I don't know where I can see it. Harry nodded toward Umbridge's desk. Top drawer, right side. Black quill, silver nib, enchanted to use the writer's blood as ink and carve the words into the back of their hand. You've already used it this week, there's residual magical signature from at least 3 students. Lee Jordan was one of them. I can feel his blood on it from here. The room erupted. Voices overlapping, chairs scraping, students turning to Lee Jordan, who was sitting 2 rows ahead of Harry with his right hand tucked under his left arm and his face gone gray, and Lee slowly, reluctantly, pulled out his hand and showed the room the words carved into his skin in his own handwriting, I must not tell lies. Umbridge stood behind her desk and Harry could see the exact moment she lost control of the room. Not dramatically, she was too skilled for a dramatic collapse. But the mask slipped. The smile died. And what was underneath was small and mean and afraid, and every student in the room could see it. "This is, Mr. Potter, you have no right, Professor." Harry stood up. He didn't raise his voice. He didn't project power or menace or authority. He just stood, and the air in the classroom thickened, and the kitten plates on the walls trembled faintly in their mounts. "You're done here. I am a ministry appointed, you're a woman who tortures children with dark artifacts and calls it discipline. You're done. Not because I'm expelling you, I don't have that authority. But because every student in this room just saw what you are, and by dinner tonight, every student in this school will know. The prophet might not print it, but students write letters home. Parents ask questions. And when the Board of Governors gets enough owls from enough angry families, even Fudge won't be able to protect you." He picked up his bag. Nodded to Ron and Hermione, who were already on their feet. Walked to the door. "Mr. Potter." Umbridge's voice had gone shrill. "If you walk out of this classroom, I will have you expelled." Harry paused at the door. Looked over his shoulder. "No, you won't," he said. "Because Dumbledore won't allow it, and even if he did, expelling me would require me to leave Hogwarts. And Professor," he smiled, and it was not a cruel smile but it was not a kind one either. "This castle is mine. In a way that you can't understand and the ministry can't overrule. So I'll be here tomorrow, and the day after, and the day after that. The question is whether you will be." He left. Ron and Hermione left with him. Behind them, the classroom dissolved into chaos. "That was brilliant," Ron said as they walked down the corridor. "Terrifying, but brilliant. The blood quill, Harry, we need to document it, get statements from the students she used it on, send formal complaints to the Board of Governors and the Wizengamot." Hermione was already in organizational mode, her mind clicking through action items like a well-oiled machine. "Do it," Harry said. "I'll leave that part to you. Politics is your arena, not mine. And yours is everything else." They rounded a corner and nearly collided with Draco Malfoy. The Slytherin was alone, unusual for Malfoy, who typically traveled with Crabbe and Goyle in a formation that suggested a small-scale military patrol. He was pale. Paler than usual, which for Malfoy was saying something, and his grey eyes had a hunted quality that Harry had never seen in them before. "Potter," Malfoy said, and his voice was strange, stripped of its usual sneer, almost careful. "Malfoy." They stood in the corridor, 3 feet apart, and Harry could see Malfoy's magic. It was, surprisingly complex. Layered. There was the surface layer, sharp, cold, trained to precision by years of pure-blood education. Underneath that, darker threads that Harry recognized as the influence of prolonged exposure to dark magic. Not Malfoy's own darkness, his father's. Lucius Malfoy's magic had left fingerprints all over his son, smudges of ambition and cruelty that had been pressed into Draco's magical core since childhood. And underneath that, buried deep, something Malfoy probably didn't even know was there, a core of genuine ability that had been warped and stunted by the expectations piled on top of it. Raw talent, twisted into the wrong shape. "My father told me about you," Malfoy said. "Over the summer. He said you've become something. Something the Dark Lord is." He stopped. Swallowed. "Is it true?" Harry looked at him. Not with compassion, exactly, Malfoy had earned very little compassion over the years, but with the clarity of someone who could see the architecture of a person's soul and understood, on a fundamental level, the difference between who someone was and who they'd been made to be. "What did your father tell you, Draco?" The use of his first name landed visibly. Malfoy's eyes widened a fraction. "He said the Dark Lord is afraid. He said, he didn't use that word, but I could tell. Father's afraid too. They all are. Of you. And you came to find me because..." Malfoy's jaw worked. His hands were clenched at his sides and Harry could see the conflict raging behind his eyes, pride versus fear, loyalty versus survival, the desperate desire to be something other than what his family had made him. "Because I'm not stupid," Malfoy said finally. "I can read a room. My father picked a side and the side is losing. The Dark Lord hasn't even done anything yet and he's already losing, because of you. And he stopped. The mask cracked, just for a second, and underneath it was a 16-year-old boy who was very, very scared. "I don't want to die for him," Malfoy whispered. "For the Dark Lord. My father would. My aunt would. But I don't want to die." Harry studied him for a long moment. Ron was radiating suspicion like a space heater. Hermione was watching with the analytical intensity she brought to particularly complex problems. "I'm not making any promises," Harry said. "You've spent 4 years making my life miserable and calling my best friend a slur. I haven't forgotten that. But I'm also not in the business of punishing people for who their parents are. If you want out, genuinely out, then stay quiet, keep your head down, and when the time comes, stand on the right side. That's all I'm going to offer you." Malfoy nodded. It was jerky, uncoordinated, nothing like the practiced poise he usually wore. He looked like a drowning man who'd just been thrown a rope and wasn't sure if it was a trick. "Thank you," he said, and the words sounded like they'd been dragged out of him with pliers. "Don't thank me. Prove me right." Malfoy turned and walked away down the corridor, his footsteps echoing in the empty space. "I don't trust him," Ron said immediately. "Neither do I," Harry said. "But I can see his magic, Ron. The fear is real. The desire to survive is real. And right now, Voldemort's inner circle fracturing is more useful to us than another enemy." "When did you get so strategic?" "When I stopped being afraid and started paying attention." October came with cold rain and the slow, relentless crumbling of the block. 35%. 38. 40. Each percentage point brought new abilities, new perceptions, new depths of understanding that Harry absorbed with the ease of breathing. He could heal wounds with a touch. He could communicate with any magical creature without speech. He could feel the weather changing hours before it happened, sensing the magical currents in the atmosphere the way a sailor senses a shift in the wind. He could apparate within Hogwarts, through the anti-apparition wards, through enchantments that had blocked every witch and wizard for 1,000 years, because the wards recognized him as part of the castle's own magic and didn't treat his movement as external intrusion. Dumbledore continued their evening sessions, but the nature of the lessons had shifted. Less teaching, more dialogue. The old man shared everything he knew about Voldemort's Horcruxes, the diary, destroyed, the ring, located, protected by a deadly curse, the locket, in their possession, the cup, in Bellatrix Lestrange's Gringotts vault, Ravenclaw's diadem. Dumbledore suspected it was in the castle, and Harry, reaching out with his expanding senses, confirmed it within 3 days. It was in the Room of Requirement, buried under a mountain of discarded objects, pulsing with dark magic like a diseased heart. "That leaves one," Dumbledore said. "The snake. Nagini. She is always with Voldemort. She will be the last, and the hardest." "Not the last," Harry said quietly. "There's one more." Dumbledore went very still. "The scar," Harry said. "I can feel it, Professor. The same fracture, the same dark resonance. There's a piece of his soul in my head. Has been since I was a baby." The silence that followed was the longest of Harry's life. "I have suspected," Dumbledore whispered. "For years, I have suspected. But I did not wish to. You didn't want to tell me that I'd have to die." The old man's face crumpled. "Because that's the traditional method, isn't it?" Harry continued, his voice steady. "Destroy the container, destroy the soul fragment. And my body is the container. Harry, except I'm not just a container, am I? I'm a Magus Dei. And a Magus Dei isn't a vessel that magic fills, it's the source that magic flows from. The soul fragment in my scar isn't embedded in my magic. It's floating on the surface of it. Like oil on water. He watched Dumbledore process this. Watched the old man's eyes widen as the implication sank in. You believe you can remove it, Dumbledore said hoarsely. Without dying. I know I can remove it. At 40%, I can already feel the difference between his magic and mine. His soul fragment doesn't belong in me, it never did. It's a parasite, and my magic has been trying to reject it for 14 years, and the only reason it hasn't succeeded is because the block was keeping my immune system suppressed. He paused. Let the metaphor land. When the block is fully gone, removing Voldemort's soul fragment will be as easy as coughing out a piece of dust. When? Dumbledore asked. Not if. When? I'm done with if, Professor. I'm done with contingencies and worst-case scenarios and strategic hedging. Voldemort is a man who broke his own soul into pieces because he was afraid to die. I'm the thing that magic itself chose to counterbalance him. The outcome of this story was written before either of us was born. I'm just finally strong enough to read it. Dumbledore sat in his chair for a long time, looking at Harry with an expression that defied easy categorization. Pain was in there. Pride. Fear. Love. And underneath it all, the slowly dawning recognition that the boy he had placed in a cupboard 15 years ago was becoming something that rendered every choice Dumbledore had ever made, every manipulation, every sacrifice, every carefully constructed plan, completely, utterly irrelevant. I owe you an apology, Dumbledore said. Not for the block, that choice, right or wrong, I made with the best information I had. But for everything after. For the cupboard. For the Dursleys. For every year I left you there knowing what you were and choosing to keep you small. I told myself it was for your protection. It was for mine. I was afraid of you, Harry. I have been afraid of you since the night I placed you on that doorstep, and fear made me cruel in ways I will spend the rest of my life regretting. I know, Harry said. And I forgive you. Not because what you did was forgivable, some of it wasn't. But because holding on to it doesn't serve me. Anger is a luxury I can afford less and less the more of the block comes off. I need to be clear, Professor. Clear and focused and anchored. And you, for all your mistakes, are one of my anchors. Dumbledore wept. Openly, without embarrassment, the way old men weep when a burden they've carried for decades is finally acknowledged and set down. Harry let him. Sat across from him in the quiet library and let the old man cry, and when it was over, they returned to work. 3 days later, Voldemort attacked Hogsmeade. Harry felt it before the first scream. He was in the common room, working on a potions essay he didn't need to write but was completing anyway because Hermione had made a compelling argument about maintaining academic standards, when the magical atmosphere of the region shifted. A darkening. A curdling. Like watching clean water turn black from the inside. He was on his feet before the sensation fully registered. Harry. Hermione looked up from her own essay, startled by the speed of his movement. Hogsmeade. Now. Death Eaters. He didn't run. He stepped, the fold space travel that had become as natural as walking, and was standing in the middle of Hogsmeade's high street between one heartbeat and the next. The village was on fire. Not metaphorically, actual fire, dark and magical, the cursed flame that Death Eaters used to destroy and terrorize. Buildings were burning. People were running. The sounds of screaming mixed with the crack of spellfire and the high, cold laughter of people who had come here to inflict suffering. Harry counted them in an instant. 23 Death Eaters, spread across the village in a pattern designed to maximize panic and cut off escape routes. Professional. Military. This wasn't a random attack, this was a message. Voldemort announcing his return, not to the Ministry but to Harry. Hitting what Harry cared about. Forcing him to act publicly. Fine. He'd act publicly. Harry raised his right hand, and the cursed fire went out. All of it. Every building, every street, every rooftop, the dark flames simply ceased to exist, snuffed by a wave of raw magical force that swept across the village like a hand brushing crumbs from a table. The fires didn't die. They were unmade. The magic that sustained them was stripped away, deconstructed, reduced to nothing in the space between one breath and the next. 23 Death Eaters felt it happen. 23 masked faces turned toward the center of the high street, where a 15-year-old boy in a Gryffindor jumper was standing with his hand raised and his eyes blazing with a golden light that was visible from 3 streets away. The nearest Death Eater, a large man Harry didn't recognize, pointed his wand and screamed a killing curse. The green bolt of light streaked toward Harry and stopped. Just stopped. Hung in the air 6 inches from his face, spinning slowly, the lethal magic straining against an invisible barrier with all the effect of a moth battering against a window. Harry looked at the killing curse. Studied it. Felt its composition, the hatred, the intent to destroy, the fracture in natural law that made the spell possible. Ugly magic. Wasteful magic. A blunt instrument masquerading as sophistication. He closed his hand, and the curse vanished. Not deflected. Not absorbed. Deleted. Removed from existence with the casual precision of an editor striking a word from a page. The Death Eater who'd cast it stumbled backward. "That's enough," Harry said. His voice carried across the village with a clarity that had nothing to do with volume. Every person in Hogsmeade, residents, students, Death Eaters, heard him, the words landing in their minds with the weight of absolute authority. "You've made your point. Voldemort sent you to get my attention. You have it. Now drop your wands and surrender, or I will take them from you." 3 seconds of silence. Then a Death Eater near the post office, Dolohov, Harry recognized the magical signature from Dumbledore's files, raised his wand and fired a curse at a group of Hogwarts third years who were huddled against a wall. Harry didn't think. Didn't decide. His magic simply acted. The curse evaporated mid-flight. Dolohov's wand flew from his hand and disintegrated, not snapped, disintegrated, the wood and core reducing to dust in a microsecond. Dolohov himself was lifted off his feet by an invisible force and pinned against the wall of the post office, 3 feet off the ground, held there by bands of golden light that materialized from the air itself. I said that's enough. The remaining Death Eaters lasted 9 seconds. Not because they fought, some of them tried, firing curses that Harry dismantled with no more effort than breathing, but because 9 seconds was the time it took for Harry to reach out with his magic and take their wands. All of them. Simultaneously. 22 wands ripped from 22 hands and drawn through the air to Harry's open palm, where they hovered in a neat ring, spinning slowly. 22 disarmed Death Eaters. 1 pinned to a wall. An entire village of witnesses. Harry looked at the wands orbiting his hand. Each one was a repository of information, the spells its owner had cast, the magical signature of its wielder, the echo of every curse and hex and unforgivable that had passed through it. He could read them all. Could feel the dark magic encoded in the wood and core, the residue of cruelty and murder and acts he didn't want to name. He let the wands fall. They clattered to the cobblestones in a pile. "Someone contact the Auror office," Harry said to the village at large. "Tell them there are 23 Death Eaters in Hogsmeade, disarmed and ready for arrest. Tell them Harry Potter sends his regards." Then he turned to the third years who were still huddled against the wall, wide-eyed and trembling, and his voice changed, became gentle, warm, the voice of a person rather than a force of nature. "You're safe," he said. "It's over. Let's get you back to the castle." The walk back to Hogwarts took 20 minutes. Harry led the third years, there were 7 of them, a mix of Gryffindors and Hufflepuffs who'd been on a weekend visit to Honeydukes, up the road to the castle, and by the time they reached the gates, the entire school knew what had happened. Word traveled the way it always did at Hogwarts, fast, distorted, inflated. By the time Harry walked through the entrance hall, the story had grown from "Harry stopped a Death Eater attack" to "Harry single-handedly defeated 50 Death Eaters and set them on fire," which was inaccurate in both number and method but captured the general spirit. Ron and Hermione met him at the foot of the main staircase. "We heard," Hermione said. She was pale but composed. "Harry, are you fine?" "Not a scratch." "How many?" 23. "Disarmed, restrained, awaiting arrest." "I didn't hurt any of them." "You disarmed 23 Death Eaters." Ron's voice was the particular register of incredulity he reserved for things that exceeded even his capacity for understatement. "At once?" 9 seconds, Harry said. "Felt slow, honestly. I think I could have done it faster, but I was giving them a chance to surrender." Ron stared at him. Then he started laughing. Not nervously, not hysterically, genuinely laughing, the full-body laughter of a person who has just realized that the war they were afraid of is going to end very differently than they expected. "Mate," Ron said, wiping his eyes. "I almost feel sorry for you-know-who." "Don't," Harry said. "He attacked a village full of children. He doesn't get sympathy." Fleur found him an hour later in the room of requirement. Harry had gone there to think. The room had configured itself as a simple space, just a fireplace and 2 chairs, because that was what he needed. Quiet. Warmth. A moment to process what he'd just done. 23 Death Eaters. 9 seconds. No wand. No incantation. No effort. 41%. The knock came, and he knew it was Fleur before the door opened. Her magical signature preceded her, that bright, layered, old and non-human resonance that he'd first sensed at King's Cross. "Come in." She entered, closed the door behind her, and sat in the other chair without being invited. Her expression was serious. More serious than he'd ever seen it. "I felt what you did," she said. "In Hogsmeade. Everyone felt it. Not the way I felt it. Harry, when you stopped those curses, when you took their wands, you were not using magic." He frowned. "What do you mean?" "Magic is, how do I say this, magic is a current. A force. Wizards channel it through wands and spells. Magical creatures, we channel it through our nature. But what you did today was not channeling. You did not direct magic. You were magic. The force itself, acting directly on reality, without any intermediary at all. The fire did not go out because you cast a spell on it. The fire went out because you decided it should not exist, and reality agreed." Harry stared at the fireplace for a long time. "Is that what the Magus Day is?" he asked quietly. "Someone reality agrees with?" "More than that. Someone reality obeys." She leaned forward, firelight catching the silver of her hair. "My grandmere told me a story, when I was small. Before the Founders. Before Merlin. Before the first wand was ever carved. There was a time when magic was not a tool. It was the world. Everything was magic, the earth, the water, the sky, the creatures. There was no separation between the magical and the mundane. And in that time, there were beings who walked between worlds, beings who were not wizards or creatures or gods, but all three at once. They were the voice of magic itself, given form. Given will. Given the power to shape reality not through spells but through intent. The Magi Day. Yes. And they disappeared. All of them. The stories say the world changed, grew colder, harder, more rigid. The separation between magic and mundane began. Wands were invented because people could no longer touch magic directly. Schools were built because knowledge that had once been instinctive had to be learned. The magical world as we know it is, how you say, a workaround. A substitute. A way of accessing something that used to be freely available to everyone. And now it's coming back. Through you, yes. Fleur's eyes were bright. You are the first Magus Day in 3,000 years. The first living bridge between magic and reality since the world grew cold. And everything, the wards, the creatures, the castle, everything is responding to you because everything remembers. The magic remembers what it used to be. And it wants to come home. Harry sat with that. Let it settle into him alongside the 41% of his power that was already free and the 59% that was still straining against the dam. Fleur, he said. What happened to the last one? The one in Sumer. Your grandmother's version, not the one the tablets tell. Fleur was quiet for a moment. My grandmere says E was beautiful. And powerful. And very, very lonely. Because when you are the voice of magic itself, who can understand you? Who can stand beside you? E had no one. No friends. No anchors. And when the Council of Eridu tried to bind him, he had nothing to lose. No reason to be gentle. No reason to be human. She looked at Harry, and her eyes held something that might have been fear and might have been hope and was probably both. You Ave friends, she said. You Ave people who love you. That is the difference. That is the only difference that matters. Harry thought of Ron, laughing in the entrance hall. Of Hermione, already drafting formal complaints and strategic plans. Of Neville, quietly growing stronger in the shadow of Harry's awakening. Of Dumbledore, weeping in the library. Of Sirius, whose letters arrived every day, fierce and funny and alive with the love of a godfather who had spent 12 years in prison and would spend 12 more if it meant keeping Harry safe. Yeah, he said. I do. Outside the room of requirement, the castle hummed. The wards pulsed. And the wizarding world, which had just watched a 15-year-old boy dismantle an army with a wave of his hand, began to reckon with the possibility that the rules they'd built their civilization on were about to change. The Daily Prophet's headline the next morning read, "The Boy Who Conquered, Potter Single-Handedly Defeats Death Eater Attack on Hogsmeade." Fudge's denial of Voldemort's return lasted exactly 6 more hours after that. And somewhere in the darkness, in a room that was no longer the Riddle House because the Riddle House was no longer safe, Lord Voldemort sat in silence and stared at his pale hands and felt the bond between himself and the boy, the bond he had created with stolen blood and dark ritual, pulsing with a power that grew stronger every hour. The boy had stopped a killing curse by looking at it. The boy had disarmed 23 of his best fighters in 9 seconds. The boy was 41% of whatever he was going to become, and he was already beyond anything Voldemort could match in a straight fight. Tom Riddle was many things, brilliant, ruthless, patient, cruel, but he was not a fool. He knew when the game had changed. He knew when brute force had reached the end of its usefulness. So he set brute force aside. And he began to plan. Not an attack. Not a war. Something older. Something darker. Something that even a god might not see coming. The Department of Mysteries had a room that was locked to everyone. A room that contained something that existed before magic, before time, before the separation of the living and the dead. The Veil. Voldemort smiled, and it was the smile of a man who had just found the one weapon in the universe that might kill a god. He began to make arrangements. Chapter 4, What Gods Fear. November came to Hogwarts wrapped in frost and rumors. The wizarding world had not stopped talking about Hogsmeade. The prophet ran the story for 11 consecutive days, cycling through increasingly breathless variations, eyewitness accounts, expert analysis, historical comparisons, opinion pieces that ranged from Harry Potter, savior of our age, to unregistered magical anomaly poses threat to statute of secrecy. The Ministry, having been forced by the sheer volume of evidence to acknowledge Voldemort's return, was now in the awkward position of simultaneously asking for Harry's help and trying to figure out how to control him. Harry ignored all of it. He had more important things to focus on. 46% now, and climbing. The block was losing structural integrity at an accelerating rate, each fracture weakened the overall architecture, which caused more fractures, which weakened it further. Dumbledore's engineering metaphor from the hospital wing had been more accurate than either of them realized. The dam wasn't just leaking. It was entering cascade failure. The new abilities came faster now, layering on top of each other like instruments joining an orchestra. He could feel individual heartbeats within a radius of about 2 miles. He could sense the emotional states of the people around him, not reading minds, nothing so crude, but feeling the magical resonance that emotions created in a person's aura. Joy was warm gold. Fear was brittle silver. Love was deep, slow amber. Grief was blue so dark it was almost black. The castle was saturated with all of them. He was sitting in the library on a Tuesday evening, ostensibly studying for his OWLS but actually mapping the Horcrux resonance lines, when Hermione dropped into the chair across from him and placed a very old, very small book on the table between them. "The goblins responded," she said. Harry looked up. 3 weeks ago, on Hermione's suggestion, he'd sent a formal request to Gringotts asking for an audience with the Goblin Nation's senior archivist. The goblins had records that predated every human magical institution, records carved in stone and kept in vaults a mile beneath London, maintained with the obsessive precision that characterized everything the Goblin Nation did. If anyone had detailed documentation of the last Magus Day, it was them. And they didn't just respond. They sent an envoy. He's in Dumbledore's office right now. His name is Ragnarok. He's the director of Gringotts. Harry's eyebrows rose. The director of Gringotts was, by any meaningful measure, one of the most powerful individuals in the magical world. Goblins controlled the economy. The director controlled the goblins. For Ragnarok to come to Hogwarts personally was the goblin equivalent of a state visit. He brought this. Hermione tapped the book on the table. "Ask that you read it before the meeting." "Harry, I've looked through it. It's a goblin account of the fall of Eridu. Their version. And it's different from the Sumerian tablets. Very different." Harry picked up the book. It was small enough to fit in one hand, bound in something that wasn't leather, stone, maybe, or some goblin material that felt like stone but flexed like cloth. The pages inside were thin metal sheets etched with tiny, precise text in a language Harry had never seen but could read as easily as English. Another gift of the awakening, languages, all languages, were just patterns in the fabric of magic, and patterns were what he was made of. He read. The goblin account was clinical where the Sumerian tablets had been mythological. No poetry, no metaphor, no grandiose language about divine wrath or cosmic punishment. Just facts, recorded with the dispassionate precision of a species that valued accuracy above all else. The Magus Day of Eridu had been born approximately 3,100 years before the Common Era. His name, translated roughly, was Immerker. He had been a potter's son. Unremarkable family, unremarkable childhood, unremarkable in every way until the age of 14, when the block, placed on him at birth by a council of seers who had foreseen his nature, began to fail. Harry's blood went cold. They'd blocked him too. 3,000 years ago, a different group of powerful people had looked at a baby and seen something terrifying and made the same choice Dumbledore had made. He kept reading. Immerker's awakening had followed a trajectory that Harry recognized with uncomfortable precision. Gradual at first, then accelerating. New perceptions. New abilities. The world reshaping itself around him. The goblins recorded his power levels at various stages with characteristic exactness. At 30%, he could reshape stone with a touch. At 50, he could command weather. At 70, he could hear the thoughts of every living creature within a day's walk. At 90%, the account noted simply, he stopped sleeping. He said there was no need. He said he could feel the dreams of the world, and they were enough. And then the fall. The Council of Eridu, 7 of the most powerful mages of the ancient world, attempted to rebind Immerker. Their ritual was sophisticated, powered by a ley line nexus and the combined magical force of 7 archmages working in concert. It was, by Goblin assessment, technically flawless. It failed. Not because Enmerkar resisted. The Goblin account was clear on this point: Enmerkar did not fight the binding. He understood it. He perceived the ritual structure, felt its intent, and in the space between one heartbeat and the next, he made a choice. The Goblins recorded what happened next in a single, devastating sentence: he unmade the binding, and the binding's makers, and the city that housed them, and the ground beneath the city, and the sky above it, in a single expression of will that lasted approximately 4 seconds. 4 seconds. An entire civilization. Gone. But it was the next passage that made Harry set the book down and stare at the library wall for a very long time. In the aftermath, Enmerkar was observed by our scout standing in the crater that had been Eridu. He was weeping. Our senior observer noted that the Magus Day appeared to be in a state of profound distress. When approached, he spoke a single sentence, which our observer recorded verbatim: "I did not mean to. I only meant to say no." He did not mean to. A god's no had destroyed a city. Not out of rage. Not out of madness. Out of the simple, terrible mathematics of a being whose will operated on a scale that made the difference between stop and annihilate functionally meaningless. Harry closed the book. Placed it carefully on the table. Looked at Hermione. "You read this," he said. "Yes. And I'm scared, Harry. Not of you. For you." He nodded slowly. "Yeah. Me too." He met Ragnarok in Dumbledore's office an hour later. The old man was there, seated behind his desk, and the goblin stood in the center of the room, stood, not sat, despite the chair that had been provided. Ragnarok was old, even by goblin standards. His face was a topographic map of deep lines and sharp angles, his eyes black and bright and ancient, and his magical signature was unlike anything Harry had encountered: dense, metallic, thrumming with the deep earth resonance of a species that had spent millennia living underground. "Mr. Potter," Ragnarok said. His voice was like gravel in a tin can. "You have read the account." "I have." "Then you understand why I am here. You're here because the last Magus Day destroyed a civilization in 4 seconds without meaning to, and you want to know if I'm going to do the same thing." Ragnarok's lips thinned. On a goblin, Harry had learned, that was the equivalent of a smile. Blunt. Good. I despise diplomacy. The goblin crossed his arms. The gesture was eerily similar to Uncle Vernon's, though the effect was considerably more dignified. The Goblin Nation has maintained records of every significant magical event for 6,000 years. In that time, we have documented 3 Magi Day. Enmerkar of Eridu, whom you have read about. A Kentanen of Thebes, who lived approximately 2,000 years before the Common Era and who, upon full awakening, walked into the desert and was never seen again. And Myrddin, whom your kind call Merlin. Harry blinked. Merlin was a Magus Day. Dumbledore leaned forward in his chair. This was clearly news to him as well. Merlin was a partial Magus Day, Ragnarok corrected. His block, and yes, he was blocked as well, they always are, never fully failed. It degraded to approximately 60%, giving him access to roughly 40% of his full capacity. This made him the most powerful wizard in recorded history, but it also spared him, and the world, the consequences of full awakening. He died at the age of 312 with the block still partially intact. What consequences? Harry asked. Specifically. Not metaphors, not warnings. What specifically happens at full awakening? Ragnarok studied him for a long moment. The black eyes were unreadable. At full awakening, a Magus Day ceases to be a being that exists within magical reality and becomes the being that magical reality exists within. The distinction is critical. At your current level, 46%, by our instrument's estimation, you are an extraordinarily powerful entity operating within the framework of the magical world. You can manipulate that framework, bend it, override it. But it still exists independently of you. At 100%, that independence ends. You will not be a wizard who can do anything. You will be the medium through which magic itself is expressed. The framework, the rules, the laws of magical reality, they will exist because you sustain them. If you lose control, if your will becomes unfocused, if your intention fractures, if your attention wanders, reality will respond to the fracture the way water responds to a crack in a dam. Eridu, Harry said. Immerker did not attack Eridu. He flinched. A being of total magical authority flinched, and the flinch propagated through the fabric of reality at the speed of thought, and everything within range of the propagation was unmade. Ragnarok paused. You are, Mr. Potter, on a trajectory to become the single most dangerous being this planet has ever produced. Not because you are malicious. Because you are human. And humans flinch. The office was silent. Fawkes, perched on his stand, let out a single, low note that seemed to come from somewhere deeper than the bird's throat. What do you recommend? Harry asked. Recommend? Ragnarok's lips thinned again. I recommend nothing. The Goblin Nation does not presume to advise gods. We document. We record. We survive. But if you are asking, I'm asking. Then I will say this. Immerker had no anchors. No connections to the human world that could hold his attention steady when the full weight of magical reality settled on his shoulders. Myrddin had one, a woman, the legends call her Nimue, though that was not her true name. She was enough to keep him sane at 40%. You have several. Use them. The difference between a god who creates and a god who destroys is not power. It is not virtue. It is whether, at the moment of total authority, there is something in the world you love enough to be careful for. Ragnarok uncrossed his arms. Reached into his coat, the goblin's formal attire was severe and beautifully tailored, more military than ministerial, and produced a small box of dark metal. A gift, he said. From the Goblin Nation. Not freely given, nothing is freely given, that is not our way. Consider it an investment. The goblins have survived 6,000 years by identifying the winning side early. We are identifying it now. Harry took the box. Opened it. Inside, resting on a bed of black velvet, was a ring. Simple, unadorned, made of a metal that wasn't gold or silver or anything Harry could identify. It was warm to the touch, and when his fingers closed around it, he felt stability. A grounding force. An anchor. Goblin-forged equilibrium metal, Ragnarok said. It dampens magical fluctuation. Smooths the peaks and valleys. It will not slow your awakening, nothing can, but it will help you maintain control during the transition. Consider it a safety rail. Harry slid the ring onto his right hand. The effect was immediate and subtle, a gentle steadying of the constant magical hum that had become his baseline state. Like the difference between standing in a river and standing in the same river with your feet braced against a rock. Thank you, Harry said. Do not thank me. Survive. That is sufficient repayment. Ragnarok turned to leave, then paused at the door. One more thing, Mr. Potter. Your enemy, the one who calls himself Lord Voldemort. Our intelligence suggests he has been making inquiries about the Department of Mysteries. Specifically, about an artifact in the Death Chamber. An arch of ancient stone. Harry felt something cold settle in his stomach. The Veil, Dumbledore said quietly. The Veil, Ragnarok confirmed. It predates the Ministry. It predates the Department of Mysteries. It predates, by our estimation, human magical civilization entirely. We do not know what it is. We do not know what is on the other side. But we know this, whatever is on the other side is not alive, and it is not dead, and it is not magic as we understand the term. It is something else. Something that existed before the categories of alive and dead and magical were created. And Voldemort wants to open it, Harry said. Voldemort wants to use it. Against you. He has concluded, correctly, in our assessment, that conventional magical force cannot defeat a Magus Day. So he is seeking unconventional force. Force from beyond the boundary of magical reality itself. Can the veil be opened? We do not know. It has never been attempted. But if anyone would be mad enough to try, it would be a man who has already torn his own soul into pieces in pursuit of immortality. Ragnarok left. The door closed behind him. Harry and Dumbledore sat in the office for a long time, listening to Fawkes sing his low, resonant song, saying nothing. I need to go to the Department of Mysteries, Harry said eventually. Yes, Dumbledore said. You do. Harry told Ron and Hermione that night. They were in the Room of Requirement. It had become their war room over the past weeks, configuring itself as a comfortable space with maps and books and a large table covered in notes and diagrams that Hermione updated daily with color-coded precision. The veil, Hermione said, and her voice had the particular flatness it took on when she was processing something that frightened her deeply and refusing to show it. I've read about it. Every reference says the same thing, nobody knows what it is, nobody knows where it leads, and the Department of Mysteries has been studying it for 400 years without making any progress. Voldemort thinks he can open it, Harry said. Or use it. Ragnarok thinks he's trying to pull something through, something from the other side that could fight a Magus Day. What could fight a Magus Day? Ron asked. Something that isn't magical. That's the theory. My power, what I'm becoming, it's based in magic. It is magic. Everything I can do, everything I can sense, everything I can control, it's all within the framework of magical reality. If Voldemort can find something that exists outside that framework, then your powers don't apply to it, Hermione finished. It's like being the world's strongest swimmer and someone drains the pool. Lovely metaphor, Ron said. Really comforting. When? Harry asked. That's the question. When is he going to make his move? He'll want to do it before your block fully fails, Hermione said. Every day you get stronger. He knows that, he can feel it through the bond. His window is closing. If I were him, I'd move soon. Within weeks, not months. We need a plan, Ron said. He'd pulled one of Hermione's maps toward him, a floor plan of the Department of Mysteries that she'd somehow acquired from a contact in the Ministry. If Voldemort goes to the Department of Mysteries, we need to be ready. We need people. We need to know the layout. And we need Harry to be there, because if something comes through the veil, he's the only one with a chance of stopping it. We can't just walk into the Ministry, Hermione said. Security, Aurors, the entire magical law enforcement apparatus, I can, Harry said quietly. I can walk into anywhere. They both looked at him. The Fidelius at Grimmauld Place. The anti-apparition wards at Hogwarts. The blood wards at Privet Drive. Every security measure I've encountered since the block started failing has been transparent to me. The Ministry's wards won't be any different. I can get in. And us? Ron asked. I'll get you in. Harry. Hermione's voice was careful. You can't do this alone. Even if you can get past the wards, even if you're powerful enough to face whatever Voldemort brings, you need backup. Not because you're not strong enough. Because Voldemort isn't going to come alone. He'll bring Death Eaters. He'll bring distractions. He'll try to split your attention, force you to protect people while fighting whatever comes through the veil. That's his strategy. He can't match you in raw power, so he'll attack your focus. She was right. Harry knew she was right. Ragnarok's warning echoed in his mind, humans flinch, and the goblin's gift ring pulsed gently on his finger, a steady reminder that even gods needed safety rails. Okay, Harry said. So we build a team. Not the Order, this is too important for a committee. People we trust absolutely. People who can hold their own. Ron. Hermione. Me. Harry ticked off fingers. Neville, he's been getting stronger all term, and his magic is uniquely attuned to mine. Fleur, she can sense magical shifts before they happen. Sirius, if we can get him there. Lupin. Ginny, Ron said. She'll kill me if I leave her out, and she's the best with a wand in her year. Maybe any year. Luna Lovegood, Hermione added, and then looked surprised at herself. I know she's unusual. But she scored the highest in our year on the charms practical, and there's something about her magical signature that's different. I can't explain it. Harry reached out and felt for Luna Lovegood's magical aura. He found her in Ravenclaw Tower, reading upside down on her bed, and her magic was, Hermione was right. Different. Not stronger than average, but clearer. Transparent. As though there were fewer barriers between Luna and raw magical reality than there were for most people. She didn't have more power. She had less obstruction. Luna, he agreed. She sees things other people don't. That might matter. They planned through the night. Hermione's organizational brilliance, Ron's tactical instinct, Harry's increasingly precise magical awareness, the three of them together were, Harry reflected, considerably more than the sum of their parts. By dawn they had contingencies for 6 different scenarios, escape routes, communication methods, and a training schedule for the team members who would need to be brought up to speed. It wasn't enough. Harry knew that. No amount of planning would be enough for what was coming, because what was coming was, by definition, something that existed outside the boundaries of everything they could plan for. But it was something. And something was better than sitting in a castle waiting for the end. 2 weeks passed. The block hit 50%. Harry felt the midpoint like a physical event, a shift in the quality of his existence, as though a switch had been thrown somewhere deep in the architecture of his being. He was sitting in the common room when it happened, alone, late at night, and the transition was marked by a single moment of absolute silence. Not external silence, internal. For a fraction of a second, the constant hum of magical perception that had become his baseline state went completely quiet. No ley lines. No auras. No ward structures or ambient enchantments or heartbeats or emotional resonances. Just silence. Just Harry, alone in his own head, human and small and finite. Then the silence ended, and the world came roaring back, and it was different. Bigger. Deeper. More. The magical overlay that he'd been perceiving since the hospital wing was no longer an overlay, it was the primary layer. He could still see the physical world, but it had become the substrate, the canvas, and magic was the painting. Reality had inverted. He was no longer a human perceiving magic. He was a magical being perceiving the physical world. He looked at his hands. They were glowing. Not faintly, not subtly, actually, visibly, undeniably glowing, a warm golden white light that emanated from his skin and pulsed with his heartbeat. The goblin ring on his right hand flared hot, working overtime to stabilize the surge, and Harry felt it strain at the limits of its design. He took a breath. Focused. Drew the light inward, compressing it, containing it, not hiding it, but managing it, the way you manage the volume on a speaker rather than cutting the power. The glow dimmed to a faint luminescence that would be invisible in daylight but marked him, in the dark common room, as something distinctly not quite human. Halfway, he said to the empty room. The fire in the grate flared in response. Not because it was enchanted to respond. Because fire was magic, and magic was responding to him, and at 50% the line between his will and reality's behavior was getting very, very thin. He went to bed. He did not sleep. Ragnarok's account haunted him, he stopped sleeping, he said there was no need, but it wasn't that. He simply wasn't tired. His body was running on something deeper than rest, something that recharged itself from the ambient magic of the world the way a solar panel charges from sunlight. He lay in his four-poster with the curtains drawn and listened to his dorm mates breathing and felt, with painful clarity, the distance growing between himself and ordinary human experience. He couldn't eat breakfast without tasting the enchantments on the food. Couldn't walk down a corridor without feeling the memories embedded in the stones. Couldn't look at another person without seeing their magical core, their emotional state, the complex web of fears and hopes and petty cruelties and small kindnesses that made up a human life. It was beautiful. It was overwhelming. It was lonely in a way that he had no language for and no precedent to compare it to. Ron found him the next morning on the astronomy tower, sitting on the parapet with his legs dangling over a 7-story drop, watching the sunrise paint the Scottish Highlands in shades of gold and rose. "You're going to give McGonagall a heart attack," Ron said, sitting down beside him with a careful lack of drama. "I'd catch myself." "I know. Still. Optics." Ron pulled a wrapped bundle from his bag and handed it over. "Bacon sandwich. Hermione sent it. She said you didn't come to breakfast and she's worried, but she's handling the Umbridge Tribunal this morning so she sent me instead." Harry took the sandwich. Bit into it. The bacon was good, salty, crispy, real, and for a moment the taste was just taste, just food, just the simple animal pleasure of eating, and the magic receded, and he was 15 and hungry and sitting with his best friend watching the sunrise. "Ron," he said. "Yeah. Am I still me?" Ron looked at him. Not quickly, not casually, a long, careful, thorough look, the kind you give something when you want to be absolutely sure of what you're seeing. "Yeah, mate," Ron said. "You're still you." "How can you tell?" "Because you're asking. Because you're sitting up here worrying about it instead of, I don't know, reshaping the castle into a giant golden throne or whatever a god's supposed to do. Because you sent Neville a birthday present last week. Because you stayed up until 2 in the morning helping a first year with her charms homework even though you could have just waved your hand and made her understand it. Because you're eating a bacon sandwich and you've got grease on your chin and you look like a kid, Harry. You look like my best friend." Harry wiped his chin with the back of his hand. Laughed a little. "You look different," Ron continued. "I'm not going to pretend you don't. You glow sometimes. The castle rearranges itself when you walk through it. First years stare at you like you're the second coming of Merlin, which, I mean, technically, you kind of are, according to the goblins. But you're still Harry. You're still the bloke who's rubbish at divination and who laughs too loud and who would die for any one of us without thinking twice. The power doesn't change that. And if it ever starts to, that's what I'm here for. That's what Hermione's here for. We'll tell you. Promise? Mate. I once told you that you had a bit of a saving people thing, to your face, in the middle of a crisis. You think I won't tell you if you're turning into a magical dictator?" Harry laughed, really laughed, the full-body kind, and the sunrise blazed brighter for a second, and neither of them mentioned it. The signal came on a Thursday. Harry was in transfiguration, turning a hedgehog into a pincushion for the 5th time that day because McGonagall had not excused him from practical exercises regardless of his cosmic significance. "Mr. Potter, if you are indeed the incarnation of magic itself, then you should find this assignment trivially easy, and I expect perfect needlework," when the scar on his forehead flared. Not pain. Information. A burst of it, raw and unfiltered, pouring through the bond with Voldemort like a dam breaking. Harry saw the Department of Mysteries. The long, dark corridor. The spinning room with its 12 doors. And the death chamber, the amphitheater of stone benches descending toward a raised dais, and on the dais, the arch. The veil. Ancient stone, cracked and worn, with a tattered black curtain hanging in the gap that fluttered in a wind that didn't exist. Voldemort was there. Not yet, the vision was anticipatory, a plan crystallizing in the dark wizard's mind with a clarity that bled through the bond like ink through paper. Tonight. He was going tonight. He had spent weeks preparing the ritual, gathering the components, forcing his most accomplished Death Eaters to study texts so old and so forbidden that 3 of them had gone partially mad from the reading. And the ritual, Harry saw it, understood it, felt the cold logic of it, was designed to tear open the veil. Not to pass through it. To reach through it and pull something out. Something from the other side. Something that Voldemort's research described, in language borrowed from pre-Sumerian fragments, as the absence that existed before presence. The silence that existed before sound. The void that existed before magic filled it. Anti-magic. The thing that magic was not. The negation of everything Harry was becoming. Harry snapped back to the Transfiguration classroom. His hedgehog had turned into a perfect pincushion with silver needles. McGonagall was staring at it. "Professor," Harry said, standing up. "I need to go. Right now." McGonagall looked at his face and didn't argue. In 4 years of teaching Harry Potter, she had developed an instinct for the moments when his requests weren't really requests, and the look in his eyes right now was one she'd never seen before. "Go," she said. Harry left the classroom at a walk. By the time he reached the corridor, he was moving faster, not running, but traveling, the fold space step carrying him across the castle in strides that covered hundreds of feet each. He needed his team. He needed them now. He found Ron in the common room. Hermione in the library. Neville in the greenhouses. Ginny on the Quidditch pitch. Luna in the Ravenclaw common room, which he entered by politely asking the Eagle Knocker to let him pass and which the Knocker did without posing a riddle, recognizing him the way every enchanted thing in Hogwarts now recognized him. Fleur was in the guest quarters Dumbledore had arranged for her, and Sirius was at Grimmauld Place, reachable by mirror. He gathered them in the room of requirement. It configured itself as a war room, their war room, the familiar maps and plans, but larger now, with a detailed three-dimensional magical model of the Department of Mysteries rotating slowly in the center of the table. Harry didn't remember asking the room for that. The room had provided it because the room was part of Hogwarts and Hogwarts was part of Harry and the castle knew what he needed before he did. "Tonight," Harry said. No preamble. No easing into it. Voldemort is going to the Department of Mysteries tonight. He's going to try to open the veil. 7 faces looked at him with varying expressions of alarm, determination, and in Luna's case, mild interest. "The veil," Luna said thoughtfully. "The arch in the Death Chamber. I've always wanted to see it. You might get your chance. Here's what we know." Harry gestured at the model, and it zoomed in on the Death Chamber, the amphitheater, the dais, the arch. "Voldemort has a ritual prepared. He's going to try to tear the veil open and pull something through. Something from the other side. Something that exists outside of magic." "Outside of magic?" Neville frowned. "What does that mean?" "It means it's the one thing I might not be able to fight. Everything I can do, all of it, is magic. If Voldemort brings something into the world that magic doesn't touch, I'm in trouble." "So what's the plan?" Ginny asked. She was leaning forward, wand already in her hand, with the focused intensity of a girl who'd been waiting for a real fight since the Chamber of Secrets. "The plan is, we stop the ritual. We don't let it complete. If Voldemort starts pulling something through, I can probably disrupt it, but probably isn't good enough. We need to stop it before it gets to that point." "Death Eaters," Ron said, already studying the model with a tactician's eye. "He'll have his inner circle. Malfoy, Lestrange, Dolohov if they broke him out of holding, and they will have, Rookwood, Nott, Crabbe, Goyle. Maybe others. They'll be there to protect him while he performs the ritual. That's your job. All of you. The Death Eaters are the distraction. Voldemort's counting on them to split my attention, force me to protect people while he works. So I need you to handle the Death Eaters. Not alone, Sirius and Lupin and whoever Dumbledore can mobilize from the Order will be there too. But you're my core team. You're the ones I trust. And you? Hermione asked. What will you be doing? I'll be dealing with Voldemort. The words landed with the weight of inevitability. Not a plan. A destiny. The Horcruxes, Hermione said. We haven't destroyed them yet. If you face Voldemort, he can't die permanently, I know. But I'm not trying to kill him tonight. I'm trying to stop the ritual. The Horcruxes come later. Tonight is about preventing him from summoning something that could end everything. They planned for 2 hours. Entry routes. Positioning. Contingencies. Ron was in his element, the chess player's mind working at full speed, seeing 3 moves ahead, identifying choke points and fallback positions with an instinct that years of strategic gaming had honed to a razor's edge. Hermione handled logistics, communication methods, emergency port keys, medical supplies. Neville and Ginny drilled defensive formations with Fleur, whose knowledge of combat magic was extensive and whose Veela reflexes made her a devastating duelist. Luna sat quietly, listening, and occasionally offered observations that sounded bizarre and were, on reflection, profoundly insightful. The veil doesn't lead to death, Luna said at one point, interrupting a discussion about evacuation protocols. I've read about it. My mother studied it before she died. She said it's not a door to the afterlife. It's a door to the before life. The place that existed before the world. Before magic. Before anything. Everyone looked at her. That's consistent with what Ragnarok said, Harry noted. Something that predates magic. If it predates magic, Luna continued, then it predates the rules. All the rules. Cause and effect. Life and death. Good and evil. Something from before the rules wouldn't be bound by them. It wouldn't be evil, Harry. It wouldn't be anything. It would just be absence. How do you fight absence? Neville asked. With presence, Luna said simply. Harry looked at her. She met his gaze with her wide, unblinking eyes, and for a moment he felt, not her thoughts, not her emotions, but her clarity. The transparency of her magical nature that Hermione had noticed. Luna Lovegood perceived the world with fewer filters than anyone he'd ever met. She saw things not because she was powerful but because she didn't look away. With presence, Harry repeated. Yeah. That sounds about right. Dumbledore was waiting for them in the entrance hall. He stood at the foot of the main staircase in his traveling robes, dark, practical, nothing like the usual eccentricity of his wardrobe, and his face was set in an expression that Harry recognized from the graveyard. The look of a man who knows what's coming and has made his peace with it. I've alerted the Order, Dumbledore said. Alastor, Kingsley, Nymphadora, and Remus will meet us at the Ministry. Arthur Weasley has arranged access through the visitor's entrance. He's been on night duty this week and can get us through security. Sirius? On his way. I could not, in good conscience, keep him from this. He would have come regardless. Harry nodded. The team assembled behind him, Ron and Hermione at his shoulders, Neville and Ginny flanking, Luna slightly behind, Fleur at the rear with her wand drawn and her Veela heritage bleeding silver bright through her human features. They looked, Harry thought, impossibly young. All of them. Children playing at war. Except it wasn't play. And they weren't children. Not anymore. I can get us there in one step, Harry said. Everyone hold on. They linked hands. Harry reached for the fold, the crease in reality that he'd learned to navigate as instinctively as walking, and pushed. Not for one person this time. For 8. The world folded. Hogwarts vanished. London appeared. They stood in the atrium of the Ministry of Magic, 8 people who had no business being there, and the security desk was unmanned because it was 11 o'clock on a Thursday night and Arthur Weasley had cleared the way. Follow me, Harry said, and walked toward the lifts. The Department of Mysteries was 9 levels below the atrium, at the very bottom of the Ministry's underground complex. The lift descended in silence, the numbers counting down, and Harry felt the magical atmosphere thicken with each floor, layers of security wards, containment fields, experimental enchantments, and beneath them all, something old. Something that predated the Ministry by millennia. The veil, calling to him from below like a heartbeat he could feel through the soles of his shoes. The lift doors opened. The long, dark corridor stretched before them, lit by torches that flickered with blue flame. At the far end, a black door. "He's already here," Harry said. He could feel Voldemort. Not through the bond, through the magic. The dark wizard's presence was awound in the magical atmosphere, a ragged tear in the ambient field that throbbed with malice and desperation and the particular cold intelligence of a man who had spent months preparing for this moment. "Order positions as planned," Harry said. "Ron, Hermione, you take the north entrance. Neville, Ginny, south. Fleur, Luna, the observation gallery. Sirius and the Order will come through the main entrance. Clear the Death Eaters. Keep them off me. And you?" Hermione's voice was steady, her grip on her wand white-knuckled. "I'm going through the front door." He walked down the corridor. Behind him, his team split, Ron and Hermione peeling left, Neville and Ginny right, Fleur and Luna circling toward the upper level. Ahead of him, the black door waited. Harry didn't slow down. Didn't stop. Didn't hesitate. He walked to the door and it opened before his hand touched it, swinging inward on silent hinges, and beyond it was the spinning room with its 12 identical doors, and Harry didn't need to guess which one led to the death chamber because he could feel the veil like a black hole in his perception, a point of absolute absence in a world that was, to his senses, saturated with magical presence. The correct door opened. He walked through. Down a corridor. Through another door. The death chamber. It was exactly as he'd seen it through the bond, a vast amphitheater of stone benches descending in concentric tiers toward a central dais. On the dais, the arch-ancient, crumbling, impossible. The black curtain fluttered in its non-existent wind, and the whispers, Harry could hear them now, not with his ears but with something deeper, were not words. They were the absence of words. The sound of silence so profound it had its own voice. And arrayed around the dais, wands drawn, robes black, masks white, were 30 Death Eaters. Voldemort stood before the veil. He was magnificent in the worst possible way. Tall, skeletal, his snake-like features sharp as blades in the blue torchlight. His red eyes glowed with an inner fire that Harry now recognized as the visible manifestation of a powerful but fatally fractured magical core. He was wearing robes of black so dark they seemed to absorb light, and in his right hand he held not a wand but something else, a staff, Harry realized. Ancient. Carved from bone. Etched with symbols that Harry could read and wished he couldn't. The ritual was already in progress. Harry could see it, a web of dark magic centered on the veil, feeding into the arch from 7 points where 7 Death Eaters stood chanting in a language that predated human speech. The web was pulling at the curtain, stretching the boundary between here and there, and through the widening gap Harry could sense, nothing. Not darkness. Not void. Not evil. Nothing. The absolute absence of everything. No magic. No life. No death. No being. A nullity so complete that it made his teeth ache and his vision blur, because his senses were built to perceive something and this was the opposite of something. "Harry Potter," Voldemort said, and his voice carried across the chamber with a cold clarity that silenced even the whispers of the veil. "I expected you sooner." "Traffic," Harry said. Voldemort's lipless mouth twisted. Not a smile. Something colder. "You feel it, don't you?" Voldemort gestured toward the veil with the bone staff. "The nothing. The before. You, who are becoming everything, can you feel the thing that is nothing? The thing that existed before magic was born? I can feel it. It's terrifying." "Good. Then you understand." Voldemort stepped closer to the veil, and the ritual web pulsed, and the curtain billowed outward, and the nothing beyond it pressed against reality like a hand pressing against a membrane. I cannot defeat you, Harry. I have accepted this. In a straight contest of magical power, you are my superior now, and you will only grow more so. The prophecy was right, the power I know not. Except now I know it. I have watched you grow through our bond, felt you expand, and I have understood what you are, and I have understood that I cannot match it. So you're going to tear a hole in reality and let the void in, Harry said. That's your plan. If you can't beat me with magic, you'll beat me with the absence of magic. Not beat you. Unmake you. You are magic given form. The void is the negation of magic. When the two meet, Voldemort's eyes blazed. When the two meet, you will cease to exist. Not die. Not be destroyed. Cease to exist. As though you never were. And when you are gone, and the void has served its purpose, I will close the veil, and I will be the most powerful being in a world that no longer contains the one thing that could challenge me. You can't close it, Harry said quietly. You know that. Once you open it, once you let the nothing through, you can't put it back. It'll spread. Consume. Not just me, everything. Every spell, every enchantment, every magical creature. The world's magic will go out like a candle, and you, Voldemort, the man who fears death above all things, you'll be mortal. Completely, irrevocably mortal. No Horcruxes, no dark magic, no anything. Just a man. A man who will die. A risk I am willing to take. You're insane. I am realistic. For the first time, real emotion bled through Voldemort's composure, not rage, not cruelty, but something Harry almost recognized. Desperation. The cold, cornered desperation of a man who had built his entire existence on the foundation of power and was watching that foundation crumble. You are becoming a god, Harry. A literal, actual god. And I have spent my entire life, my entire existence, pursuing the one thing that a god can never offer me. What's that? Supremacy. The word cracked like a whip. I will not be second. I will not be lesser. I would rather unmake the world than exist in one where I am not the pinnacle. Harry looked at Voldemort, really looked, with all the perception that 50% of a divine magical core afforded him, and saw the truth of it. Not a monster. Not a demon. A man. A brilliant, broken, terrified man who had spent his entire life running from the helplessness of a child in an orphanage and had run so far and so fast that he'd lost everything human about himself in the process. It was almost enough to make Harry pity him. Almost. Stop the ritual, Harry said. Right now. Close the veil and surrender. I'll make sure you're treated fairly. I'll complete the ritual. Voldemort screamed, and the 7 chanting Death Eaters redoubled their efforts, and the web of dark magic surged, and the veil tore. The curtain ripped. Not cloth, reality. The membrane between here and the nothing split like skin, and through the gap poured, absence. Cold, absolute, annihilating absence. It flowed into the death chamber like black water, pooling on the dais, spreading across the stone floor, and where it touched the magical words engraved in the stone, they went dark. Erased. Unmade. Harry felt it hit him. Not physically, magically. A wave of nothing that crashed against his expanded senses and left dead zones in its wake, patches of perceptual blindness where magic had been and now wasn't. Like going partially deaf. Like losing peripheral vision. The goblin ring on his hand flared hot, not stabilizing, warning. The Death Eaters moved. Not toward Harry, toward the entrances. The plan was exactly as Hermione had predicted: contain Harry, protect Voldemort, let the void do its work. They met resistance. Ron and Hermione came through the north entrance throwing curses. Ron's spellwork had improved enormously over the summer, sharper, faster, more creative, informed by a tactical mind that saw the battlefield as a chessboard and every opponent as a piece to be captured. Hermione fought like she studied, methodically, precisely, exploiting weaknesses with an almost surgical efficiency. Neville and Ginny came through the south entrance, and Neville, Harry felt it happen in real time, surged. The sympathetic resonance with Harry's awakening that had been building all year crested, and Neville Longbottom cast a shield charm that was visible from across the chamber, a wall of blue-white light so solid it physically shoved 3 Death Eaters backward. Ginny fought at his side, her bat bogey hex finding gaps in defenses with an accuracy that was almost preternatural. Fleur and Luna entered from the gallery above, and Fleur unleashed her Veela heritage, fire, real fire, the blue-white flame of ancient magical creatures, pouring from her hands and driving Death Eaters toward the center of the chamber. Luna stood beside her and cast spells Harry had never seen, strange, lateral, asymmetric magic that did things like reverse a Death Eater's sense of direction so he ran face-first into a wall, or turn the floor beneath someone's feet into a mirror so they became mesmerized by their own reflection. And through the main entrance came the order. Sirius first, of course Sirius first, his godfather, the man who had escaped Azkaban through sheer force of will, firing curses with a reckless joy that was either brave or insane and was probably both. Lupin beside him, measured and deadly. Moody behind them, his magical eye spinning, his wand moving in patterns that decades of Auror experience had burned into muscle memory. Tonks, Kingsley, Arthur Weasley, more, the full force of the Order of the Phoenix, finally on the offensive. The Death Chamber erupted into war. Harry let them fight. Let them handle the 30 Death Eaters while he focused on what mattered, Voldemort, the Veil, and the growing pool of absence that was spreading across the chamber floor like a stain. He walked toward the dais. The void retreated from him, not much, not enough, but it flinched when his magic touched it, the nothing recoiling from the something the way darkness recoils from light. He was right, the void was his antithesis. But he was right about something else too, at 50%, he was strong enough to push back. Not defeat it. Not unmake it. But hold it. Keep it from spreading. By time. He reached the dais. Voldemort stood on the other side of the arch, the bone staff raised, feeding power into the ritual that was keeping the tier open. Close it, Harry said. No. Close it or I close it for you. You can't. Voldemort's red eyes gleamed with manic certainty. The void is beyond you. Your magic can hold it at bay, but you cannot unmake nothing. That is a logical impossibility. You can only unmake something. He was right. Harry felt the truth of it like a cold blade between his ribs. His power could affect anything that had magical structure, could reshape it, dismantle it, rebuild it, erase it. But the void had no structure. No composition. No being. It was the absence of all those things, and you couldn't deconstruct something that wasn't constructed in the first place. Then I'll destroy the ritual, Harry said, and reached for the web of dark magic that was holding the tier open. Sirius, look out. Hermione's scream cut across the chamber, and Harry's attention snapped sideways, just for a second, just for a fraction of a heartbeat, and he saw Sirius dueling Bellatrix Lestrange near the Veil. Saw Bellatrix's curse catch Sirius in the chest. Saw Sirius stumble backward, his expression shifting from battle focus to surprise, his body arcing toward the torn veil and the void beyond it. Harry moved. Not with magic. Not with thought. With something deeper, the fundamental, unbreakable connection between a boy and the man who was the closest thing to a father he had ever known. He was across the chamber in a fold step that covered 50 feet in 0 time, and his hand closed around Sirius's wrist 6 inches from the veil's edge. The void touched him. Not his hand, his magic. The edge of the nothing brushed against the expanding field of his divine power, and where they met, both recoiled. Harry gasped. The sensation was indescribable, not pain, not cold, but erasure. The feeling of parts of himself simply ceasing to exist, patches of magical awareness winking out like stars going dark. He pulled Sirius away from the veil. His godfather was alive, the curse had stunned him, not killed him, and his eyes were already fluttering, but the effort of touching the void's edge had cost Harry something. He could feel it. A ragged hole in his magical perception, a blind spot where the nothing had taken a bite. The goblin ring screamed heat against his finger. The damage was repairing, his magic was filling in the gaps, regenerating, the way a body regenerates damaged tissue, but it was slow. Slower than he expected. And in the moment of distraction, the moment when Harry was pulling Sirius to safety and the void was eating at the edges of his power, Voldemort completed the ritual. The tear in the veil widened. The curtain, what was left of it, disintegrated. And through the gap, pouring into the death chamber like water through a broken dam, came the void in full. Not a pool. Not a stain. A tide. A wall of absolute nothing that advanced across the chamber floor, extinguishing every magical signature it touched, and the Death Eaters who were standing in its path simply stopped. Stopped moving, stopped breathing, stopped being. Not dead. Not alive. Gone. Erased from existence without violence or sound or any of the markers that normally accompanied destruction. 3 Death Eaters vanished in the first second. Then 2 more. The others ran, and for once in their miserable lives, Harry didn't blame them. Everyone out. Harry roared, and his voice carried with it a wave of magical force that physically pushed his team toward the exits. Ron grabbed Hermione. Neville grabbed Ginny. Sirius, barely conscious, was hoisted by Lupin. Fleur and Luna retreated from the gallery. The Order members fell back, dragging stunned Death Eaters with them, because even now, even in the face of annihilation, the good guys tried to save everyone. Harry stood on the dais, alone, between the advancing void and the people he loved. And the last fragment of the block, the final, crumbling remnant of the cage Dumbledore had built 15 years ago, shattered. It didn't happen gradually. It happened all at once. One moment, 50% of his power was accessible. The next moment, all of it. 100%. The effect was instantaneous and total. Harry Potter ceased to be a wizard. Ceased to be a boy. Ceased to be a human being in any sense that the word had previously meant. He became the source. The magic of the world, all of it, every last particle, every ambient mote, every ley line and ward and enchantment and living spell, connected to him. Not metaphorically. Not spiritually. Actually. He felt the global magical field lock into his consciousness like a key turning in a lock, and he was it. The magic of the world, all of it, seen and unseen, known and unknown, was him. He was the medium through which it flowed. The consciousness through which it expressed itself. The will through which it acted. The death chamber blazed with light. Golden, white, pure, the light of raw, unfiltered magical force pouring from a human vessel that had finally, fully, completely opened. Harry looked at the void. Felt it. Understood it. Luna was right. It wasn't evil. It wasn't hostile. It was absence. The before. The primordial nothing from which everything had emerged. It was what had existed before magic, before life, before the rules. And it was here now, in the world, pouring through a hole that should never have been opened, and it would consume everything if he let it. He couldn't unmake it. Voldemort was right about that. You couldn't deconstruct nothing. But you could do something else. You could fill it. Harry reached out, not with his hands, not with his wand, not with any instrument or intermediary, with himself. With the full, unbound, limitless force of what he was. He reached into the void and he poured. Magic. Raw, pure, undifferentiated magic. The fundamental creative force of reality itself. He poured it into the nothing the way you pour water into an empty vessel, and the nothing, slowly, reluctantly, inevitably, began to become. Not something specific. Not matter or energy or life. Just, something. Existence where there had been absence. Being where there had been void. Harry was not destroying the nothing. He was creating the something. Filling the absence with presence. Answering the silence with sound. The void retreated. Inch by inch, foot by foot, pushed back by the flood of creation pouring from the last Magus day. The tide of nothing receded toward the veil, condensing, compressing, and Harry followed it, step by step, pouring more and more of himself into the gap, and the torn membrane of reality began to mend. The veil closed. Not with a bang. With a whisper. The ancient arch shuddered once, the stone glowing white-hot, and the tear sealed itself, stitched shut by the same force that had created the boundary in the first place, the same force that had drawn the line between something and nothing at the dawn of existence. The void was gone. The nothing was back where it belonged, on the other side, in the before, separated from the world by a barrier that was now reinforced with the power of a fully awakened God. Harry stood on the dais, breathing hard, glowing like a star, and looked at the sealed veil. Then he turned and looked at Voldemort. The dark wizard had not moved. He stood where he'd stood throughout the entire confrontation, bone staff in hand, red eyes wide, and on his face was an expression Harry had never seen there before and would never see again. Awe. Pure, involuntary, annihilating awe. The expression of a man who has spent his entire life believing he is the most powerful being in existence and has just been shown, in terms that allow no denial, that he is not even close. "It's over, Tom," Harry said. Voldemort's mouth opened. Closed. Opened again. "What, are you? You know what I am. You've always known. You just didn't want to believe it." The bone staff fell from Voldemort's fingers and clattered on the stone. The dark wizard took a step backward. Then another. His red eyes were fixed on Harry with the unblinking terror of a prey animal that has just realized it is standing in front of something that exists at the very top of the food chain. Then Voldemort did something Harry didn't expect. He ran. Disapparated. Not gracefully, not with the cold dignity that characterized his usual movements. He fled. Tore a hole in reality with the desperate force of pure survival instinct and vanished, and his magical signature winked out of Harry's perception like a candle being snuffed. Harry let him go. Not because he couldn't stop him. He could feel Voldemort's destination, a forest in Albania, the same forest where Voldemort had hidden before, the place he went when the world became too dangerous. Harry could have reached through the fold and pulled him back. Could have followed in a single step. Could have ended it right there, right then. But the Horcruxes were still intact. 5 of them, scattered across Britain, anchoring Voldemort's soul to the world. Until they were destroyed, killing Voldemort would only send him back to the disembodied existence he'd endured for 13 years. It wouldn't end him. And Harry was done with half-measures. Harry. Sirius was on his feet, supported by Lupin, his face pale but his eyes bright with the particular manic energy that Harry had come to associate with his godfather's approach to near-death experiences, which was, broadly, to find them exhilarating. "Harry, that was, you, the light, I know. You closed the bloody veil. You, I don't even know what you did, but you, Harry, you were glowing. You're still glowing. You look like a god," Harry said quietly. Sirius stopped. Looked at him. And for a moment, behind the bravado and the recklessness and the 13 years of damage that Azkaban had left, Harry saw something ancient and simple and indestructible in his godfather's eyes. "Like my godson," Sirius said. "You look like my godson." Harry's eyes burned. He blinked, and 2 tears tracked down his cheeks, and they were warm, and they were human, and the fact that he could still cry, still feel, after everything that had just happened and everything he had just become was, in that moment, the most important thing in the world. He was still Harry. After everything. Still Harry. Ron reached him next. Then Hermione. Then Neville, Ginny, Luna, Fleur, all of them, converging on the dais, and Harry stood among them and let the glow fade and let himself be human and present and small enough to be held. "You saved us," Hermione said, her voice thick with tears she was too stubborn to fully shed. "You saved everyone." "No," Harry said. "I stopped the void. You lot saved each other. The Death Eaters, the fighting, that was you. All of you." "Don't be modest," Ron said. "You literally just filled a hole in reality with raw magic." Mate, I don't even have a frame of reference for that. There isn't a Quidditch analogy good enough." Harry laughed. It came out strange, too bright, too resonant, carrying harmonics that weren't entirely human, but it was a laugh, and it was real, and it was his. Around them, the death chamber was quiet. The veil stood sealed. The void was gone. 5 Death Eaters had been erased, unmade by the nothing before Harry could stop it, and their absence was a weight that would sit on Harry's conscience for a long time. But the rest were alive. Stunned, restrained, being collected by Aurors who were pouring into the Department of Mysteries with the belated urgency of people who'd arrived after the battle was over. Dumbledore appeared. Of course he did, he always appeared after the crisis, which was either impeccable timing or a deliberate strategy of letting Harry face the fire first. Harry chose, in this moment, to believe it was the former. The old man walked through the death chamber, past the stunned Death Eaters and the scorched stone and the Aurors who parted for him automatically, and stopped in front of Harry. He looked at Harry. Harry looked at him. And between them, in the space where words would normally go, there was only understanding. The block was gone. The boy was gone. What stood in front of Dumbledore now was the thing he'd spent 15 years fearing and 15 years praying for in equal measure. "It's done," Harry said. "The block is gone. All of it. I'm all the way here now." Dumbledore reached out and placed his hand on Harry's shoulder. The old man's magic, powerful, warm, familiar, was a whisper compared to the ocean that Harry now contained. But it was a whisper Harry had been listening to for 5 years, and it still mattered. "How do you feel?" Dumbledore asked. Harry considered the question. Felt the full scope of his awareness, the global magical field, the heartbeats of everyone in the building, the ley lines of London, the wards of Hogwarts 500 miles away, the slow pulse of the Earth's magical core beneath his feet, the Horcruxes throbbing like infected wounds in the fabric of reality, the distant, terrified signature of Tom Riddle huddled in an Albanian forest contemplating the end of everything he'd built. "Hungry," Harry said. "I think I missed dinner." Dumbledore's eyes crinkled. The twinkle, the real one, not the performance, returned. "Then let us find you something to eat," the old man said. They left the Department of Mysteries together. Harry, his team, his godfather, his mentor. The Aurors stared. The Ministry officials stared. Everyone stared, because Harry was still radiating a faint golden light that he couldn't quite suppress and might never be able to suppress again, and he walked through the Ministry of Magic like a small sun moving through a building full of people who had just realized that their world had changed permanently and irrevocably and there was nothing they could do about it except decide how to live in the new one. Harry didn't mind the stares. He was too busy feeling the world. All of it. Every magical heartbeat, every enchanted stone, every living spell, every breath of ambient power in every corner of the planet. It was his now. All of it. The full inheritance of the Magus Day, the source, the conduit, the voice of magic made flesh. And underneath it all, steady and warm and unbreakably human, the feeling of Sirius's hand on his shoulder and Ron's laughter in his ear and Hermione's voice already planning the next step and the knowledge, bone deep, soul deep, deeper than magic, that he was loved. The god was awake. The boy was still here. And the war was almost over. Chapter 5, Human, after everything the world found out on a Friday. Not through the prophet, though the prophet tried. Not through the ministry, though Fudge held 3 press conferences in 48 hours, each one more incoherent than the last. The world found out the way the world always finds out about things that matter, through the felt experience of 8 billion people simultaneously sensing, on some level below conscious thought, that something fundamental about reality had shifted. Muggles felt it as a good day. An inexplicably, irrationally good day. Global anxiety indices dropped. Hospital patients reported feeling better. Children laughed more. Dogs wagged their tails at nothing. Meteorologists noted unusual atmospheric clarity across 6 continents. A researcher at CERN recorded a brief, unexplained spike in background radiation that was consistent with no known physical phenomenon and filed the data with a confused shrug. The non-magical world had no framework for understanding what had happened, so it experienced the full awakening of the Magus Day as a kind of ambient joy, the unconscious recognition that the world's magic, which non-magical people could not see but had always been affected by, was flowing more freely and more abundantly than it had in 3,000 years. The magical world felt it differently. Every witch and wizard on the planet felt it. A pulse. A single, vast, unmistakable pulse of raw magical force that swept across the globe at the speed of thought on the night Harry closed the veil. It was felt in the halls of Beauxbatons and the corridors of Durmstrang. It was felt in the magical communities of Tokyo and Lagos and Sao Paulo and the hidden villages of the Tibetan Plateau. It was felt by the goblins in their underground cities and the centaurs in their forest clearings and the mere people in their deep-water kingdoms and the dragons in their mountain lairs. It felt like dawn. The universal, cross-cultural, cross-species description, compiled later by Hermione from 47 independent sources across 19 countries, was, it felt like dawn. Like the world waking up. Like a first breath after a long sleep. And every magical being who felt it understood, instinctively and immediately, that something had been born. Or returned. Or awoken. The language varied. The meaning didn't. Magic had a voice again. Harry spent the first 3 days after the Department of Mysteries in a state that wasn't quite meditation and wasn't quite sleep. He was in the room of requirement, which had configured itself as a simple space, stone walls, a fireplace, a bed, a window overlooking the lake. No furniture beyond the essentials. No decoration. Just space and silence and the soft golden light that emanated from Harry's body in a constant, gentle radiance that he had stopped trying to suppress. He wasn't resting. He was integrating. The full scope of his awareness was staggering. At 50%, he'd been able to sense the magical field of Britain. At 100%, he could feel the magical field of the planet. Every ley line, every nexus point, every enchanted object and magical creature and witch and wizard, he could feel them all, simultaneously, the way a conductor hears every instrument in an orchestra at once. Not as a cacophony. As a symphony. Complex, layered, beautiful, and alive. It should have been overwhelming. It wasn't. His mind, or whatever his mind had become, had expanded to accommodate the input, growing new capacities the way a tree grows new branches, naturally and without effort. He could hold 1 billion data points in his awareness and still have room for the taste of the tea that Hermione brought him every morning and the sound of Ron's laugh through the door and the particular warm glow of Sirius's magical signature pacing the corridor outside because his godfather refused to be more than 50 feet away from him until he was sure Harry was okay. On the 3rd day, Harry opened his eyes. The room of requirement shifted around him, not dramatically, just a subtle reconfiguration, the walls breathing outward by a foot, the window widening, the fire burning brighter. The castle responding to his consciousness the way a body responds to a mind's intention. Natural. Effortless. Right. He got up. Showered, the water came at exactly the right temperature without his adjusting it, because the castle's plumbing was enchanted and the enchantment was part of him now. Got dressed. Jeans. T-shirt. The goblin ring on his right hand, no longer screaming heat but humming quietly, a gentle stabilizer that he kept more out of gratitude than necessity. He looked in the mirror. Same face. Same scar. Same green eyes, though they were brighter now, luminous, almost, as though lit from behind. His skin had a warmth to it that wasn't quite a tan and wasn't quite a glow. His hair was still a disaster. Some things, apparently, transcended divinity. He opened the door and found Ron asleep in a chair in the corridor, his head tilted back against the wall, his mouth open, a half-eaten chocolate frog melting in his hand. Harry looked at his best friend and felt a surge of love so deep and so simple that it didn't need magic to be powerful. He picked up the chocolate frog, set it on the arm of the chair, and gently shook Ron's shoulder. "Oi! Wake up!" Ron's eyes snapped open. He looked at Harry, blinked 3 times, and then his face split into a grin so wide it seemed structurally unsound. "He's back. She owes me a galleon." "Who owes you a galleon?" "Hermione. She bet you'd be in there another 2 days. I said you'd get bored. Nobody beats boredom like you, mate. You once nearly died fighting a basilisk because you were bored of being petrified. That's not even close to what happened." "Close enough. How do you feel? And give me a real answer, not a fine or an okay or a mystical pronouncement about the nature of existence." Harry considered this. Felt the global magical field humming through his awareness. Felt the castle around him like a second skin. Felt the 5 Horcruxes, locket, ring, cup, diadem, the fragment in his scar, throbbing like splinters in the fabric of reality, and beneath them, distant and terrified, the fractured signature of Tom Riddle hiding in a forest on the other side of Europe. "Hungry," he said. "And I need to talk to Hermione. And then I need to end a war." "Breakfast first," Ron said firmly. "You've been in there 3 days. You can end a war on a full stomach." They went to breakfast. The great hall fell silent when Harry walked in, the way it always fell silent now, a brief, involuntary hush that rippled outward from the doors as students and staff registered his presence. He'd stopped fighting it. The effect wasn't fear, exactly. It was more like the silence that falls in a forest when the wind picks up before a storm. A natural response to the proximity of something vast. The silence lasted about 4 seconds, which was 2 seconds shorter than it had lasted a week ago. People were adapting. Getting used to the ambient pressure of sharing a building with a god. Some of them had even started treating it as normal, which Harry found both hilarious and deeply reassuring. "Morning, Harry," Seamus called from halfway down the Gryffindor table. "Good, Kip?" "Yeah, not bad. 3 days. New personal record. Lightweight. Mida once slept 4 days after a wedding in Cork." Harry laughed, sat down, and ate scrambled eggs and toast while the hall gradually returned to its normal volume around him. It was, he thought, the most ordinary extraordinary morning of his life. Hermione found him before he'd finished his second cup of tea. She slid into the seat across from him with a stack of parchment, 3 books, and the expression of someone who had been waiting 3 days to talk and was physically incapable of waiting 1 second longer. "The Horcruxes," she said. "The Horcruxes," he agreed. "I've been working on a sequence. The order matters, each one we destroy weakens Voldemort's hold on the physical world, and the weakening follows a geometric progression, not a linear one. Destroy 1 and he loses strength. Destroy 2 and he loses significantly more. By the time we reach the 5th, he'll barely be holding on." "Exactly. And the fragment in your scar, that needs to be last. Or rather, second to last. The snake, Nagini, is the most recent Horcrux, which makes it the most tightly bound to Voldemort's current consciousness. If we destroy Nagini before the scar fragment, Voldemort will feel it as a direct assault on his sense of self. He'll become erratic. Unpredictable. More dangerous. Temporarily. But also more vulnerable. A Voldemort who's lost 5 of his 6 soul anchors and is experiencing the magical equivalent of a psychotic break is a Voldemort who can't strategize. Can't plan. Can't do the one thing that makes him genuinely dangerous, which isn't his power, it's his intelligence. Harry sipped his tea and looked at Hermione with the bone-deep appreciation that 15 years of friendship had built. She was brilliant. Not in the abstract, not in the academic sense, though she was that too. Brilliant in the way that mattered, the practical, applied, human brilliance of a person who could take an impossible problem and break it into solvable components. "You've already planned the whole thing," he said. "Obviously. Walk me through it." She did. The locket first, they already had it, sealed in its containment ward at Grimmauld Place. Then the diadem, hidden in the room of requirement, which Harry could access at will. Then the ring, in the gaunt shack in Little Hangleton, protected by a curse that Dumbledore had been unable to safely disarm but that Harry could now dissolve with a thought. Then the cup, in Bellatrix Lestrange's Gringotts vault, which would require either goblin cooperation or a direct intervention that bypassed the bank's security entirely. Then Nagini, who was always with Voldemort. Then the scar. 5 Horcruxes in 5 locations across 3 countries, Ron said, having followed the entire conversation with the focused attention of a chess player studying a board. And Voldemort will feel each one go. He'll know we're coming. He already knows we're coming, Harry said. He's been hiding in Albania since the Department of Mysteries. I can feel him, frightened, furious, trying to rebuild his forces. He's been sending messages to his Death Eaters through Nagini, trying to rally them. Most aren't responding. The ones who were at the Ministry are in Azkaban. The ones who weren't are reconsidering their life choices. They're scared, Ron said. Terrified. Voldemort's power base is collapsing. His aura of invincibility, the thing that held his movement together, it's gone. Hogsmeade shattered it. The Department of Mysteries atomized what was left. They followed a Dark Lord because they believed he was the most powerful being in the world. He's not. They know it. He knows it. The smart ones are already looking for exits. Malfoy, Hermione said. Malfoy, Harry confirmed. Lucius has been in contact with the Ministry. Offering information in exchange for leniency. Draco's been, he hasn't approached me again, but he's stopped associating with Crabbe and Goyle. He eats alone now. He studies alone. He's waiting. For what? For it to be over. They're all waiting for it to be over. And it's time to make it over. He set down his teacup. Looked at his 2 best friends, Ron, steady and sure and eating his 3rd piece of toast with the calm of a man who trusted Harry completely. Hermione, brilliant and fierce and already cross-referencing her parchment notes with a goblin metallurgical text she'd somehow acquired. Today, Harry said. We do it today. Ron raised an eyebrow. All of them? Today. I can feel them, Ron. All 5 Horcruxes. I can feel exactly where they are, exactly how they're constructed, exactly what magic holds them together. I can reach them from here, I can reach anything from here. The block is gone. The distance between me and any point on the planet is a single step. And every hour I wait is an hour Voldemort spends preparing, recruiting, scheming. His intelligence is his weapon. I'm not going to give him time to use it. It's been 3 days, Hermione said carefully. You just woke up from a 3-day integration. Are you sure I've never been more sure of anything. This ends today. They looked at each other, Ron and Hermione, and Harry saw the silent conversation that happened between them, the micro-expressions and tiny gestures that 15 years of friendship had made into a language as complex as any spoken tongue. Ron's chin dipped a fraction. Hermione's eyebrows rose a fraction. Ron's mouth twitched. Hermione exhaled. Okay, Hermione said. Today. Finish your toast, Ron told Harry. War on an empty stomach is just poor planning. Harry ate his toast. Then he stood up from the Gryffindor table and walked out of the Great Hall, and Ron and Hermione walked with him, and behind them the hall buzzed with the energy of people who could feel something building in the air, a charge, a pressure, the atmospheric shift that precedes a thunderstorm. They went to Grimmauld Place first. Harry stepped and took them with him, the fold space travel that was now so natural he barely registered the mechanics. One moment they were in the Hogwarts entrance hall. The next they were in the kitchen of number 12, standing around the table where the locket sat in its containment ward, pulsing with dark energy that Harry could see as clearly as ink on white paper. He picked it up. The containment ward dissolved at his touch, not broken, welcomed. His magic didn't fight the ward simply recognized a higher authority and stood down. The locket sat in his palm. He could feel the soul fragment inside, Voldemort's rage, his contempt, his desperate fear of death, compressed into a tiny splinter of consciousness that gibbered and screamed and threw itself against the walls of its gold prison. "Shoo," Harry said. He closed his hand, and pushed. Not with force. With will. The specific, targeted, absolute will of a being who existed at the center of magical reality and for whom the distinction between wanting something to happen and making something happen had ceased to exist. The soul fragment in the locket unraveled. He felt it go, a tiny death, a small silence, one thread of Voldemort's tattered soul dissolving into nothing. Not destroyed. Not killed. Released. The magic that had held the fragment in place, the murder, the ritual, the act of deliberate self-mutilation that was the Horcrux creation process, came undone, and the soul fragment, freed from its anchor, dissipated into the ambient magical field like a drop of ink in an ocean. The locket went dark. The gold was just gold now. The S on the front was just a letter. One down. Harry felt the shift in the global magical field, a subtle relaxation, as though the world had been holding its breath and had let a small piece of it out. And somewhere in Albania, Tom Riddle gasped. "One," Harry said. They went to Hogwarts. The room of requirement opened for Harry before he reached the corridor, the door simply appeared, already ajar, already configured. Inside, the room was the size of a cathedral, filled floor to ceiling with the accumulated discarded objects of 1,000 years of students. Mountains of broken furniture, piles of old textbooks, stacks of cauldrons and broomsticks and other detritus. And buried in the middle of it all, pulsing like a diseased heart, the diadem of Rowena Ravenclaw. Harry walked straight to it. The junk parted before him, not violently, but the way a crowd parts for someone important, objects shifting and sliding to clear a path. He reached into a pile of old books and pulled out the diadem. It was beautiful, in the way that dark magic was sometimes beautiful. Tarnished silver set with a sapphire the color of midnight, inscribed with the words "With beyond measure is man's greatest treasure." Rowena Ravenclaw's greatest creation, perverted by a boy who'd charmed its location out of her daughter and turned it into a vessel for his fractured soul. Harry held it, felt the fragment inside, older than the locket, angrier, more entrenched, and did the same thing he'd done 30 seconds ago. Will. Intent. Release. The fragment dissolved. The diadem went still. 2 down. The shift was larger this time. The global field sighed, and Harry felt the relaxation propagate outward from Hogwarts in a wave that would eventually be felt by every magical being on the planet. 2 anchors gone. Voldemort's grip on existence was loosening. 2, Harry said. He took Ron and Hermione to Little Hangleton. The village was small, grey, ordinary. The gaunt shack stood at the edge of the woods, a ruin, barely standing, its roof caved in and its walls thick with ivy. The curse that protected it was visible to Harry as a web of black energy stretched across the doorway, a death curse, designed to kill anyone who touched the ring inside and sophisticated enough that even Dumbledore had judged it too dangerous to attempt disarming. Harry walked through the doorway. The curse hit him and evaporated. He felt it try to take hold, felt the tendrils of dark magic reach for his heart, his lungs, his brain, and dismissed it the way you dismiss a persistent fly. Not with effort. With indifference. The ring was on the floor, half buried in dirt and dead leaves. A heavy gold band set with a cracked black stone. The Resurrection Stone, Harry realized, one of the 3 Deathly Hallows, which he knew about from Hermione's research and which had been embedded in this ring since the days of Cadmus Peverell. He picked it up. The soul fragment inside was old and bitter and saturated with murder. The victim had been Voldemort's own father, Tom Riddle Sr., killed in this very village by his own son. Harry could feel the patricide encoded in the dark magic, the cold satisfaction of a teenager who'd murdered the man who'd abandoned his mother and felt nothing but triumph. Harry dissolved the fragment. Gently, precisely, the way a surgeon removes a tumor. When it was done, the ring was just a ring, the black stone still cracked, still carrying the echo of the Hallow's power, but clean. Purged of the soul fragment that had polluted it. 3 down. The global field lurched. Not a sigh this time, a shudder. 3 anchors gone. The geometric progression Hermione had predicted was in effect, each destruction hit harder than the last, the cumulative loss of soul fragments creating a cascading destabilization in Voldemort's magical infrastructure. In Albania, Tom Riddle screamed. Harry felt it through the bond, the scream, the agony, the horrified realization that his Horcruxes were being destroyed, one after another, with a speed and ease that suggested the person doing it was not fighting for each one but simply walking through a list. Which was exactly what Harry was doing. 3, he said. Gringotts next. Getting into the Lestrange vault was the part they'd spent the most time planning. Gringotts' security was legendary, enchanted doors, identification protocols, anti-thief charms, a dragon guarding the deepest vaults, and the goblin's own formidable magic layered over everything like armor plating. Harry walked into the bank. The marble atrium of Gringotts was busy, goblins at their counters, wizards conducting business, the usual bustle of the magical economy. Harry walked through the front door and every goblin in the building stopped what they were doing and looked at him. Not with surprise. With expectation. The same expectation he'd seen in Ragnarok's eyes, the look of a species that had been watching and waiting and calculating odds for 6,000 years and had decided, with the cold pragmatism that defined goblin culture, to back the winning side. Mr. Potter, said the goblin at the nearest counter. His tone was formal, respectful, and carried a weight that went beyond individual courtesy. The goblin nation was acknowledging him. Director Ragnarok anticipated your visit. You will find the Lestrange vault open. Harry stared. Open. The director authorized emergency access to Vault 711 at 6 o'clock this morning. He requested that I inform you the contents are, in his words, an investment that the Goblin Nation is pleased to see mature. Ron whistled softly. They knew you were coming today. Goblins, Harry said. They always know. The vault was deep underground, past the dragon, past the waterfalls, past layers of security that Harry could see and feel and could have dismantled but didn't need to because every one of them had already been deactivated. The goblins had rolled out the carpet. Not literally, goblins didn't do carpets, but every door was open, every trap disarmed, every guardian stood down. The cup of Helga Hufflepuff sat on a stone pedestal in the center of the vault, surrounded by mountains of gold and silver and artifacts that radiated dark magic like heat from a furnace. Small, gold, engraved with a badger. Beautiful craftsmanship, twisted to a terrible purpose. Harry picked it up. The fragment inside was desperate, he could feel it thrashing, screaming, throwing itself against the walls of the cup with a frenzy that the other fragments hadn't shown. It knew. The soul fragment could feel the others dying, could feel the net of Voldemort's immortality unraveling, and it was afraid. Harry dissolved it. Quickly, cleanly. A mercy, almost. For down. The global field heaved. The geometric progression had reached a tipping point. 4 anchors gone out of 6. Voldemort's soul was held together by 2 remaining fragments, the snake and the scar, and the strain was showing. Harry could feel it through the bond, feel the Dark Wizard's entire magical architecture shuddering like a building in an earthquake, foundations cracking, walls buckling, the whole structure moments from collapse. "He's going to run," Harry said. "Deeper. Farther. He can feel what's happening and he's going to try to put as much distance between us as possible." "Can he?" Hermione asked. "No. There's nowhere on this planet he can go that I can't reach in a step. But he'll try. And he'll take Nagini with him." "Then we need to find them," Ron said. Harry closed his eyes. Reached outward. Felt the global magical field, all of it, every thread, every node, every living and non-living magical signature on the planet, and searched. It took him 2 seconds. "The Gaunt Shack," Harry said, opening his eyes. "He's gone back to the Gaunt Shack. We were just there, he must have felt the ring's destruction and gone to the site. Harry frowned. "He's trying to rebuild the ward. He's standing where the ring was and he's pouring magic into the ground, trying to reinforce what's left of his protections." "He's panicking," Hermione said. "He's terrified. He's lost 4 Horcruxes in 20 minutes. He has 2 left and he's watching everything he built, his immortality, his power base, his entire identity, crumble in real time. He's not thinking strategically. He's in survival mode." "Then let's go," Ron said. "Before he snaps out of it." Harry looked at his 2 best friends. The people who had stood beside him since they were 11 years old. Who had followed him into danger over and over and over again, not because they had to but because they chose to. Who loved him not for what he was becoming but for what he had always been. "Not you," he said. "Not this time." Ron's face hardened. "Harry, this isn't a battle. There won't be Death Eaters to fight. It's just Voldemort, alone, with a snake, in a ruin. And what I'm going to do, what I need to do, isn't something I can do while worrying about your safety. We can handle ourselves, I know you can. That's not the point. The point is that I'm about to destroy the last 2 Horcruxes and then confront the most dangerous dark wizard of the age, and if something goes wrong, if the Horcrux in my scar reacts badly, if Voldemort does something desperate, I need to know that the 2 people I love most in the world are safe. That's not a tactical decision. That's a personal one. And I'm making it." Hermione's eyes were bright. Ron's jaw was clenched. The silence between the 3 of them was loaded with years of shared history and the particular tension that comes from loving someone enough to let them go. "You come back," Ron said finally. His voice was rough. "You hear me? You come back, or I swear to God, to you, apparently, I will find a way to drag you back from wherever you end up. I'll come back. Promise. I promise." Hermione hugged him. Fiercely, tightly, with a strength that surprised him even now. She didn't say anything. She didn't need to. The hug said it all: "I trust you, I love you, I'm terrified, come home." Harry held her for a long moment. Then Ron. Then both of them together, a 3-person embrace in the depths of Gringotts that lasted exactly as long as it needed to and not a second longer. He stepped back. Looked at them. Memorized them, not because he thought he might not see them again, but because he wanted to carry this image with him into what came next. Ron, solid and loyal and brave in a way that required no magic. Hermione, brilliant and fierce and utterly irreplaceable. His anchors. His humanity. The reason he could be what he was and still be who he was. "See you at dinner," Harry said. And stepped. The Gaunt Shack was dark. Not physically, the afternoon sun was bright, the English countryside green and pleasant around the ruin. But magically, the shack was a wound. A pocket of corrupted magic so dense that the ambient field warped around it like light around a black hole. Voldemort's presence. The Dark Wizard's full power, concentrated in a tiny space, pouring everything he had into a desperate last stand. Harry appeared at the edge of the property. Stood on the overgrown path that led to the door. Looked at the ruin. He could see Voldemort inside. Not with his eyes, with his awareness. The dark wizard was standing in the center of the shack, Nagini coiled at his feet, his wand drawn, his magic blazing. He was magnificent in his desperation, a cathedral in its final moments, burning from within, every window lit, every bell ringing, beautiful and doomed. Harry walked up the path. The corrupted magic pressed against him and evaporated on contact. The wards Voldemort had rebuilt shattered. The dark enchantments he'd layered over the door dissolved. Harry reached the threshold and paused. "Tom," he said. The door blew off its hinges. Not Harry's doing, Voldemort's. A blast of raw magical force, desperate and powerful and fueled by a terror so absolute it had overridden the man's legendary self-control. Harry let the blast wash over him. It hit his body and dissipated, the dark magic breaking against him like water against a cliff. He walked through the empty doorframe and into the shack. Voldemort looked at him. The red eyes were wild. The pale face was contorted. The elegant menace that had characterized the Dark Wizard's every appearance, that cold, reptilian composure, was gone, replaced by something raw and human and afraid. "Stay back," Voldemort hissed. His wand hand was shaking. "No. I will kill you. I will find a way. I will, you won't." Harry's voice was gentle. Not condescending. Not pitying. Gentle in the way that strong things are gentle, the way a river is gentle when it isn't flooding, the way fire is gentle when it's warming instead of burning. "It's over, Tom. You know it is. You can feel your soul coming apart. 4 Horcruxes destroyed. 2 left. You're held together by fragments. Then let me die." The words burst out of Voldemort with a force that shook the walls. "If you've come to end me, then end me. Don't stand there with your insufferable mercy and your light, just, I'm not here to end you." Voldemort stopped. Stared. "I'm not here to kill you," Harry said. "I never was. Killing you wouldn't solve anything, it would just scatter you again, and in 10 or 20 or 50 years, some other desperate follower would find a way to bring you back, and we'd do this all over again. I'm not interested in a cycle. I'm interested in a conclusion." "Then what do you want?" Harry looked at Tom Riddle. At the ruin of a man who had once been a brilliant, handsome boy in an orphanage. Who had been afraid and alone and had decided, at some point in his childhood, that power was the only antidote to vulnerability. Who had pursued that antidote with a single-mindedness that had consumed everything human about him, love, compassion, joy, connection, and replaced it with a hollow approximation of strength that was really just fear wearing a mask. Harry could see all of it. Every layer. Every wound. Every choice that had led Tom Riddle from a scared boy to a Dark Lord. It was all there, written in the fractured magical signature, readable to a being who existed at the center of magical reality and for whom the distinction between a person's magic and a person's soul was functionally non-existent. "Nagini first," Harry said quietly. The snake lunged. Harry had known it would, had felt Voldemort's silent command through the bond, the desperate order to attack, to kill, to do something. Nagini launched herself from the floor with a speed that would have been fatal to any normal human, her jaws wide, her fangs dripping venom. Harry caught her. Not with his hands, with his will. The snake stopped mid-air, suspended, coiling and uncoiling in a grip that was as gentle as it was inescapable. Harry could feel the Horcrux inside her, the 5th fragment, newer than the others, bound to the snake's living flesh in a way that the inanimate containers hadn't been. He dissolved it. Carefully, tenderly, separating the soul fragment from the living creature without harming either. The fragment released. Nagini shuddered once, and something changed in her eyes, a clearing, a lightening, as though a shadow had been lifted. She was still a snake. Still dangerous. But the malevolent intelligence that had characterized her behavior, the human cruelty that had looked out from behind her reptilian eyes, was gone. She was just an animal again. Harry set her down gently. She slithered into the corner and coiled there, confused and frightened, and he let her be. 5 down. Voldemort collapsed. Not physically, he stayed on his feet. But his magic folded. The loss of the fifth Horcrux hit him like a physical blow, and Harry watched through his expanded awareness as the Dark Wizard's already fractured magical architecture buckled under the strain. 5 anchors gone. 1 remaining, the fragment in Harry's scar. Voldemort's soul was held together by a single thread, and that thread was embedded in Harry's forehead. 1 left, Harry said. He reached up and touched his scar. Felt the fragment. Tom Riddles, 14 years old, embedded the night Voldemort had tried to kill a baby and the killing curse had rebounded. It was the oldest of the unintentional Horcruxes, the one that had been part of Harry for so long that its presence was almost familiar. Like a splinter you've lived with so long you've forgotten it's there. Almost. Harry closed his eyes. Reached inward. Found the fragment, a knot of dark magic nestled against his own magical core like a parasite, and separated it. It came out easily. Effortlessly. The way he'd told Dumbledore it would, like coughing out a piece of dust. His magic, fully awake and fully sovereign, simply rejected the foreign body with the immune response of a system that had finally been allowed to function as designed. The fragment floated free, a tiny point of dark light hovering above Harry's open palm, and Harry looked at it for a long moment. Tom Riddle's soul. A piece of it. The fragment that had given Harry his connection to the Dark Wizard, his ability to speak Parseltongue, his nightmares, his scar. 14 years of shared consciousness, ending now. He dissolved it. The last Horcrux. The last fragment. Gone. The bond between Harry and Voldemort severed. Harry felt it snap, a clean break, sharp and total, like a cable cut with a single stroke. The connection that had existed since he was 1 year old, the link through which he'd felt Voldemort's emotions, seen through his eyes, sensed his presence, was gone. For the first time in his life, Harry's mind was entirely his own. The silence was exquisite. He opened his eyes and looked at Tom Riddle. The Dark Wizard was on his knees. The wand had fallen from his hand. His red eyes, and as Harry watched, they flickered, the red fading, darkening, shifting toward a brown that Harry had never seen in Voldemort's face but recognized from old photographs in Dumbledore's files. Tom Riddle's original eye color. The human color, buried beneath decades of dark magic and soul fragmentation. "What have you done?" Voldemort whispered. His voice was different. Thinner. Smaller. The resonant menace was gone, stripped away with the Horcruxes, and what was left was the voice of a man who had spent 50 years running from his own humanity and had just been forced to stop. "I destroyed the Horcruxes," Harry said. "All of them. Your soul is in one piece for the first time since you were 16 years old." Voldemort, Tom, stared at him. The brown eyes were wide, shocked, and filling with something that Harry recognized because he'd spent a lifetime studying faces and learning to read the emotions behind them. Confusion. The specific, devastating confusion of someone who has been numb for so long that the return of feeling is indistinguishable from pain. "I can." Tom's hands came up to his own face, pressing against the skull-like features as though feeling them for the first time. "I can feel everything." "Yeah. That's what happens when your soul is whole. You feel things." Harry crouched down. Met Tom's eyes at level. 15 years old and ageless, a boy and a god, looking at the man who had murdered his parents and terrorized his world and was now kneeling on the floor of a ruin with tears streaming down a face that was slowly, visibly, changing. The snake-like features softening. The slitted nostrils widening. The lipless mouth gaining definition. Not a transformation. A restoration. Tom Riddle's body had been shaped by his fractured soul, the more pieces he'd torn away, the less human he'd looked. Now, with the soul reassembled, the body was following. "What are you going to do to me?" Tom asked, and his voice cracked on the last word. I told you. I'm not here to kill you. Then what? I'm going to do something worse. I'm going to make you feel it. Harry reached out and placed his hand on Tom Riddle's forehead. Magic poured through the connection, not destructive magic, not combat magic, not any kind of magic that had a name in any textbook or grimoire or ancient text. This was something else. Something that only a Magus Day could do. Something that existed at the intersection of magic and consciousness, the place where the force that animated reality met the force that animated the soul. Harry poured truth into Tom Riddle. Every murder. Every torture. Every cruelty, every betrayal, every act of violence and malice and deliberate destruction that Tom Riddle had committed in 50 years of darkness. Harry didn't show him, didn't replay the memories like a film. He made him feel them. From the other side. From the perspective of the victims. His father, bewildered and afraid, dying in his own living room. Hepzibah Smith, trusting and kind, poisoned by a boy she tried to help. The Albanian peasant, unnamed and forgotten, killed for Ravenclaw's diadem. The woman who'd been murdered to create the locket Horcrux. Bertha Jorkins, Frank Bryce, Cedric Diggory. Lily Potter, standing between her son and death, choosing love over survival. James Potter, wandless and brave, buying time for his family with his life. And beyond the individual murders, the cumulative weight. Every family destroyed. Every child orphaned. Every community terrorized. Every person who'd lived in fear because Tom Riddle had decided that his pain was more important than everyone else's. Tom Riddle screamed. It was not the scream of the Dark Lord. Not the cold, theatrical cry of a villain meeting his end. It was the raw, tearing, animal scream of a human being experiencing the full weight of his own cruelty for the first time, and it went on and on and on as Harry held his hand against the man's forehead and let the truth do its work. When it was over, and it lasted a long time, minutes that felt like hours, Tom Riddle was lying on the floor of the gaunt shack with his hands over his face, weeping so hard his entire body shook. His features were almost fully human now. A handsome man in his late 60s, tall and thin, with dark hair shot through with gray and brown eyes that were red-rimmed and swollen and pouring tears. Harry sat on the floor beside him and waited. It took a long time. The weeping eventually subsided into ragged breathing, then into hiccups, then into the exhausted silence of someone who has emptied themselves of every emotion and has nothing left. I felt them, Tom whispered. All of them. I felt them die. Yes. The woman with the locket, she was 23. She had a daughter. I didn't know she had a daughter. I never, his voice broke. I never thought about them. They weren't real to me. They were just obstacles. Objects. Things in the way of what I wanted. They were people. I know that now. The words came out agonized, wrenched from a place so deep that Harry doubted Tom had known it existed. I know that now and I can't unknow it. I can feel all of them. Every one. I can feel what I took from them. That's the point. Tom looked at him. The brown eyes were devastated, ruined, utterly empty of everything except the horrific clarity of a man who has just seen himself truly for the first time. Why? He asked. Why not just kill me? It would be kinder. It would be easier, Harry said. Kinder, I don't know. Death is just stopping. It doesn't fix anything. It doesn't give anything back. This, he gestured at Tom, at the tears, at the whole shattered wreckage of a man lying on a dirty floor in a ruin. This is the beginning of something. Whether it's the beginning of redemption or the beginning of a prison sentence, that's not up to me. That's up to you. And the Wizengamot. And the people you've hurt, who get to decide what justice looks like. I deserve to die. Probably. But that's not my call. I'm not an executioner. I'm not a judge. I'm just, Harry paused. Thought about it. I'm just a person who could see what needed to happen and had the ability to make it happen. You're a god. I'm a person. I'm just a person who is also, apparently, a god. The person part came first, and it's the part that matters. Tom stared at him for a long time. The ruin was quiet. Outside, a bird sang. I surrender, Tom Riddle said. The words were small and broken and entirely sincere. I know, Harry said. I know you do. He stood up. Offered his hand. Tom Riddle, Lord Voldemort, the darkest wizard in a century, the monster under the bed of an entire civilization, took it, and Harry pulled him to his feet. They stood in the ruin of the Gaunt Shack, the sun streaming through the broken roof, and for a moment they were just two people standing in a shaft of light. One who had done terrible things and was only now beginning to understand how terrible they were. One who had the power to unmake the world and had chosen, instead, to heal it. The Aurors will be here soon, Harry said. I'll make sure you're treated fairly. A trial. A real one. Not a show trial, not a political execution. Justice. I don't deserve justice. Nobody deserves justice. That's what makes it justice instead of reward. The Aurors arrived 12 minutes later. Kingsley led them, calm, professional, taking in the scene with the steady eyes of a man who had seen many impossible things and had decided to process them later. Behind him, a dozen Aurors, wands drawn, braced for a battle that had already ended. They found Harry Potter sitting on a rock outside the Gaunt Shack, watching a snake slither into the undergrowth, and beside him, wandless, weeping, Tom Riddle. Not Voldemort. Tom. The face was different. The posture was different. The eyes were different. The man who stood before the Aurors was not the monster they'd been hunting. He was the wreckage that was left after the monster had been stripped away. It's done, Harry told Kingsley. He surrendered. All the Horcruxes are destroyed. He's mortal. He's, himself. For the first time in 50 years. Kingsley looked at Tom Riddle. Looked at Harry. Something passed across his face, the complex emotion of a man who had spent 20 years fighting a war that had just ended not with a bang but with a broken man crying on a piece of dirt. We'll take it from here, Kingsley said. Treat him fairly. We will. Harry nodded. Watched the Aurors lead Tom Riddle away, gently, because Kingsley had given the order and Kingsley's orders were followed. Watched the man who had killed his parents walk down the path with his hands bound and his head bowed and his soul, for the first time in decades, whole. It wasn't satisfying. It wasn't triumphant. It wasn't the grand, cathartic victory that stories promised. It was quiet and sad and complicated and right, in the way that hard things are right, not because they feel good but because they're true. Harry sat on the rock for a while. Let the afternoon sun warm his face. Felt the global magical field, free now, fully free, no more Horcruxes, no more dark anchors, no more wounds in the fabric of reality. The world's magic was flowing cleanly for the first time in 50 years, and it felt like health. Like the difference between a body fighting an infection and a body at peace. Then he went home. Hogwarts in the evening. The great hall at dinner. The long tables full of students eating and arguing and laughing and being young and alive and ordinary. Harry walked through the doors, and the hall fell silent, and then, someone started clapping. He never found out who. It might have been Seamus. It might have been Neville. It might have been Luna, or Ginny, or one of the first years he'd helped with charms. It didn't matter. One person started clapping and then everyone was clapping, the whole hall, every table, every house, standing and applauding with a ferocity that shook the floating candles and made the enchanted ceiling blaze with stars. Harry walked to the Gryffindor table. Sat down between Ron and Hermione. Ron was grinning so wide his face looked like it might split. Hermione was crying and didn't seem to care who saw. So. Ron said. How'd it go? Destroyed all the Horcruxes. Made Voldemort feel every murder he ever committed. He surrendered. Just like that. Just like that. Brilliant. Shepherd's pie. Harry laughed. Took the shepherd's pie. Ate it. It was good, hot and rich and heavy and real, and it tasted like food and nothing else, because he chose, in this moment, to turn down the magical perception and just be a boy eating dinner. Hermione leaned against his shoulder. Ron kicked his foot under the table. Around them, the applause faded into conversation, and conversation faded into the normal noise of a school at dinner, and dinner faded into evening, and evening faded into the particular quiet of a castle settling down for the night. Later, much later, after the plates were cleared and the students had drifted to their common rooms and the castle was dark except for the torches and the moonlight, Harry sat by the lake. The water was still. The sky was clear. The stars were out in force, and Harry could see the magic in them, the ancient, distant, inconceivably vast magical fields of other suns, other worlds, other systems. The universe was alive with magic. He could feel all of it, every star, every planet, every mote of dust in the cosmic wind, threaded through with the same force that ran through his veins and lit his eyes and made him what he was. It was beautiful. It was terrifying. It was his. Not to own. Not to control. To steward. To channel. To be. Ron sat down on his left. Hermione on his right. They didn't say anything. They didn't need to. They just sat with him, three friends by a lake, watching the stars. So, Ron said eventually. What now? Harry thought about it. Felt the world, the whole world, all of it, every heart and every breath and every spell and every prayer, spread out before him like an infinite tapestry. OWLs are in June, he said. Should probably study. Hermione made a sound that was half laugh and half sob. I'm serious, Harry said. I still want to pass my OWLs. And I want to finish school. And I want to figure out what a Magus Day actually does with this much power when there isn't a Dark Lord to fight. And I want to, I don't know, maybe reform some of the magical laws that are terrible, like the werewolf legislation. And fix the house elf situation. And maybe talk to the centaurs about why they're so angry all the time. And definitely eat more of those little treacle tarts they make on Fridays. You're a god, Ron said. And your to-do list includes treacle tarts. My to-do list starts with treacle tarts. Everything else is secondary. They sat by the lake and laughed, and the stars turned overhead, and the magic of the world flowed through Harry Potter like a river through its bed, vast and deep and endless, but shaped, always shaped, by the banks that held it. Banks made of friendship and love and loyalty and the stubborn, irreducible, unbreakable insistence on remaining human even when the universe offered him something more. He didn't want something more. He wanted this. The lake. The stars. His friends. A future that was terrifying and unknown and wide open in his. A week later, Dumbledore found him in the library. The old man sat down across from him and placed a cup of tea on the table and looked at Harry with eyes that held too many emotions to name. The Wizengamot has scheduled Tom Riddle's trial for January, Dumbledore said. He has been cooperative. More than cooperative, he has been providing information. Locations of remaining Death Eaters, hidden weapon caches, details of crimes that no one knew he'd committed. The Aurors say he is different. He is different. His soul is whole. He can feel things. For a man who's spent 50 years not feeling, that's a lot to process. You gave him a gift, Harry. A terrible, painful, extraordinary gift. I gave him the truth. What he does with it is up to him. And the Ministry? They've been making inquiries. The International Confederation of Wizards has formed a special committee. The French, the Germans, the Americans, they all want to know what a Magus Day means for the global balance of magical power. It means the same thing it's always meant. Magic exists. I help it flow. The balance doesn't change because of me, I am the balance. They may not accept that. They don't have to accept it. They just have to understand that I'm not interested in power, or territory, or politics. I'm not a weapon. I'm not a tool. I'm not a king. I'm a 15-year-old who can feel every heartbeat on the planet and who still can't figure out how to make his hair lie flat. Dumbledore's eyes twinkled. The real twinkle. The one that meant genuine delight. Then what are you interested in? Harry thought about it. About the Hogwarts wards humming around him. About the lake, silver in the morning light. About Ron's laugh and Hermione's books and Neville's quiet strength and Luna's bizarre clarity and Ginny's fire and Fleur's ancient knowledge and Sirius's love and Dumbledore's hard-won wisdom. About the treacle tarts on Friday. I'm interested in being Harry, he said. Just Harry. Who happens to be a god. But mostly just Harry. Dumbledore smiled. It was, Harry thought, the most genuine smile he'd ever seen on the old man's face. Not the benevolent headmaster. Not the master strategist. Just Albus Dumbledore, 115 years old, tired and wise and deeply, deeply relieved. That, Dumbledore said, is the most godlike thing you could possibly have said. Harry finished his tea. Went to class. Got a T on his divination homework because even a god couldn't make sense of Trelawney's curriculum. Got full marks on his potions essay because Snape, who had stopped taking points from Gryffindor approximately one day after Harry closed the veil, was now grading on actual merit, and it turned out Harry was quite good at potions when his teacher wasn't actively sabotaging him. He walked through the castle and the castle hummed around him. He passed students who smiled or stared or both. He helped a second-year find her lost toad. He played chess with Ron and lost, because Ron was better at chess, and being a god did not help with chess, and Ron was insufferably smug about it. He sat by the lake in the evenings and felt the world breathing. Felt the magic flowing. Felt the enormous, incomprehensible, magnificent weight of what he was, the voice of magic, the source, the conduit, the god who had chosen, in the end, to be a boy. Not because being a boy was easier. Because being a boy was enough. He had the power to reshape reality. He had the perception to see every truth and every lie. He had the authority to command the fundamental force of existence itself. And what he wanted, what he actually, genuinely, deeply wanted, was to pass his OWLS and eat treacle tarts and sit by the lake with his friends and figure out the rest as he went. Human, after everything. That was the choice. That was the answer. That was the thing that made Harry Potter different from Merkur and Akentanen and every other being of cosmic power who had come before. Not his strength. Not his virtue. Not his intelligence or his training or his magical heritage. His friends. His loves. His stubborn, ridiculous, beautiful insistence on remaining a person in a world that wanted him to be a god. The stars turned. The lake was still. Magic flowed through the world like blood through a heart, and the heart's name was Harry Potter, and it beat steady and strong and human. And that was enough. That was everything.